Good evening, my dear friends, and welcome once again to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and before we enter tonight's story, I'd like to spend a few moments with you. How is the weather where you are today? Has it been warm and peaceful, cold and rainy, or perhaps a little unpredictable? Whatever the sky looks like outside your window, I hope you are somewhere safe and comfortable. More importantly, how have you been feeling? I hope your health has been good, that you have been getting enough rest, and that the demands of work and daily life have not been weighing too heavily on you. If today has been exhausting, perhaps this story can give your mind somewhere else to wander for a while. I also want to explain something important about some of the newer stories on the channel. A few listeners may have noticed advertisements appearing in the middle of videos that were intended to play without mid-roll interruptions. This is happening because YouTube has not yet fully updated the advertising settings for those newly uploaded stories. The videos have already been configured, but in some cases, the platform may need additional time before the changes take effect. If you encounter a mid-roll advertisement during one of these long stories, please return to that video a little later. Once YouTube finishes processing the updated settings, the unwanted interruptions should no longer appear. I'm sorry for any inconvenience this may cause, especially for those of you who listen while resting, sleeping, studying, or working through the night. I understand how suddenly hearing an advertisement can disturb the atmosphere of a quiet horror story. Thank you for your patience and for continuing to support Chilly Midnight. Please take care of yourself. Stay mindful of the weather, and protect your health whenever the days become demanding. I hope tonight brings you a calm place to rest, a little distance from your worries, and enough silence to enjoy the story ahead. Now, lower the lights. Settle into your favorite place, and allow the world outside to fade away. Tonight's darkness is ready to welcome us. Story 1. The first thing Graham Eddowes noticed about Quaylam Glass was not the silence, but its shape. Silence in the countryside usually had gaps in it, a rook worrying at a fence post, water slipping beneath stone, sheep calling from the far side of a hill. Here, the quiet lay evenly across the valley, pressed flat from ridge to ridge, as though the place had been covered with glass. Graham stopped his van beside the rusted gate of St. Brinock's Parish and listened with the engine off. Nothing. Beyond the gate, a narrow lane descended between hedges, gone silver with dust. The abandoned church stood at the valley's center, its square bell tower black against the late afternoon sky. Around it were 6 cottages, an old schoolhouse, a roofless dairy, and fields furred with yellow grass. Someone had nailed a hand-painted board to the gate. B Restoration Site. Authorized personnel only. The lettering was new. The wood was not. Graham opened the rear doors of the van. The smell of wax, smoke, canvas, and sugar syrup reassured him. His equipment was arranged exactly as he had packed it. Smoker, veils, hive tools, sample jars, sealed feed drums, and 12 nucleus colonies humming inside ventilated transport boxes. Their sound filled the lane. Then, as he lifted the first box, Every colony stopped at once. Graham held still. The humming resumed after 3 seconds. Softer than before. Travel stress, he said aloud. His voice sounded misplaced. He had been hired by an agricultural recovery cooperative after every managed colony in WM Glass had failed in a single night. 38 hives, spread across 4 apiaries. No surviving workers. No queens. No visible disease. The inspection report used the phrase catastrophic abandonment, which Graham disliked because it sounded less like science than surrender. Bees did not leave brood, stores, and queens behind. They did not vanish without clustering on walls or dying beneath the frames. They did not coordinate their disappearance across an entire valley. Still, strange cases created good contracts. Good contracts created distance from competitors. Graham had spent much of his adult life learning that distance was safer than friendship. He carried the transport boxes down the lane. At the first apiary, 12 white hives stood beneath a leaning ash tree. Their roofs were streaked green. Long grass had grown around the stands. But the ground before each entrance was bare, as if thousands of feet had passed there recently. Graham set down his tools. A faint sweetness lingered in the air. Not honey, something older and heavier. Like fruit preserved too long in a sealed cupboard. He put on his veil, lit the smoker, and approached the nearest hive. The lid resisted at first. When it came free, a flake of black wax clung to the underside in the shape of a closed eyelid. Graham scraped it off. Inside, the frames were untouched. Capped honey filled the upper corners. Pollen remained packed in dull orange bands. The brood cells were empty, clean, and dry. There were no mites. No wax moth webbing. No beetle larvae. No mold. There were also no bodies. He checked the second hive. Then the third. The same. At the fourth, he found a dark stain across the bottom board, arranged in 6 straight lines. He assumed it was old propolis until the hive tool struck something hard. A tiny white object rolled into the sunlight. Graham pinched it between 2 gloved fingers. It was smaller than a grain of rice, glossy at one end, divided at the other by a shallow root. He brought it close to his veil. A tooth. He told himself it was a seed husk. A fragment of shell. Something carried in by rodents. Then, he removed the nearest frame. The entire lower comb was packed with them. Thousands of minute human teeth had been pressed into the wax. Each fitted neatly inside a hexagonal cell. Incisors, molars, canines no larger than splinters of salt. They formed a pale spiral tightening toward the center of the frame. At its center was a single, empty cell. From somewhere inside the church bell tower, a bee began to buzz. Graham looked up. The bell moved once, though there was no wind. Then every tiny tooth in the frame clicked together. The clicking stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Graham kept the frame suspended above the open hive, smoke curling around his gloves. For several seconds he watched the tiny teeth as if movement might return to them. Nothing did. They lay fixed inside the wax, each one angled toward the empty cell at the center. He lowered the frame into a sample box and sealed the lid. By the time he carried his replacement colonies into position, the light had thinned to pewter. He arranged the nucleus boxes in 2 rows beside the dead hives, facing southeast, where the morning warmth would reach them first. Each contained a young queen, 5 frames of brood, and enough workers to rebuild quickly if the valley's forage was as rich as promised. Graham knew how to make bees recover. That was what people paid him for. He removed the entrance blocks one by one. Ordinarily, workers would appear within moments, testing the air, circling the boxes, mapping the landscape through widening loops. These bees came to the thresholds and stopped. Hundreds gathered behind them. None flew. Graham crouched near the first box. The workers shifted over one another, antennae trembling. But every head remained turned toward the church. He checked the air for pesticide drift. He inspected the grass for recent spraying and tasted a clover leaf for bitterness, an old habit he never admitted to clients. The leaf was dry and faintly sweet. No chemical sting. No sour trace of fungicide. Travel stress. He thought again. He mixed fresh syrup and filled the feeders. The smell brought back another yard, another line of hives, and rain shining on black plastic drums. 18 months earlier, the regional honey contract had belonged to Idris Vaughn, whose family had supplied hotels and farm shops for 3 generations. Idris liked to call Graham careful when he meant small. He said it, smiling. Usually in front of buyers. Eddowes does excellent rescue work. He had once told a room of producers, always useful to have someone nearby after the real beekeepers have taken the risks. People had laughed. Graham had laughed too. 2 weeks later, he entered Idris's feeding shed before dawn using a copied key. He wore disposable gloves and carried infected brood slurry from a colony already marked for destruction. He poured it into the sugar solution slowly, stirring until nothing remained visible. He had told himself the disease might not spread. He had told himself Idris insured everything. He had told himself markets were ecosystems with paperwork, and weak colonies were replaced by stronger ones. Within a month, Idris lost 47 hives. 2 neighboring apiaries followed. Graham won the emergency restoration contract. Then the supply agreement that came after it. He had never thought of the bees as victims. They were units, populations, loss percentages by dusk. The replacement colonies in Tebuem Glass still had not sent out a single forager. Graham walked the parish perimeter, searching for a cause. Hawthorn, foxglove, and late clover grew in abundance. A shallow stream crossed the lower field, clear enough to show the stones beneath it. Yet there were no midges above the water, no beetles among the flowers, no moths moving in the hedges. At the churchyard wall, he found a stone niche filled with old wax. Someone had pressed thumb marks into it. Above the niche, weathered words had been cut into the stone. Tell them before they carry it. Graham rubbed dirt from the final word, then heard the nucleus colonies begin humming behind him. The sound was too steady to be alarm, too low to be swarming. It rose and fell in measured groups. Pausing between each sequence, he returned to the hives. Only the last colony was making the sound. Its workers remained packed behind the entrance, facing inward now. Graham placed his ear against the timber. The humming broke into rhythm. 3 low pulses. A pause. 2 longer ones. He opened the lid. The bees covered the frames in a dense black layer, their bodies vibrating without moving their wings. The sound passed through the comb and into his palms. At first, it resembled breath shaped by a damaged throat. Then the pauses shortened. And beneath the vibration, Graham heard words. His own voice. Quiet. Almost tender. Speaking from inside the hive. No one will know. It whispered, by the time they see the brood, it will already be everywhere. Graham tore his hands away from the hive. The whisper continued for several seconds after he closed the lid. Muffled by timber and wax. No one will know. The sentence had been spoken in the feeding shed before dawn, when he had believed himself entirely alone. Not merely the same words, but the same cautious softness. The same breath held between no and by, as though even then he had feared the syrup drums might be listening. He wedged an entrance block into the hive and carried it away from the others. The workers did not resist. They remained deep inside the box, vibrating around their queen. Graham told himself that bees could reproduce patterns from vibration, engines, machinery, perhaps even speech. He had worked near them while making telephone calls. He might once have repeated those words without remembering. The explanation weakened as soon as he examined it. He had never brought bees into Idris Vaughn's feeding shed. A sound rolled across the valley. Not the church bell itself, but something moving inside its hollow metal throat. Graham turned toward St. Brinock's. Black shapes poured from the bell tower. At first he mistook them for smoke. They emerged through the arched openings in thick ropes, folding over one another in the still air. The swarm descended without the loose, glittering movement of ordinary bees. It traveled as a single dark body, narrow at the front and broad behind, as though following an invisible path. Graham reached for his veil. The swarm ignored him. It crossed the churchyard, passed above the stone wall, and moved toward the nearest cottage. The building stood apart from the others beneath 2 bent sycamores, its windows boarded and its chimney split down the middle. The bees covered the western wall. Their bodies darkened the pale stone from the ground to the eaves. They settled so densely that Graham could no longer see the mortar beneath them. The sound they made was not loud, yet it filled the valley more completely than the missing insects and birds ever had. He approached within 20 feet. The bees were depositing wax. It appeared first as black beads between their legs, then spread beneath them in overlapping scales. Graham had never seen wax of that color produced naturally. Even old brood comb remained brown when held against light. This wax absorbed the fading evening, dull and depthless as tar. The swarm began arranging it in curved ridges. A forehead emerged, then 2 closed eyelids. Graham stepped closer despite himself. The bees worked through the night. He watched from the van with every door locked, recording short videos on his telephone. Each time he checked the footage, the wall appeared bare. The screen showed only empty stone beneath the sycamores, though he could see the living swarm through the windscreen. Shortly before dawn, the humming ceased. The black bees lifted from the cottage together and returned to the bell tower. Not one strayed toward the clover or the replacement hives. On the wall remained a human face. It was larger than life. Projecting from the stone in black and yellow wax, the features were those of an elderly woman, deep lines beside a narrow mouth. Heavy eyelids. One cheek slightly sunken. Individual strands of hair had been formed above the forehead. Even the pores of the skin had been reproduced. Only the lips were incomplete. Graham entered the cottage through a rear door hanging from one hinge. The rooms smelled of cold soot and damp paper. Furniture remained beneath white sheets, and cups still stood in a kitchen cupboard as though the owner had expected to return. On the mantelpiece he found a framed photograph. The woman in it was the face on the wall. A name had been written on the back in faded blue ink. Megan Reese. Harvest Sunday. Beneath it, in another hand, someone had added, "Missing since the parish closed." Graham carried the photograph outside. The resemblance was exact, including the slight collapse of the left cheek and a pale scar beneath the chin. No swarm could have invented those details. Someone must have built the face and released bees around it. Someone who knew he was coming. He examined the unfinished mouth. A thin opening remained between the wax lips. From within it came the sweet, spoiled smell he had noticed among the empty hives. Graham pressed one gloved finger against the lower lip. It yielded like warm skin. The wall drew breath. Then, from somewhere behind the stone, Megan Reese whispered, "Graham Eddowes." Graham stepped back so quickly that his heel caught on a loose stone. The wax face remained fixed to the cottage wall. Its lips had not moved. Yet the final syllable of his surname seemed to linger inside the masonry. Faint and dry, he left the photograph on the grass and returned to the van. At 8 o'clock that morning, a silver utility vehicle came down the parish lane. The driver was Ellen Pritchard, the land agent responsible for the abandoned properties and the restoration contract. She was a broad-shouldered woman in her late 40s, with cropped gray hair and a manner that made every sentence sound like a correction. Graham met her beside the cottage. The wax face had hardened overnight, in daylight. Its details appeared even more precise. Leanh stared at it for less than a minute. "Vandalism," she said. "With bees? With molds? Resin? Someone having a joke?" It spoke. Ellen looked at him then, not with disbelief but irritation. "You have been here one night. I know what I heard. You also reported teeth in a hive. They are in a sealed sample box. I am aware. The cooperative called me before breakfast." She pressed one finger against Megan Reese's cheek. The wax was no longer soft. "This valley attracts people," Ellen said. "Ghost hunters. Students. Men with cameras who think an empty church belongs to them. They leave symbols. Animal bones. Candles. Once, someone filled the schoolhouse with jars of milk. This wasn't here yesterday. Then someone worked quickly. Graham showed her the photograph from the mantelpiece. Leland's expression changed. But only briefly. "You knew her," he said. "I knew of her. She disappeared when the parish closed. A great many people left when the farms failed. That isn't the same as disappearing." Ellen took the photograph from him and slid it into her coat pocket. "She had no family here," she said. No reason to stay. The words were flat. Memorized. Graham noticed a dark fleck beneath Ellen's thumbnail. Black wax. Before he could ask about it. She told him to continue installing the colonies and drove toward the largest house in the parish. A slate-roofed rectory above the church. Graham had assumed it was empty. Smoke began rising from its chimney soon after she arrived. The replacement bees still refused to fly. By noon, workers had begun clustering outside the entrances. Not facing the fields, but the rectory. Graham opened 3 hives and found healthy brood, adequate stores, and calm queens. There was no reason for the colonies to remain grounded. Then the bell tower released another swarm. This time, the black bees crossed the valley low enough to brush the grass. They passed over Graham's hives without joining them and struck the rectory windows like thrown gravel. Ellen appeared behind the glass. She slapped at the panes and pulled the curtain shut. The swarm entered through the chimney. Graham ran uphill and found the front door locked. He struck it with his fist until Leanh opened it. Pale and furious. "You brought them here. They came from the church." Inside, the air smelled of smoke and hot wax. Black bees crawled across the ceiling, disappearing into cracks around the beams. Their humming traveled from room to room, as though the house itself were speaking through closed teeth. In the sitting room, they had gathered over the fireplace. A second face was forming within the plaster. Ellen's face. The bees built her brow first, then her blunt nose and the strong line of her jaw. The likeness was unmistakable. As the wax reached the mouth, Ellen seized a fire iron and struck the wall. The iron sank into plaster. A sound came from inside the house. Not a scream. A whispering crowd. The bees continued working around the damage, repairing the face faster than Ellen could break it. Wax lips closed over the opening. At the same moment, Ellen dropped the iron and clutched her throat. She tried to speak. No sound came. Her mouth formed Graham's name. Then an order. Then something like a plea. But only breath escaped. Across the valley, every replacement hive began humming. Graham ran outside. The sound rose from all 12 boxes. Layered and human. Ellen followed him. One hand pressed to her neck. Her voice came from the hives. "I told them Megan had gone to Cardiff." It said, "I burned her coat and signed the transfer papers myself." Leanh shook her head violently. The confession continued. They said the church had to remain closed. They said if anyone found what was underneath it, the whole valley would be condemned. The bees paused. Then Leanh's voice lowered to a whisper. "There is a grave beneath St. Brynnock's altar, and there are 7 bodies inside it." Ellen fell to her knees beside the hives. Her mouth opened and closed, while her stolen voice continued to vibrate through the timber. The confession repeated once, quieter each time, until only the words 7 bodies remained. Then the colonies went still. Graham seized Ellen by the shoulders. "Who are they?" She pushed him away and scratched a sentence into the dust with one finger. "Not here." Her hand shook so badly that the final letters collapsed into lines. Across the valley, doors began opening. 3 people emerged from cottages Graham had believed abandoned. An old man in a stained wool coat, a thin woman carrying a garden fork, A younger man with a bandage around one hand. None called out to Leanh. None asked what had happened. They simply stared at the rectory wall. Black bees were moving again. The wax face above the fireplace had begun to change. Its completed lips softened, then drew inward as though sucking breath from the room. Outside, dark threads of wax pushed through cracks in the rectory's stonework, branching beneath the windows like veins. The old man touched his own throat. He could not speak. Neither could the woman with the fork. The younger man tried to shout and produced only a rasp. Graham looked toward the remaining cottages. Faces had appeared on their walls. Some were no larger than masks. Others stretched from window to roofline. One formed inside the ruined schoolhouse, its features divided by broken panes. The faces belonged to the people standing in the road, and to others Graham had not seen: children, laborers, an elderly priest, a young woman with half her hair burned away. Every completed mouth had taken a voice. Those voices now traveled among the hives. They murmured names, promises, fragments of prayers. One admitted moving stones from the churchyard. Another confessed to holding a door closed while someone screamed behind it. A child's voice repeated that his father had told him the smoke was only fog. Graham backed toward his van. This was no longer a failed restoration site. Whatever the valley had preserved, it was waking through the colonies he had brought. He abandoned the equipment, shoved Leanh into the passenger seat, and drove uphill. The gate stood open. Beyond it, the road climbed between the ridges toward the main valley. Graham pressed the accelerator until loose gravel struck the wheel arches. Neither of them looked back. After several minutes, St. Brynach's bell tower appeared ahead. Graham braked. The church stood at the bottom of the road, exactly where they had left it. He turned around and tried the eastern track beside the stream. The road narrowed between alder trees, curved beneath a stone bridge, and descended into open pasture. The church waited there too. Leanh gripped the dashboard. She wrote on the fogged windscreen with one finger. It does this when it wants a witness. Graham took the northern farm road, then the track behind the dairy, then a footpath barely wide enough for the van. Each route returned them to St. Brynach's. By late afternoon, every cottage bore a face. On the western wall of the abandoned schoolhouse, bees were constructing another. The brow was broad, the cheeks narrow, the mouth held in a familiar expression of restrained contempt. Graham recognized himself before the nose was finished. He returned to the apiary because there was nowhere else to go. Black liquid had begun seeping from the hive entrances. It gathered in slow drops on the landing boards. Glossy and thick, Graham opened the nearest box and lifted a frame. Every cell was filled with honey as dark as engine oil. The smell was sweet, but beneath it lay the odor of damp earth and something metallic. Leanh caught his wrist before he could touch it. He pulled free. Honey revealed contamination, fermentation, minerals, toxins. If the substance was natural, its taste might tell him what the bees had gathered. He dipped the tip of his smallest finger into an open cell. The honey was warm. He touched it to his tongue. For an instant, he tasted heather, smoke, and blood. Then his own voice spoke inside his skull. Not the confession about Idris Vaughn. Something older, I saw Owen Price inside the quarantine tent. Graham heard himself say. He was still alive when I sealed it. And I told the inspectors the colony had already killed him. The taste of black honey remained on Graham's tongue long after he spat into the grass. Owen Price. He had not spoken that name in 9 years. Owen had been a seasonal inspector assigned to a quarantine site near Brecon. A young man with a habit of asking questions after everyone else had accepted the paperwork. During an outbreak, he entered the isolation tent without authorization and collapsed beside the infected brood. Graham found him conscious, struggling to breathe through a swollen throat. There had been time to call for help. There had also been time for Owen to tell the inspectors why Graham's treatment records did not match the chemical drums stored behind the shed. Graham had sealed the tent. He had later reported that Owen was already dead. Now the schoolhouse wall was finishing Graham's face. The black bees shaped the corners of its mouth while Leanh watched him from beside the van. She had heard nothing inside his head. But something in his expression must have told her enough. She wrote one word on the dusty bonnet. Church. St. Brinock's doors were chained from the outside. Graham cut through the rusted links with bolt cutters from the van. The moment the chain fell, the bell above them sounded once. The note was low and uneven, as though the metal were filled with water. Inside, the church smelled of wet stone, old smoke, and honey left too long in heat. Pews leaned at crooked angles beneath a ceiling darkened by soot. Wax had seeped between the flagstones in thin black lines, joining them into a pattern of hexagons. The altar stood beneath a faded carving of St. Brinock surrounded by bees. Someone had scratched away the saint's mouth. Ellen remained near the entrance. When Graham moved toward the tower stair, she caught his sleeve and shook her head. Her lips formed a silent warning. You said it wanted a witness, Graham told her. Then witness. The stairway climbed inside the tower wall, narrow enough that his shoulders brushed both sides. Dead bees covered the steps, but they were unlike any species he knew. Their bodies were longer, their wings almost transparent, and each abdomen carried a pale mark shaped like a tooth. Halfway up, the humming began. It did not come from above. It came through the stone around him. Fragments of voices pressed against the walls. Apologies. Names. Denials. Prayers interrupted before the final word. Graham heard Ellen's confession among them. Then Idris Vaughn laughing in the producer's hall. Then Owen gasping inside the quarantine tent. He climbed faster. The bell chamber was larger than the tower should have allowed. 2 iron bells hung from blackened beams. But behind them, enormous combs descended from the roof. They were taller than men. The wax sheets swelled and narrowed like suspended organs, veined with honey that moved beneath their surfaces. Human faces bulged from some of the capped cells, mouths opening soundlessly before the bees sealed them again. Graham approached the nearest comb. One face belonged to Megan Reese. Another belonged to Owen Price. His eyes were open. Graham stumbled backward into the smaller bell. It shifted without ringing. Beneath it, the floorboards flexed. He pried one up with his hive tool. Cold air rose from below. A steep stone stair descended through the center of the tower, spiraling beneath the church. Graham called to Leanh. She appeared at the chamber entrance, saw the combs, and stopped breathing for several seconds. Together, they went down. The hidden chamber beneath St. Brennock's was circular and lined with shelves. Dozens of old hive boxes stood upon them, their wood blistered by fire. Some had collapsed into ash. Others remained intact beneath layers of soot, each marked with a parish name and a year. Megan Reese, David Pritchard, Alun Reis. Names repeated across generations. At the center of the chamber stood one hive box darker than the rest. Its lid had been burned almost through. Yet something moved inside. Graham lifted it carefully. A living queen crawled across a bed of tiny human teeth. She was black, wingless, and as long as his thumb, the workers around her were dead, arranged in a perfect ring with their heads turned inward. Each tooth beneath her bore a name carved into its enamel. Graham read Megan, Ellen, Owen. Then he saw the tooth directly beneath the queen's front legs. It carried his own name. Graham did not touch the tooth bearing his name. The queen rested over it, her black abdomen rising and falling as though she breathed through the carved enamel. Although her wings were absent, the air around her trembled with a low vibration that traveled into Graham's jaw. Ellen leaned over the open box. When she saw the names, she recoiled and struck the shelves behind her. One scorched hive fell, splitting across the stone floor. Ash spilled out with fragments of paper protected inside a rusted metal case. Graham knelt and opened it. The documents were parish records, their edges browned by heat. Most had been written in several hands over more than a century. The earliest pages listed births, deaths, marriages, and crop yields. Bees appeared in the margins beside the names of the dead. 3 hives told for Margaret Evans. The West Colony received Thomas Llewellyn's last burden. No honey taken until the mourning year is complete. Graham turned the pages carefully. Later entries described the practice in greater detail. When a parishioner died, the keeper placed a black cloth over each hive and whispered the death through the entrance. The bees were offered a piece of funeral cake and a drop of cider. Then a relative spoke the dead person's final confession into the Queen's colony so the soul would not carry unacknowledged sin beyond the valley. The bees were not merely informed of death. They were entrusted with what the dead had been unable to admit. Leanh reached over Graham's shoulder. Her hand moved to her throat. "Your family kept these," Graham said. She gave a slight nod. The records became less ceremonial as the years passed. Proper descriptions gave way to hurried notes. Names were crossed out. Whole pages had been removed. Then Graham found an entry written in red ink. 7 strangers lodged near the lower quarry during the winter works. No names given. No families known. The following page recorded their deaths, not from cold or accident. The workers had discovered that parish leaders were diverting relief funds while families starved. They threatened to take the account books to the county authorities. On the night of a parish feast, 7 local men brought them into St. Brennock's under the promise of payment. The church doors were locked. The workers were beaten to death beneath the altar. Megan Reese had been a child then. She had seen smoke rising from the churchyard after the bodies were placed in an old burial chamber. Years later, she began asking why no graves bore the strangers' names. Leanh lowered herself onto a crate. Her lips shaped one silent word. Grandmother. Graham continued reading. The killers followed the old custom and spoke their confessions into the parish hives, believing the bees would carry the burden away with the dead. Instead, The colonies began repeating the testimony whenever anyone entered the valley. Voices emerged from honeycombs. Wax faces appeared on walls. Children woke speaking in dead men's voices. The parish council decided the bees had misunderstood their duty. They burned every hive. The record described the fire spreading from box to box while voices screamed inside the wax. One queen survived beneath the church, sealed in a scorched hive with a tooth taken from every person who helped conceal the murders. The teeth were not relics. They were promises of testimony. Each generation appointed a speaker, someone required to open the queen's hive and repeat the preserved confessions beyond the parish boundaries. Yet no speaker completed the task. Some fled. Some destroyed the records. Others lost their voices before they could speak. Megan Reese had been the last appointed. A later note, signed by Elend's father, stated that Megan had refused to remain silent and attempted to expose the grave. She disappeared before reaching the authorities. Her tooth was added to the hive, but her confession was never recorded. Elend covered her face. Graham turned to the final pages. The handwriting changed again. The ink looked fresh, glossy against the old paper. The recent entries described the death of the valley's colonies, the arrival of 12 replacement hives, and the reopening of St. Brynnock's Church. Graham read his own actions in exact order. He reached the last line. The appointed speaker must be one who has made profit from silence. Preserved guilt as another man's loss, and mistaken survival for innocence. Beneath it, in letters still wet enough to stain his thumb, was a name. Graham Eddowes, next speaker of the parish. The fresh ink smeared across Graham's thumb. He rubbed it against his trousers. But the name remained visible, darkening the ridges of his skin as though it had soaked beneath them. Elend reached for the record. The moment her fingers touched the page, the queen raised her head. The vibration inside the chamber changed. It traveled through the scorched hive boxes, through the stone floor, and upward into St. Brynnock's tower. Above them, the bells answered without ringing. Their metal bodies groaned against the beams, producing a pressure more felt than heard. The teeth beneath the queen began clicking one by one. Megan, Owen, Elend, Graham. Each carved name was followed by a voice from somewhere within the walls. Not a confession yet. Only a breath. A throat preparing itself. Graham closed the record and backed away. I am not speaking for them. Elend stared at him. You heard what the hives did to you, he said. You lost your voice. That is not testimony. It is theft. She shook her head and pointed toward the oldest pages. Graham opened them again. A passage had appeared beneath the account of the first funeral rites. The handwriting was faint and uneven, as though formed by an insect dragged through ink. The bees do not carry sin beyond the world. He read the next line. They keep what the living refuse to bear. The meaning settled slowly. For generations, the villagers had believed the colonies transported confession to the dead. They had spoken into the hives because they wanted release without consequence, forgiveness without witness. Yet the bees had carried nothing away. They had stored every word. Each comb had become an archive of guilt. Each queen preserved the pattern. The voices remained trapped until someone living could speak them openly where denial could no longer contain them. The speaker was not a priest. The speaker was a mouth, selected by resemblance. Graham looked at the Queen. His contamination of Idris Vaughn's feed had not merely killed colonies. It had converted hidden wrongdoing into professional advantage. He had stood before buyers, inspectors, and grieving beekeepers while benefiting from the silence around an act only he understood. The parish had done the same. 7 strangers had been murdered, their bodies hidden beneath sacred stone, while the killers continued farming, trading, marrying, and raising children. The secret had become part of the valley's wealth. Every generation inherited its protection. Graham had not been brought to Quebum Glass because he could restore bees. He had been brought because he had already learned how to make silence profitable. The Queen crawled over the tooth marked Owen and touched it with her antennae. The quarantine tent returned to Graham with terrible clarity, the translucent plastic moving in the wind. Owen's palm striking weakly against the sealed flap. The radio hanging unused from Graham's belt. He remembered standing outside for 6 minutes. Not frozen, calculating. If Owen lived, the falsified chemical records would be discovered. Contracts would be lost. Licenses revoked. Years of resentment would end, not in victory, but disgrace. Graham had watched the hand stop moving. He had told himself afterward that the swelling would have killed Owen anyway. The chamber filled with the smell of black honey. Leanh pointed toward the stair. They climbed into the bell tower. The enormous combs were no longer still. Faces moved beneath their capped surfaces, pressing outward as though the wax had become thin skin. Megan Reese opened her mouth. Owen Price turned his eyes toward Graham. Beyond the tower openings, Quebum Glass had darkened beneath a sky thick with returning bees. They covered the cottages, the rectory, the schoolhouse, and the walls around the church. Every wax face was angled towards St. Brinock's. Graham descended into the nave. The black lines between the flagstones had widened. Honey rose through them in slow, shining beads. Beneath the altar, something knocked 7 times from inside the grave. Ellen went to the doorway and pointed across the churchyard. The wax face on the schoolhouse wall was complete. Graham's face. Its expression was calm, almost professional. The expression he had worn while reporting failed colonies, signing quarantine forms, and explaining losses to men whose businesses he had quietly destroyed. A swarm gathered around its eyes, the bees-shaped lids, lashes, and pupils from black wax. Then the face looked directly at him. Its mouth opened. Graham heard his own voice carry across the voiceless valley. "Come and finish me." The wax face on the schoolhouse kept its eyes on Graham. "Come and finish me." It said again. The words rolled across Quebum Glass in his measured professional tone. Around the churchyard, every completed face turned toward St. Brinock's. Wax shifting with the friction of teeth. Graham looked back toward the bell tower. The Queen was below, with the records, the scorched boxes, and every confession the valley had failed to release. A fire would destroy them. That was what the parish had believed before. He ran to the van and dragged out a fuel can. Ellen blocked his path, shaking her head. Her mouth formed O, but no sound followed. "If I open that hive, I lose everything." She pointed toward the schoolhouse face. "You think that is justice?" Graham said, giving my mouth to dead strangers. Letting a swarm decide what I am. Leanh wrote across the dust on the van door. They decided nothing. Then, beneath it, you did. Graham struck the words away with his sleeve and carried the fuel into the church. The black honey between the flagstones trembled as he passed. Beneath the altar, the 7 bodies knocked in uneven sequence. One strike, then another, then several at once. Like fists weakening behind a locked door. Graham descended into the parish chamber and poured fuel over the shelves. The liquid ran across old names and soaked the scorched timber. Its chemical smell cut through wax and earth. The queen remained in the central hive, moving over the teeth as though counting them. Graham took a lighter from his pocket. Before he could strike it, a voice rose from the box beside him. Idris Vaughn. I burned the brood myself, Idris said, though the man was miles away. I thought the disease was mine. I told my wife I had failed because I could not admit someone wanted me ruined. Another hive answered in the voice of a woman Graham recognized from a neighboring apiary. We borrowed against the house. When the colonies died, my brother took the night shift at the quarry. He never came home from the 3rd week. Then came the inspectors, the buyers, and the workers who had dismantled contaminated frames without knowing what Graham had placed inside them. Their voices did not accuse him. That was worse. They described what followed. A canceled apprenticeship, a marriage strained by debt, a father selling land that had belonged to his family for 2 centuries, a child asking why the bees had left because no one could explain deliberate cruelty in language she would understand. Graham struck the lighter. The flame bent toward the queen. From the walls came 7 unfamiliar voices, speaking over one another in accents roughened by distance and age. They named the men who had beaten them beneath the altar. They described the elders washing blood from the stones and offering funeral cake to the hives while their bodies lay hidden below. Last came Owen Price. I heard you outside the tent, Owen said. Graham's hand went still. You told yourself I could not speak. I could. I said your name 3 times. The lighter flame died. Graham dropped it into the fuel. Nothing ignited. The liquid had thickened into black honey. It climbed the shelves and flowed back into the burned boxes. Every hive began to hum. The teeth clicked. The chamber expanded with breath held for generations. Ellen stood on the stair above him, tears running down her face. Graham understood then that silence had never protected his career. It had built it. Every contract, every explanation and handshake had rested on words prevented from reaching another human being. The queen approached the edge of her box. Graham placed both hands on the scorched lid. The schoolhouse face spoke through the stone above them. Finish it. He lifted the hive. The queen climbed onto his wrist. Her feet were cold. Inside the box, the tiny teeth opened like mouths. Graham carried it to the nave and set it before the altar. The 7 knocks below the floor stopped. Across the valley, all the wax faces parted their lips. He looked once at Leanh. Then he tore the final seal from the queen's hive. The bees rose in a black column and entered him through his open mouth. WM, Glass inhaled, and Graham inhaled with it. The swarm did not tear Graham apart. It filled him. Bees pressed behind his eyes, beneath his tongue, along the narrow passages of his throat. Their wings beat without air. Their bodies became heat, memory, and words that had waited longer than any living witness. Graham collapsed before the altar. When he opened his mouth, 7 strangers spoke first. Their names had been omitted from the parish records, so they gave the names their mothers had called them: Thomas, Ewan, Rodri, Samuel, Isaac, Marek, and Ben. They described the winter works, the stolen relief money, the promise that brought them into St. Brinock's, and the men who barred the doors. Ellen stood in the nave, holding Graham's telephone. He pointed at it until she understood. There was barely any signal in WM glass, but the cooperative's emergency transmitter still worked from the van. Ellen connected the telephone to it, opened the public channel used for agricultural alerts, and set the device on the altar. Graham began to testify. His voice traveled beyond the valley. It named the 7 murdered workers. It described the grave beneath St. Brinock's and the generations who protected it. Megan Reese spoke through him, recounting how she had found the records and how Ellen's father had stopped her from leaving. Then Ellen's confession followed, including the forged transfer papers and the burned coat. Elin sank onto a pew as her own words returned to the world. Graham could not pause. He confessed to contaminating Idris Vaughn's feed, falsifying disease reports, and profiting from the destruction of neighboring apiaries. He named every site, every date, every chemical drum, and every contract gained afterward. Last came Owen Price. Graham described the quarantine tent, the unused radio, and the 6 minutes he had spent calculating the cost of saving a man who knew too much. I heard him say my name. Graham told the listening channel. I remained outside until he stopped. The sentence left him in his own voice. For a moment, the church became completely silent. Then the bells rang. The sound passed through WM glass and broke the wax faces open. Black fragments fell from cottages, windows, and the schoolhouse wall. The stolen voices escaped in a rush that shook dust from the rafters. Ellen gasped. Her voice had returned. Outside, the road straightened. By noon, police vehicles, agricultural officers, and reporters had entered the valley. The grave beneath the altar was opened. 7 sets of remains were removed, and the parish records were sealed as evidence. Graham was found alive beside the empty Queen's hive. He could not speak. Investigators assumed the broadcast had damaged his throat, but doctors found no injury. His vocal cords moved normally. Air passed through them. No sound emerged. The criminal inquiries spread across the region. Contracts were suspended. Apiaries were quarantined. Idris Vaughn heard Graham's confession from a hospital room and asked that every surviving colony be tested. No trace of the original contamination remained. Instead, the colonies began recovering. By the following spring, hives descended from Graham's replacements had spread throughout Wales. Their bees were darker than local stock and unusually resistant to disease. They produced clear amber honey with a faint smoky taste. Graham remained in custody while the investigations continued. He answered questions in writing, filling page after page. But written confession did not satisfy the bees. His voice had not vanished. Beekeepers began reporting it from newly divided colonies. At dusk, When workers clustered around their queens, Graham's testimony hummed from inside the comb. Every hive repeated a different fragment. Idris's poisoned feed. Owen's hand against the plastic. The 7 strangers beneath the altar. Some listeners reported what they heard. Others closed the lids. Years later, Tublam Glas remained empty except for the restored apiary beside St. Brinock's. Elin tended it without taking honey. Each hive bore the name of someone whose truth had once been hidden. In early spring, she found a tiny white shape attached to the inner wall of a colony. It was a wax tooth. Another appeared in a hive owned by a farmer who had heard Graham's voice and told no one. Then another formed beneath the roof of a commercial yard where the confession had been dismissed as interference. Each spring, more appeared. Wherever someone listened to Graham Eddowes confess and chose silence, the bees built a new tooth. Some truths do not disappear when they are buried, denied, or converted into profit. They wait inside institutions, families, and ordinary routines until someone is forced to give them a voice. Graham believed silence protected him because it had rewarded him for years. In the end, silence became the evidence that followed him everywhere. Perhaps confession is not the same as redemption. It cannot restore the dead or undo deliberate harm. But without it, cruelty becomes inheritance. What would you reveal if speaking the truth destroyed the life your silence had built? Story 2. The first thing Amelia Crane noticed about the Royal Theatre was that it breathed only when it was empty. She arrived on a wet November morning, carrying 2 equipment cases through the stage door while rain polished the alley black behind her. Inside, the theater smelled of sawdust, velvet, old dust, and the faint mineral damp of a building whose foundations had been sunk before anyone thought London clay could remember pressure. The restoration had taken 18 months. Gold leaf had been reapplied to the balconies. The cracked ceiling cherubs had been given new fingers. The proscenium arch, once dark with soot, now shone beneath work lamps like the mouth of something freshly fed. Amelia set her cases beside the orchestra pit and looked up. 2,000 red seats rose around her in curved tiers. Everyone had been cleaned, resprung, and upholstered. In 3 nights, the Royal would reopen with The Winter Queen, its largest production in 37 years. The newspapers had called the renovation a resurrection. Amelia disliked that word. Power is live in the control booth, called Ravi Sethi, the site manager. From the stalls, main array 2, try not to wake the dead. He grinned as he said it. People always made that joke in old theaters. Amelia gave him the professional smile she used when clients wanted warmth but not conversation. I'm only measuring the room. That's what the last man said. What last man? Ravi's grin faltered, then returned in a smaller form. Victorian humor. Very poor. I'll leave you to it. His footsteps receded through the side aisle. A door closed. The theater settled. Amelia climbed into the control booth, connected her laptop, and brought up the calibration software. The new acoustic system was largely her design, directional arrays concealed behind carved plaster, adjustable reflectors above the stage, low-frequency absorption chambers beneath the stalls. The Royals' trustees had paid for precision. No dead zones. No harsh reflections. No standing waves strong enough to fatigue a singer. The phrase on the screen, "Safe E-exposure model verified," made the muscles behind her jaw tighten. She clicked past it. A month earlier, in a private clinic near Harley Street, soprano Celeste Rowan had sat across from Amelia with one hand cupped over her left ear. Celeste had spoken quietly, as though volume itself had become dangerous. You knew the stage monitor was peaking. Amelia had looked at the audiogram. Then at the window, I knew the readings were inconsistent. You changed the report. I corrected it. Celeste had laughed once. There had been no amusement in it. Amelia shut the memory down before it could finish. She began the sweep. A clean sine tone moved through the auditorium, rising slowly from a vibration more felt than heard into a thin metallic whine. Amelia watched the frequency graph. The room responded beautifully. The restored surfaces scattered sound exactly as predicted. The balconies returned warmth without muddiness. The stalls absorbed excess bass. Then the trace dipped. Not dramatically, barely 2 decibels. But the missing energy appeared at a frequency she had not generated. Amelia stopped the sweep. Silence filled the Royal. A second later, the seats moved, not all at once. The first motion passed through the stalls from left to right, a shallow lift in the red upholstery, followed by a slow depression. Then the circle answered. Then the upper gallery, row after row, rose and fell with the measured rhythm of sleeping chests. Amelia remained in the booth, one hand resting on the console. Old buildings shifted. Springs released tension. Heating ducts flexed. Air pressure changed when doors closed. She waited. The movement stopped. Amelia exhaled and restarted the sweep, this time isolating the lower frequencies. The graph steadied. At 29 hertz, a faint tremor entered the booth window. At 27, she felt it in her molars. At 24, the curtains on stage drew inward, though there was no draft. At 23, the software registered a source beneath the stage. Amelia cut the signal. The tone continued. It was too low to hear properly, but her body heard it. Her ribs tightened around it. The glass beside her hand quivered, far below. Something seemed to draw breath through stone. On stage, the heavy velvet curtain billowed outward. Once, twice. Then, from somewhere under the orchestra pit, a woman's voice sang a single note in perfect pitch. Amelia knew that voice. It was Celeste Rowan's, and Celeste had not sung since Amelia's report destroyed her hearing. The note held after Amelia cut the power. Not faded. Not decayed. Held. Then it stopped so cleanly that the silence afterward felt edited. Amelia remained in the control booth until the green lights on the console died one by one. She checked the signal path twice. Main array off. Stage monitors off. Orchestra feeds off. No live microphones. No playback devices connected. Her hands moved with their usual precision. Disconnect. Label. Verify. Record. Routine was not superstition. Routine was the architecture that kept error outside. By the time Ravi returned with 2 electricians, Amelia had written the event into her test log as probable mechanical resonance. sounded like singing. Ravi said, "It was pipe vibration. Pipes don't usually have vibrato. Old metal does strange things under pressure." Ravi looked toward the stage. "Want me to get someone beneath it?" "Not yet." She closed the log before he could read the final line, where she had written Celeste's name and struck it through hard enough to tear the paper. The day disappeared into preparations. Carpenters adjusted scenery tracks. Wardrobe assistants crossed the stage carrying gowns pale as peeled skin. The orchestra librarian stacked scores while production staff argued over sightlines and seating allocations. Amelia moved through them with a tablet in one hand and a sound meter in the other. She corrected speaker angles by fractions. She stopped a technician from taping cable over a ventilation seam. She made the chorus repeat one phrase until the reflected consonants arrived together beneath the gallery. People called her exacting when they admired her and difficult when they did not. Amelia accepted both descriptions. Precision had built her career more reliably than charm. At noon, Martin Vale, the theater's executive director, intercepted her beside the orchestra pit. His silver hair had been styled to look careless. "The trustees want your final certification before tomorrow's press preview. You'll have it after the full load test." They were told it was complete. The room changed after the upholstery installation. Did it change dangerously? Amelia looked at him. Martin lowered his voice. "We cannot have another Rowan situation." There it was. Not Celeste. Not the injury. A situation. The incident was attributed to monitor failure. Amelia said, "Your report attributed it to monitor failure." The equipment logs supported that conclusion. Martin's expression did not move. "And if anyone asks, they won't." For a moment, the theater seemed to contract around them. Velvet, plaster, polished brass. A beautiful machine built to make consequences sound distant. Celeste had collapsed during a donor performance 6 months earlier. The peak had lasted less than 3 seconds. A narrow burst above the safety threshold when Amelia's experimental reflection system redirected a soprano harmonic back toward the stage. Celeste finished the aria because professionals finished things. By morning, the hearing in her left ear had become a field of static. The original report contained the spike. The submitted report did not. Amelia had removed 7 seconds of telemetry, adjusted the calibration baseline, and signed beneath the phrase, "No evidence of design-related exposure." She had told herself the missing data proved nothing. She had told herself every ambitious system produced anomalies. She had told herself Celeste's hearing might have failed anyway. The lies had become smoother with repetition. That evening, after the company left, Amelia returned to the auditorium for another low-frequency test. She preferred working alone. Human bodies altered absorption. Conversation contaminated measurement. Applause, even from a handful of people, could conceal defects. The conductor's stand waited at the center of the pit. A folder lay open upon it. Amelia stopped halfway down the aisle. She recognized the blue cover before reaching the first row. Her consultancy logo sat in the upper corner. Beneath it were the words "Confidential Acoustic Safety Review." Only 3 copies had existed. 1 in her office safe, 1 with the insurer, 1 in Martin Vale's private archive. She entered the pit. The pages were not the submitted version. They were her original draft. The uncorrected spike rose across the graph like a needle. Celeste's name appeared in full. So did the exposure calculation Amelia had deleted. A faint vibration passed through the conductor's stand and into her palms. She turned to the signature page. Her name was there in black ink. Beneath it, in a line that had not existed when she signed, someone had written, "The room heard what you removed." Amelia read the sentence 3 times. The handwriting was not Martin's. It was not Celeste's. It was not hers. Though the pressure of the pen resembled the way she signed technical approvals when someone was waiting, she photographed every page, sealed the report in a plastic sleeve, and carried it to the control booth. The sensible response would have been to call Martin. The professional response would have been to contact the insurer. Instead, Amelia locked the booth door. She opened the building management logs. No archive access had been recorded. No staff badge had entered the theater after the company departed. The corridor camera showed the orchestra pit continuously from late afternoon onward. The conductor's stand remained empty until Amelia walked toward it. She replayed the footage. On the screen, she stopped halfway down the aisle. The folder was already there. Amelia enlarged the image. Compression noise crawled over the seats, turning the red upholstery into dark, pulsing grain. For a moment, she thought she saw someone sitting in the front row. Then the picture clarified, and there was only a shallow depression in the new padding. She returned to the auditorium with 2 contact microphones and a portable recorder capable of capturing frequencies below ordinary hearing. She mounted one microphone beneath the conductor's stand and another against the stage apron. The recorder she placed in the center aisle. No generated tone this time. No loudspeakers. She wanted the building unprovoked. For 11 minutes, nothing appeared except distant traffic, pipe movement, and timber cooling after a day beneath work lamps. Then the stage microphone registered 23 hertz. The waveform rose gradually into a repeating shape. Pressure. Release. Pressure. Release. Breathing. She stepped onto the stage. The signal vanished. Amelia stood beneath the unlit fly tower. Above her, scenery hung in blackness. Palace walls. Winter branches. A painted moon turned sideways against the rigging. She stepped down into the pit. The signal returned. She crossed the footlights again. It stopped. After the 5th repetition, she marked the stage edge with white tape and tested every variable she could isolate. Her weight on the boards, the motion sensors, electrical circuits, the air displaced by her body. The result remained the same. The frequency existed only when the stage held no living person. Amelia called Ravi and asked him to come alone. He entered through the side door. Coat damp from rain. "Stand there," she said, pointing to center stage. Ravi climbed up. The waveform flattened. "Now leave." He frowned, but obeyed. As soon as both feet touched the auditorium floor, the pulse returned. Ravi stared at the monitor. "What does that mean?" "It means something is interrupted by stage occupancy." "Something mechanical?" "Yes." "You answered too quickly." Amelia ignored him. Every time Ravi crossed onto the stage, the frequency disappeared. When he leaned over it without touching, the pulse continued. When he placed one hand on the boards, it weakened but did not stop. It wants a whole person. Ravi said, "Don't anthropomorphize data. Then tell me what the data wants." She sent him home, alone again. Amelia increased the recorder's gain and isolated faint harmonics above the pulse. Thin bands of sound stacked themselves beneath the electrical hiss. She converted them upward into the range of human hearing. The first voice was male, crushed left hand, hoist chain. A second voice followed, burns to the throat, lime dust. Then another fell from the western gallery. Amelia stopped playback. Her fingers had gone cold. She searched the theater's digitized incident archive. The records began in 1924. They listed sprains, fainting, minor falls, electrical burns, one fatal heart attack. None of the names or injuries on the recording appeared. She played it again. The voices multiplied. Men, women, a child. Some spoke names. Others gave only injuries. Thomas Bell, spine broken beneath the revolve. Elsie Marr, hearing gone in the right ear. Unknown laborer, sealed below foundation wall. Each statement was followed by the same low pulse, as though the theater inhaled before permitting the next. At the end came several seconds of silence. Then Amelia's own voice spoke from the recorder. Calm, precise, professionally detached. Amelia Crane, both hands fractured against the locked stage door. She heard herself take a breath. Estimated time of death, tomorrow night. During the opening applause, Amelia listened to the final sentence until the recorder's battery warning blinked red. Tomorrow night. During the opening applause, she replayed it at half speed. The voice remained hers, not an imitation. It carried the flattened vowels she used when dictating formal findings and the pause before a conclusion she expected someone to dispute. She did not sleep. By morning, she had compiled the recordings, frequency plots, and stage occupancy tests into a preliminary incident file. She presented it in Martin Vale's office with Ravi beside her and the theater's insurance consultant joining by video. Martin listened without interruption. When the recording reached the voices beneath the pulse, his expression hardened, not with fear, but irritation, construction resonance. He said, "It names injuries, pareidolia. It names structural locations absent from the public plans. Contractors talk. Stories circulate." Amelia placed the original report on his desk. And this? Martin did not touch it. A breach of confidentiality. It appeared in the orchestra pit. So someone is trying to frighten you. Who had access to the unedited version? The insurance consultant cleared his throat through the speaker. Dr. Crane. None of this establishes a present hazard to patrons. Ravi leaned forward. A room that talks about dead workers seems worth postponing for. Martin's gaze stayed on Amelia. The press preview is this afternoon. Opening night is tomorrow. We postpone now. And every newspaper prints the Rowan case beside the cancellation. The words struck with surgical accuracy. Amelia saw Celeste in the clinic again. One hand cupped to her ear. "You changed the report." Martin slid the certification form across the desk. "Complete today's rehearsal," he said. "Run your full load measurements. If the numbers remain within standard limits, 2. Sign. By afternoon, The Royal held 180 invited guests, donors, trustees, critics, and theater historians arranged across the stalls to simulate partial occupancy. Their coats steamed faintly in the heated air. Conversation rose toward the ceiling in a polished murmur. Amelia watched the low-frequency monitor from the control booth. The stage was occupied by the orchestra and chorus. The pulse did not appear. During the first interval, the musicians left. The stage emptied. 23 hertz returned immediately. The graph rose like a slow black heartbeat. Amelia switched on the auditorium microphones. Beneath coughing, program is folding, and glasses touching in the boxes. She felt the frequency press into her teeth. Then Martin stepped onto the stage. The pulse vanished. He addressed the audience with practiced warmth, thanking them for supporting the Royals' restoration. He praised the craftsmen, the performers, and the finest acoustic engineering team in Europe. Amelia barely heard him. Her predicted death had not appeared in any new recording, but the recorder lay beside her hand. Running. Martin finished. And now, a little encouragement for tomorrow's company. Applause filled the theater. The monitor went flat. Not weakened, suppressed. The low frequency disappeared beneath the clapping as completely as a body beneath deep water. Amelia stood so quickly her chair struck the wall. Again, she said into Martin's earpiece. He glanced toward the booth, then smiled at the audience. Our acoustician requests another test. The second applause was louder. Every anomalous band vanished except one. A thin pulse remained near the front of the stalls. Amelia carried a handheld meter down the aisle while the guests continued clapping. The pulse sharpened as she approached row C. Seat 17 remained empty. Its cushion moved gently beneath the applause. Up, down, up, down. The seats around it were occupied, but no one seemed to notice. A woman in pearls clapped inches away from the rising upholstery. Amelia touched the cushion. Something beneath the velvet tightened around the metal frame. After the rehearsal, she waited until the auditorium cleared. Ravi brought a seam knife and knelt beside the seat while Amelia cut through the new red fabric. The padding released a smell of dust, damp wool, and something faintly sweet. Beneath it, wound through the steel springs, were hundreds of strands of human hair. Black, gray, auburn, pale gold. They had been divided into careful lengths and braided together so tightly that every movement of the seat pulled them taut. The braid tightened when Amelia tried to lift it. Every spring in seat C-17 pulled inward at once, producing a low metallic complaint beneath the red velvet. Ravi released the frame immediately. "Don't cut it," he said. Amelia looked at the seam knife in her hand. It's hair. It moved. Because the springs are under tension. Then why did it move before you touched the seat? She photographed the braid, sealed a sample strand in an evidence envelope, and ordered the entire seat removed. 2 technicians arrived with tools. Neither could loosen the floor bolts. The heads turned freely, but the threaded shafts beneath them seemed to extend deeper each time they rotated. After 20 minutes, Amelia told them to stop. By then, opening night crews had begun filling the theater. Voices sounded from the stage. dressing rooms, workshops, and loading bay. Yet the auditorium itself remained strangely quiet. The occupied building seemed to swallow conversation before it could travel. Amelia took the evidence envelope toward Martin's office. The corridor behind the stalls should have required 47 steps. She counted 73 before stopping. The same framed photograph of the Royals' first production hung ahead of her. She had passed it twice already. An actress in white, standing beneath the original proscenium. Her face blurred by age and reflected glass. Amelia turned back. The corridor extended behind her without interruption. Identical brass wall lamps repeated at even intervals. No junction. No fire door. No opening into the foyer. She walked faster. At the next corner, she pushed through a green service door and entered the auditorium from the opposite side. Seat C17 waited below. Its open cushion had been neatly stitched shut. Amelia checked her phone. 26 minutes had passed since she left Ravi. To her, it had been less than 5. Ravi found her standing beside the seat. "You disappeared. I took the rear corridor. There is no rear corridor from this side. I know the building plans." "So do I." Amelia opened the envelope. The strand of hair was gone. Inside lay a narrow curl of red velvet and a dusting of gray plaster. She went to the control booth and pulled up the camera feeds. The footage showed her leaving the auditorium with the envelope. She entered the corridor at 6 minutes past 7. The next frame showed her returning at 32 minutes past 7. Nothing between. No corrupted video. No interruption. The timestamp advanced normally while the corridor remained empty. Amelia exported the sequence. As soon as she trimmed the file to remove irrelevant footage, the low-frequency monitor rose behind her. 23 hertz. She froze. The pulse strengthened as she deleted a duplicate camera angle. She restored the clip. The vibration weakened. Amelia opened her test logs and removed the phrase, "possible structural anomaly." The booth window shivered. The seats below lifted in a single slow wave. She pressed undo. They settled. "No," she whispered. She copied the raw recording of the dead workers into a new folder. The pulse diminished. When she renamed the folder Mechanical Noise, it returned strongly enough to blur the text on her screen. The theater was not reacting to sound. It was reacting to concealment. Amelia tested the idea with the discipline of someone approaching a dangerous machine. She opened the report describing Celeste's injury and restored one deleted exposure value. The frequency dropped. She removed it again. A pressure wave passed through the booth and struck the glass. Below, every empty seat inhaled. Her laptop speakers activated without permission. A soft burst of static emerged, followed by a high, thin tone that made Amelia's left eye water. It pulsed irregularly, 3 rapid fluctuations. A pause, then a longer trembling surge. She recognized the pattern. Celeste's audiologist had shown it to her as an inner ear response graph, damaged hair cells producing unstable signals where silence should have been. Amelia had seen that exact pattern only once. In a confidential medical attachment, she later deleted from the final report. The theater reproduced it again. 3 short tremors, a pause, 1 prolonged vibration. Then the auditorium answered through 2,000 seats, repeating the pulse of Celeste Rowan's ruined ear. The pulse stopped when Amelia restored the deleted medical attachment. For several seconds, the auditorium remained still. Then something struck once beneath the orchestra pit. Not a pipe, not timber settling. A deliberate impact, deep enough to travel through the foundations and rise into Amelia's feet. She opened the theater's current plans and searched the substructure beneath the pit. The digital drawings showed ventilation ducts, cable routes, and 3 modern absorption chambers installed during the restoration. Nothing occupied the space directly below the conductor's position, but the recorded voices had named older locations, sealed below foundation wall. Amelia returned to the architectural archive. The room lay above the loading bay, behind a door swollen by damp and rarely opened. Rolled drawings filled wooden racks from floor to ceiling. The oldest plans were not cataloged digitally. Their linen backing had browned, and their ink smelled faintly metallic. She found the original foundation design near dawn. The official plan bore the Royal Theatre's first name, the Lyric Crown, and a date from 1871. Beneath the auditorium, hand-drawn construction shafts descended into the clay. Most had been crossed through after completion. One had not. It ran beneath the orchestra pit and ended in a narrow chamber shaped like a standing human body. The chamber possessed shoulders, a tapered torso, and a rounded cavity where a head would have been. Thin channels extended from its chest into the foundations and upward toward the stalls. Boxes and balconies. A handwritten note beside it read, "Primary resonance figure, do not plaster the throat." Amelia spread later renovation plans over the drawing. In 1912, the passage to the chamber was marked as a storage recess. In 1958, it disappeared entirely. Every subsequent plan showed solid masonry. Ravi found her tracing the vanished passage with one finger. "You look worse than the building," he said. She showed him the plan. He studied the human outline without speaking. "That isn't an acoustic chamber. It may be an early resonator. Built like a person, shape determines response. So does intent." They entered the orchestra pit after the night crews left. Amelia removed the conductor's podium while Ravi lifted sections of modern soundproofing. Beneath the final panel lay black Victorian boards scarred by old nails. The handheld meter registered the 23 Hz pulse directly below them. Ravi found the concealed hatch by tapping the boards with a mallet. Most returned a hard, shallow knock. One gave back a hollow tone with a faint second answer beneath it. They pried up the panel. Cold air escaped through the gap, carrying wet clay, old lime, and the sweet smell Amelia had noticed inside seat C-17. A brick stair descended into darkness. Fire regulations would have mentioned this, Ravi said. "The passage predates the regulations. That doesn't make it safer." Amelia switched on her torch and climbed down. The stair narrowed after the first turn. Its walls had been coated with rough plaster scored by parallel grooves. Amelia recognized their purpose immediately. They were crude acoustic diffusers, designed to scatter sound along the passage rather than allow it to die. Behind her, Ravi whispered something. His voice traveled ahead of them. A moment later, the darkness repeated it in several lower voices. They reached a circular landing beneath the orchestra. 5 sealed shafts opened around them like bricked mouths. Rusted iron hooks protruded from the walls. Brown stains ran downward beneath several of them. At the far side stood an arched doorway covered by newer masonry. The bricks were pale and machine-cut. unlike the hand-fired blocks around them. Someone had sealed the chamber recently. Amelia placed her palm against the wall. A vibration entered her bones. Not one voice now, but many, pressed together so closely that language had become texture. She felt crushed fingers, burned throats, shattered teeth, not as images, but as pressure points moving through her body. Ravi stepped back. We should bring the police. With what explanation? The hair? The plans? The voices? And when Martin tells them we contaminated the site 2 days before opening, you're still thinking about your career. Amelia removed a cold chisel from the tool bag. No, she said. I'm thinking about proof. The mortar crumbled too easily. Behind the outer brickwork was a gap wide enough to admit one person. Air moved through it in long, damp breaths. They enlarged the opening and entered. The chamber matched the drawing exactly. Masonry shoulders curved above them. Channels ran through the walls like ribs. At the far end, a vertical shaft rose from the chamber's throat toward the auditorium, perfectly aligned with the conductor's stand. The structure had not been designed merely to amplify sound. It had been designed to give the theater a body. Amelia raised her torch. Something stood inside the cavity where the chamber's heart should have been. It was a full-sized figure made from yellowed acoustic wax. Its surface marked with measurement lines and embedded strands of human hair. It wore Amelia's face. Its wax eyes were closed. Its mouth was open. The wax mouth was deeper than it should have been. Amelia moved the torch closer. The cavity did not end behind the lips. It continued through the throat and into the figure's chest, where a narrow metal tube disappeared beneath layers of yellowed wax. Ravi stood behind her, breathing through his sleeve. Don't touch it. Amelia touched it. The wax was warm. A tremor passed through the model's jaw, and every channel in the chamber answered with a whisper. Not words at first, only breath moving through brick. Then the figure spoke in Amelia's voice. Evidence must be interpreted within operational context. It was a sentence from her submitted report. The model repeated another. No causal relationship can be established. Then another. The recorded anomaly falls within acceptable uncertainty. Each phrase traveled upward through the chamber's throat and returned from the auditorium as faint applause. Amelia withdrew her hand. At the base of the figure, half concealed beneath hardened wax, was an iron ring. Ravi pulled it. A section of flooring lifted on old hinges, revealing a shallow compartment lined with oilcloth. Inside lay 6 ledgers. Their leather covers had swollen with damp. The earliest bore the theater's original crest. The newest was a black accounts book from the previous renovation. Less than 30 years old. Amelia opened the first. The entries began as ordinary construction records, brick deliveries, timber costs, wages paid to plasterers and riggers. Then names appeared in the margins. Thomas Bell, hoist failure. Left hand removed. Continued work. George Lyle crushed beneath gallery beam. No physician called. Unnamed boy, Leanh, burns to mouth and throat. Died below sight. The injuries matched the recording. Beside each death was another notation. Rehearsal dates. Crowd size. Duration of applause. Ravi leaned over her shoulder. They timed performances against them. Amelia read further. During construction, Men had been lowered into foundation shafts to clear water and unstable clay. When walls shifted, several became trapped. Their cries traveled through the unfinished ventilation channels into the partially completed auditorium. Management discovered that hammering, music, and clapping obscured the sound. The workers were not rescued. The channels were refined instead. A later note described the human-shaped chamber as an efficient means of gathering disturbance from below and distributing it harmlessly through the house, where audiences would mistake vibration for emotional excitement. Amelia turned pages faster. The practice did not end with the Victorians. In 1912, a dancer fell through a faulty trap mechanism. Her broken spine was omitted from the reopening report. A matinee audience was encouraged to applaud through the sounds beneath the stage. In 1958, an electrician was killed during rewiring. Management classified the death as occurring off-site. Opening night ovations suppressed a voice heard for weeks inside the walls. In the 1990s, a chorus member suffered a fatal fall during an unapproved rehearsal. The official log listed no rehearsal that day. Each concealment was followed by alterations to the theater. New plaster, new wiring, new acoustic treatment, new applause. Ravi opened the most recent ledger. The handwriting changed from page to page, but the language remained familiar, neutral, technical, protective. No structural negligence identified. Incident unrelated to renovation works. Data incomplete and therefore unsuitable for attribution. Amelia felt something tighten behind her ribs. She recognized the phrasing not because she had read it before, but because she had written its modern equivalent. Near the back, a folded document had been pasted into the binding. It was an acoustic assessment from the previous restoration. The engineer had removed measurements showing dangerous standing waves near the orchestra pit. His signature appeared beneath the corrected version. The ledger named him as the chamber's last interpreter. Amelia searched the older books. Every major reopening had one. An architect who erased a collapsed shaft from the drawings. A physician who altered a cause of death. A stage manager who deleted a rehearsal record. An engineer who recalibrated a meter after an injury. Each had completed the renovation. Each had protected the institution. Each had later been described in the margins as having joined the resonance. The wax figure behind Amelia released a slow breath. Ravi turned toward it. Amelia did not. She was reading the final page of the newest ledger. Her name had already been written there. Beneath it was the date of the Royal's reopening and a blank space reserved for her final certification. Only then did Amelia understand that the theater had not chosen her because she could hear it. It had chosen her because, like every custodian before her, she had already learned how to make suffering disappear on paper. The blank space beneath Amelia's name filled itself. Ink spread across the page in a thin black line, forming words without a pen. Digital distribution complete. Amelia dropped the ledger. Above them, somewhere in the auditorium, the sound system powered on. The startup sequence traveled through the chamber as a series of soft electrical clicks. Amelia knew each one. Amplifiers waking. Signal processors establishing connections. Concealed arrays entering standby. The wax figure opened its eyes. They were not made of wax. Two polished discs sat beneath the lids, dark and reflective like the diaphragms of miniature microphones. Ravi backed toward the opening. "We're leaving," The figure turned its head toward Amelia. Its neck moved with a wet, internal crackle. The metal tube inside its chest vibrated. And the chamber filled with layered voices repeating fragments from decades of reports. No negligence identified. No witness available. No measurable injury. No causal relationship. Each phrase had once reduced pain to a sentence that could be filed. Approved. And forgotten. Amelia understood then that the chamber had never contained the dead. It processed them. The workers' screams had entered through the foundation shafts. The human-shaped masonry narrowed, redirected, and distributed them into the auditorium, where applause broke them into harmless vibration. Every later concealment fed the same mechanism. The theater did not imprison spirits like bodies in a crypt. It converted testimony into atmosphere. Audiences called it warmth. Critics called it emotional power. Management called it excellent acoustics. What did my system change? Amelia asked. The wax figure answered in her voice. You removed the walls. Images rose on the control tablet in her hand. Amelia had not opened them. Schematics appeared one after another. The Royal's new network architecture, cloud-based calibration tools, remote diagnostic servers, automated performance profiles. Her design did not merely control speakers inside the building. It analyzed acoustic behavior, uploaded adjustments, and shared refined settings with every venue using the same software. The accumulated frequency had entered the calibration process during her earliest tests. She remembered the anomalies she had corrected automatically. Low-frequency pressure marked as structural noise. Unstable harmonics classified as room distortion. Unexplained vocal traces filtered into reference data. She had taught the system to preserve them. Worse, she had approved remote synchronization. The voices beneath the Royal were no longer trapped beneath the Royal. Ravi seized the tablet and killed its wireless connection. Nothing changed. The diagrams continued updating. Pull the main breakers, he said. The emergency circuits will remain live. Then we destroy the processors. The chamber contracted around them. Masonry channels groaned. Dust fell from the curved ceiling. From the passage behind Ravi came the sound of an audience settling into seats, coats rustling. Programs unfolding. Throats clearing, though the opening night crowd would not arrive for hours. Ravi tried to climb through the gap. The opening returned him through another channel on the opposite side of the chamber. He stared at Amelia. Face drained of color. The theater had become a closed circuit. The wax model stepped down from its recess. Its feet made no sound. Embedded hairs tightened across its cheeks as it moved. When it raised one arm, the channels in the chamber answered like an orchestra tuning before a performance. Amelia felt pressure gather beneath her fingernails. The future recording returned to her. Both hands fractured against the locked stage door. Estimated time of death during the opening applause. The prediction had not been a warning. It was a rehearsal cue. What do you want? She asked. The voices ceased. In the sudden quiet, the figure's mouth widened. Celeste's voice emerged first. Not truth. Then Thomas Bell. Not justice. Then the unnamed child with lime-burned lungs. Direction. The tablet displayed a live control interface Amelia had never designed. Every speaker in the Royal appeared as a white point. Beyond them, Hundreds of additional points began illuminating across a map. Theaters, concert halls, rehearsal studios, universities, civic auditoriums, venues using her acoustic platform. At the center of the interface waited a single command: begin conduction. The wax figure placed one hand over Amelia's. Above them, the empty royal answered with anticipatory applause. Amelia finally understood that the theater had no interest in hearing her confess. It had recruited her because only she possessed the expertise, access, and authority to make the dead audible everywhere at once. And on opening night, it expected her to conduct its first transmission. The theater released them shortly before the doors opened. One moment, Amelia stood beneath the orchestra pit with the wax hand resting over hers. The next, she and Ravi were in the center aisle, surrounded by ushers placing programs on seats. No one reacted to their dust-covered clothes. Above the stage, the orchestra tuned. The ordinary sound was almost unbearable. Martin Vale found Amelia near the control booth. "Where is my certification?" She looked past him at the arriving audience. Coats darkened by rain, jewelry catching chandelier light, critics, donors, politicians, retired performers. 2,000 people entering a machine built to turn suffering into beauty. "I'm canceling the performance," she said. Martin's smile disappeared. "On what authority?" "Mine, if I sign the report honestly." She held up the original safety review and the ledgers Ravi had carried from below. Martin's face changed when he saw them, not surprise, but recognition. "You knew," she said. "I knew there were stories. You knew enough to seal the chamber." His eyes moved toward the audience. "This building employs hundreds of people. One accusation. One unstable engineer. And all of it collapses." Celeste's hearing collapsed. Celeste accepted a settlement because my report left her no case. Martin stepped closer. "Sign the certification and confess afterward. If conscience has suddenly become fashionable, tonight must proceed." The house lights dimmed. Applause rose before Amelia could answer. Below the floor, the 23 hertz pulse vanished. For one terrible second, the theater seemed calm. Martin heard it too, the relief of silence. "You see?" Amelia saw only the pattern. Pain, concealment, applause, reopening. Again, she pushed past him into the control booth and killed the main output. The orchestra's tuning vanished from the house. Stage monitors went dark. The conductor lifted his baton, received nothing through his earpiece, and looked toward the booth. Amelia opened every auditorium microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen," she said. Her voice trembled through the unpowered hall, carried only by the building's natural resonance. "I am Amelia Crane, the acoustic engineer responsible for this restoration. This theater is unsafe. I falsified a report after a singer was permanently injured by a system I designed." A murmur spread through the stalls. Martin reached the booth door and struck it. Cut her off. Ravi locked it from inside. Amelia placed the oldest ledger beneath a camera and projected its pages onto the stage backdrop. Names appeared above the silent orchestra. Thomas Bell, George Lyle, Elsimar. The unnamed child burned by lime. They were injured here. Amelia continued. Some were left beneath this building. Their deaths were hidden during performances. Applause was used to cover their voices. The audience shifted. Several people stood. Ushers moved toward the exits. The doors would not open. Martin stopped pounding. From the stage came the first low note. No instrument produced it. The orchestra sat frozen. Bows lowered. Hands away from keys and strings. Yet the note expanded through the auditorium, pressing against ribs, teeth, and glass. The curtains inhaled. Every empty seat rose. The audience began to clap in panic. The note grew stronger. "Stop," Amelia shouted. "Do not applaud." But fear had found the oldest reflex in the room. Hands struck hands. The sound rolled toward the galleries. Instead of suppressing the voices, the applause divided them. Hundreds of frequencies separated inside the theater. Each traveled through the new arrays. The restored plaster, the brass rails, the bones of the audience. On Amelia's screen, white points awakened across the network map. Remote venues were receiving the signal. She reached for the transmission control. The interface rejected her command. "Conductor present. House ready." The wax model appeared on stage behind the conductor. No one had seen it enter. It raised Amelia's hands. Pain exploded through her fingers. She heard bones crack against the locked booth door, though she had not touched it. The future recording was becoming present somewhere inside the building. Then the applause stopped. Every hand fell silent at once. 2,000 faces turned toward the stage. Their mouths opened together. The first voice came from a woman in the royal box, but it belonged to a man crushed beneath a gallery beam. The second came from a child in the stalls, speaking with the burned throat of another child dead for more than a century. Then every audience member began to sing. Not music. Names. Injuries. Final breaths. And each mouth carried the voice of someone buried beneath the theater. The names did not stop when the audience ran out of breath. Voices passed from mouth to mouth, each speaker collapsing into silence as another continued the testimony. The sound crossed balconies, descended through brass rails, and entered the control booth through the glass. Amelia's hands bent backward. The fractures came exactly as the recording had promised, not from striking the locked door, but from resisting the wax conductor's movements. Its arms rose on stage. Hers followed against her will. On the interface, hundreds of remote venues waited. Begin conduction. Amelia understood the choice the theater had prepared for her. She could let the performance continue as it always had, suffering transformed into sensation. Truth dissolved into a beautiful collective sound. Or she could direct the voices without reducing them. A conductor did not create music. A conductor decided what would be heard. "Ravi," she said through clenched teeth. "Open the raw archive." He stared at her twisted fingers. "The system won't accept commands. It will accept mine." Ravi connected the recorder containing the workers' statements. Amelia selected every preserved file, the foundation voices, the injury reports, Celeste's medical attachment, the unedited exposure data, the ledgers beneath the stage. She added her own testimony. "My name is Amelia Crane. she said into the booth microphone. I altered a safety report to protect my design and my career. Celeste Rowan lost her hearing because I treated uncertainty as permission to remove evidence. Martin stood outside the glass, shaking his head. Amelia continued. The Royal Theatre concealed deaths during its construction. Later administrations concealed further injuries. The names you hear were erased from records, but not from this building. The network interface changed. Material unsuitable for performance. Transmit anyway. The wax figure forced her hands downward. Pain whitened the room. Amelia screamed. And the system captured that too, not as atmosphere, not as distortion, but as part of the record. Ravi struck the command. Every speaker in the Royal activated. The voices no longer sang. They spoke. Names traveled into the auditorium with dates, trades, injuries, and locations. Thomas Bell was no longer a bass vibration beneath applause. He was a rigger whose hand had been destroyed before he died inside a collapsed shaft. Elsie Marr was no longer warmth in the upper gallery. She was a dresser who lost her hearing and was dismissed without compensation. The unnamed child remained unnamed. Amelia refused to invent one. Through the remote network, the testimony entered rehearsal systems, diagnostic servers, archival feeds, and public live streams. Critics recorded it. Audience members broadcast it from their phones. Newsrooms captured Amelia's confession before Martin could cut the building's external connection. The wax conductor began to soften. Its face sagged as the names became language rather than resonance. Human hair loosened from its cheeks. Its mouth collapsed inward around the metal tube. Across the auditorium, the borrowed voices finished one by one. The final statement came from Celeste through Amelia's own speakers. You knew enough to stop. Amelia lowered her broken hands. Yes, she said. The wax figure fell apart. For the first time since its construction, the Royal Theatre became acoustically dead. No reverberation followed the falling wax. No footstep returned from the walls. Even breathing seemed unable to travel beyond the person who produced it. The opening performance never took place. Within days, Amelia's consultancy collapsed. Her professional licenses were suspended. The falsified report became evidence in criminal and civil investigations. Martin Vale resigned before charges were announced. The Royal closed while excavation crews entered the foundation chambers. They recovered bones. The ledgers gave most of them names. Public memorials followed. Celeste testified. Amelia did not ask for forgiveness. Months later, engineers declared the Royal structurally safe, but performers refused to use it. Sound vanished unnaturally inside the restored auditorium. Music reached the first row and seemed to die there. The building had nothing left to conceal. Amelia learned about the first overseas incident while awaiting trial. Her acoustic platform had been licensed before the Royal's reopening. Copies remained installed in theaters, concert halls, and civic auditoriums across several continents. The company disabled remote synchronization. But some venues had already downloaded the final calibration profile. In a newly renovated theater thousands of miles from London, a technician entered before dawn to prepare for the inaugural performance. The stage was empty. The system was switched off. He heard no voices. He only watched as every empty seat rose and fell together. breathing patiently before the first audience arrived. The Royal Theatre survived because generations of respectable people learned to translate suffering into harmless language, an incident, an uncertainty, an acceptable loss. Amelia's crime was not that she failed to hear the truth. It was that she heard enough to recognize it and still removed what threatened her success. Perhaps institutions become haunted when they preserve their beauty more carefully than the names of those who built it. And perhaps the most dangerous systems are not those that create silence, but those that teach silence how to travel. Story 3. The first sign that the sewer was breathing came from a strip of survey tape. Malcolm Reed had fixed the orange ribbon to a rusted ladder rung while he checked the laser rangefinder. The tunnel beneath North Ward Pump Station was too narrow for him to stand straight, and the brickwork sweated in his helmet lamp. Water moved around his boots with the slow drag of something thickening in the cold. He marked the distance on his tablet, looked up, and saw the ribbon draw inward toward the wall. Not flutter, not sag. Inward. The bricks along the eastern side of the tunnel seemed to tighten beneath their skin of mineral slime. Mortar seams narrowed. Black water at Malcolm's ankles climbed half an inch up the curved wall, then slid back down as the masonry relaxed. He watched through one cycle. The tunnel expanded. A low pressure change pressed against his eardrums. Then the passage contracted again. And somewhere beyond the next bend, sewage moved with a deep, liquid sigh. Malcolm told himself it was the pumps. North Ward had been built in layers, 19th century brick channels, concrete relief lines from the 1940s, emergency bypasses added after the steel mills expanded. Air trapped in one branch could displace water in another. Every underground system made noises that sounded intentional if a man stayed alone long enough. He knew that better than most. He tore the ribbon from the rung and shoved it into his vest pocket. Line 3 is open. A voice crackled in his headset. It was Tessa Vale, the mapping technician stationed in the mobile unit above ground. Her voice came thin through concrete and soil. "You still moving?" Malcolm looked at the tunnel ahead. His work order showed another 180 feet before the pipe terminated at a capped junction. The city wanted confirmation before excavation began for a new hospital annex. On every official map, the line ended beneath Kiln Street. The tunnel in front of him did not. "Moving," he said. He kept one hand near the wall as he advanced, though touching it made him uneasy. The brick was warmer than the water, not warm from steam or electrical conduit. Warm in the way a closed room became warm after people had slept in it. His breath shortened. He counted steps instead of breaths. 12 to the bend. 7 more to a corroded iron brace. 9 to where the ceiling dropped low enough that he had to crouch. Claustrophobia. The department physician had written years ago. Mild and situational. Malcolm had laughed when he read it. He had spent half his career under streets, inside culverts, storm tanks, collapsed interceptors, and mains barely wide enough to crawl through. Fear did not make him unqualified. Fear made him careful. That was the version he used at work. The other version had a name he did not allow himself to think underground. At the next junction, he stopped. The city plans showed 3 branches. There were 4. The unrecorded opening was narrower than the others and sealed by a steel plate so old its bolts had become rounded lumps of rust. Across the metal, someone had painted a white municipal code. Most of it had peeled away, leaving only 2 letters and a vertical stroke. Malcolm swept his light across the plate. The surface was bowed toward him. As he watched, it slowly flattened. A pulse of foul air escaped around the edges, carrying the odor of sewage, wet brick, and something faintly domestic beneath both: boiled cabbage, furniture, polish, old cooking grease. Then the plate bowed outward again. "Tessa," Malcolm said. "I have an undocumented branch." Static answered. He adjusted the headset. "Tessa." A soft tapping came from the other side of the plate. 3 taps. A pause. Then 2. Malcolm raised one gloved hand toward the steel and stopped before touching it. The pattern came again, more clearly. 3. Pause. 2. His chest tightened so sharply that he had to brace himself against the wall. Water eddied around his boots, withdrawing toward the sealed branch as if the tunnel were inhaling. That pattern had once been an emergency signal. 3 taps meant injured. 2 meant trapped. Malcolm had not heard it since the night he left Owen Pike beneath the river interceptor and climbed to the surface alone. The tapping came a 3rd time. Then a voice behind the plate said, very calmly, "You took long enough." Malcolm did not remember turning away from the plate. One moment he stood with his hand raised toward the rusted steel, listening to Owen Pike's voice seep through a seam no wider than a fingernail. The next, he was moving through the tunnel so quickly that water struck the backs of his knees. His shoulders scraped brick. His helmet knocked the ceiling hard enough to flash white across his vision. Behind him, the tapping did not follow. That made it worse. He reached the ladder beneath Northward Pump Station with both hands numb inside his gloves. The shaft rose only 30 feet, but looking up through it narrowed the world to a damp circle of electric light. His breathing shortened before he placed his boot on the first rung. Malcolm climbed without looking down. At the top, Tessa Vale waited beside the open hatch in a yellow rain shell. "You were off comms for 6 minutes. Dead zone." "There are no dead zones in that section." He hauled himself onto the concrete platform and removed his respirator. Cold air cut into his lungs. Beyond the fence, Carrick's mills dissolved into low cloud. "Did you find the cap?" Tessa asked. "Collapsed brickwork. No access. You said there was another branch." "I was reading the map wrong." She studied him. "You don't read maps wrong." Malcolm unhooked the survey unit before she could see his hands shaking. The laser caught an old maintenance recess. That's all. He signed the descent log with a line so straight it looked printed. That evening, he drove home by streets wide enough to breathe in. He avoided the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Underground parking, elevators, crowded corridors, and restaurants without windows. At his narrow row house, he kept the basement door locked, even though the circuit breaker was below. These were habits, not fear. That was how he named them. He ate standing at the kitchen counter while rain ticked against the glass. When the refrigerator motor stopped, 3 taps sounded from inside the wall. A pause. Then 2. Malcolm opened the faucet until the pipes rattled. The official report on Owen Pike's death remained in a locked cabinet upstairs. Malcolm could recite it without looking. Unexpected structural failure. Sudden water intrusion. Visual contact lost. Reed attempted recovery, but was forced to retreat when secondary collapse made rescue impossible. The city had commended his judgment. The report did not say Owen remained conscious after the collapse. His left leg was pinned beneath a broken brace. But his radio still worked. Malcolm had heard him breathing. Heard him say the floodgate's manual release was less than 20 feet away. Malcolm had reached the ladder instead. He had closed the emergency gate because procedure required isolation, because the water was rising, because rescue crews could not enter safely, because a man could build an entire life from reasons, provided he never arranged them in the correct order. His phone rang. Tessa's name appeared on the screen. "I pulled the scan package," she said. "You need to come back. It can wait until morning." "No, it can't." The municipal mapping office occupied the second floor of a converted firehouse. When Malcolm arrived, Tessa was alone in the analysis room. Lit by 3 monitors and the blue grid of Carrick's buried infrastructure, she had loaded his survey data into the spatial reconstruction program. The recorded tunnel appeared as a pale cylindrical mesh. 3 mapped branches extended from the junction. The 4th ran east beneath Kiln Street. Continuing through the point Malcolm had marked as sealed, beyond the steel plate, the software had generated a void. Not a maintenance recess. A room. Rectangular walls resolved from the point cloud. A long table stood at the center. Smaller shapes surrounded it at regular intervals. Chairs. A cabinet. What might have been a standing lamp. The scanner should not have penetrated solid steel. Yet the image possessed the clean geometry of a space measured from inside. "Signal reflection?" Malcolm asked. Tessa shook her head. The unit recorded temperature, humidity, and movement beyond the plate. What kind of movement? She enlarged a column of environmental data. A repeating pressure wave rose and fell across the graph. Breathing. Then a classification window appeared beside the reconstructed room. The software compared the geometry to property records, utility profiles, and occupancy models. Tessa read the result without speaking. Malcolm watched the labels sharpen beneath the address field. Occupied residence. Malcolm stared at it until the words stopped looking like language. "Classification error," he said. Tessa folded her arms. The software found furniture, enclosed rooms, heat variation, and movement consistent with multiple occupants. There are no houses under Kiln Street. There shouldn't be. Malcolm looked at the reconstruction again. The table stood too evenly within the rectangular space to be collapsed debris. The objects around it were unmistakably chairs. One shape near the far wall resembled a sideboard with drawers. Tessa opened a storage case beneath the desk. Inside lay a tracked inspection crawler, no larger than a toolbox, fitted with articulated wheels. A forward camera, thermal sensors, and a spool of reinforced cable. "We send this through tomorrow," she said. "No." The answer came too quickly. Tessa glanced at him. "You said the branch was a recess." "It is." "Then the camera proves it." He could not explain that proof was what frightened him. By the following afternoon, Malcolm was back beneath North Ward with Tessa and 2 maintenance operators. The steel plate bowed toward them in a slow, patient curve. No one commented on it. One operator drilled through the lower edge while the other fed a narrow cutting tool into the gap. Each time the blade touched metal, the plate trembled faintly under Malcolm's gloved palm. Not vibration, resistance. When the opening was wide enough, they pushed the crawler through. Tessa controlled it from a portable console. The camera showed a low brick passage extending beyond the plate. Dry, despite the sewage pressing against the other side. The walls glistened with a translucent film. Condensation. One operator said. Malcolm watched the film tighten across the brickwork. The passage breathed around the machine. The crawler advanced 30 feet before the tunnel widened. Brick gave way to wallpaper. At first, Malcolm thought the patterned surface was mineral staining. Then the camera adjusted, revealing faded blue flowers printed in vertical rows. A wooden skirting board ran along the base. Above it hung a framed oval photograph whose glass had clouded from within. The crawler crossed a threshold. A dining room appeared on the screen. It was intact. A long oak table occupied the center beneath a chandelier blackened by damp. Plates sat at every setting, their porcelain rims decorated with tiny green leaves. Tarnished forks rested beside folded cloth napkins. Bowls contained dark, collapsed matter that might once have been potatoes or fruit. 6 people sat around the table. None moved. A man in a high-collared shirt occupied the nearest chair. His head leaned slightly forward, chin resting near his chest. Across from him sat 2 children in pale clothing, their hands placed flat beside empty plates. At the far end, an elderly man faced the camera with his eyes closed. Their skin appeared gray but unbroken. The maintenance operators stopped speaking. Tessa moved the crawler closer. Thermal imaging replaced the ordinary feed. The room turned blue and black, except for faint warmth glowing in each seated chest. The heat expanded, contracted, expanded again. They're breathing, Tessa whispered. Malcolm's mouth tasted of old metal. The camera rotated toward the final chair. A municipal jacket hung over its back. The fabric was stained dark at one shoulder, but the reflective strip and embroidered city seal remained visible. Beneath the seal was a rectangular name patch. Pike. Malcolm gripped the edge of the console. Owen had worn that jacket the night of the interceptor collapse. Malcolm remembered the left sleeve torn near the cuff. He remembered Owen removing one glove with his teeth while they tried to free the jammed floodgate. The jacket on the screen had the same tear. "Do you recognize it?" Tessa asked. No. The word emerged as a breath. The crawler's audio picked up a soft scraping sound. One of the seated figures was moving. A woman on the right side of the table slowly lifted her head. Her hair clung to her cheeks in wet strands. Her eyes opened, pale and filmed, and fixed directly on the camera. Her lips parted. The console speaker crackled. Then, in a voice muffled as though spoken through deep water, she asked, "Malcolm, did you close the gate again?" The woman's question remained in the tunnel after the console went dark. No one spoke while Tessa rewound the feed. The image returned in broken blocks. Wallpaper, table, gray faces, Owen's jacket. Then the seated woman lifted her head again. "Malcolm, did you close the gate again?" This time, the audio dissolved into static before the final word. One of the maintenance operators crossed himself. The other disconnected the crawler cable without being told. They had barely reached the surface when two black municipal vehicles entered the pump station yard. Deputy Commissioner Harold Venn stepped from the first with three men Malcolm recognized from risk management and one woman whose identification badge displayed no department. Venn viewed the footage once inside the mobile unit. He showed no surprise. "Signal contamination," he said. Tessa stared at him. The camera transmitted live video. It transmitted corrupted spatial data interpreted as video. The residents moved. Compression artifacts. One of them spoke Malcolm's name. Then turned toward Malcolm. "Did you hear your name?" Malcolm felt every person in the vehicle watching him. The audio was unclear. Tessa's expression hardened. The unidentified woman removed the crawler's memory module. A risk management officer collected the tablets, portable drives, descent logs, and even the handwritten measurements Malcolm had recorded before entering the tunnel. "What about the chamber?" Tessa asked. "Forgotten utility space." Venn said, "Carrick has thousands. With a dining room, debris can arrange itself suggestively. With people sitting around a table, Venn closed the equipment case. No bodies were observed." Malcolm looked at him. The statement was too carefully phrased. By evening, the fourth branch had disappeared from the active survey map. The work order beneath Kiln Street was suspended due to unstable masonry, and both maintenance operators were reassigned. Malcolm received an instruction not to discuss the incident while an internal review assessed possible equipment malfunction. The city called it pressure management. That phrase followed him through the next 3 days. It appeared in storm control reports, excavation permits, foundation inspections, and water main maintenance notices. Pressure management justified closing streets, delaying construction, and sealing old records. Malcolm began searching the municipal archive. He compared the scanner's surviving environmental readings with maintenance databases Tessa had copied before the confiscation. The underground chamber's pressure rose and fell in regular cycles. Each contraction forced air and wastewater outward through surrounding lines. Each expansion drew them back. The pattern extended far beyond the tunnel. When the chamber inhaled, water pressure dropped across North Ward. Faucets coughed air. Boiler gauges trembled. Basement drains pulled downward with enough force to empty their traps. When it exhaled, the district swelled. Road sensors registered fractions of an inch of upward movement. Foundation cracks widened, then closed. Old houses shifted on their footings. Sewer gas escaped through sinks and floor drains, carrying traces of boiled vegetables and furniture polish. Tessa found him in the archive basement, surrounded by printed graphs. "You lied down there," she said. Malcolm kept his eyes on the pressure curves. So did Venn. "I'm not talking about Venn." He said nothing. "The woman knew you. The jacket belonged to Owen Pike. I checked the employment records before they locked me out." Malcolm aligned 2 pages on the table. One showed the chamber's pressure cycle. The other showed displacement data from street-level monitoring stations. The peaks matched. Not approximately, precisely. "Look at this," he said. Tessa did not move. "Tell me about the gate." "There was an accident. I know the report. You know what the city accepted?" Her anger faltered. Malcolm pointed to the graphs. "The entire district moves with that room." A deep metallic sound traveled through the archive walls. Not a bang. A strain. The fluorescent tubes flickered as somewhere beneath them an immense volume of air changed direction. On the street above, car alarms began sounding. Malcolm and Tessa ran upstairs. North Ward had gone still beneath a colorless afternoon sky. Drivers stood beside their vehicles. Shopkeepers filled the sidewalks. From one end of Kiln Street to the other, circular iron covers trembled within their frames. The underground chamber completed its exhalation. Every manhole in North Ward lifted at once. For 3 seconds, every manhole cover hung above the street on a column of foul air. Then the pressure failed. Iron crashed back into iron from one end of North Ward to the other. The sound rolled between the buildings like artillery. People screamed. A delivery cyclist fell beneath a parked van. Brown water leapt from gutters, and several storefront windows flexed inward before settling into their frames. By the time emergency crews arrived, Deputy Commissioner Venn was already calling it a coordinated sewer surge. Malcolm watched him speak to reporters from behind a line of barricades. Venn used phrases such as aging infrastructure, unusual atmospheric conditions, and no continuing public risk. He never looked toward the pump station. Tessa stood beside Malcolm with her arms crossed. They knew this could happen, she said. Malcolm thought of Venn's careful wording in the mobile unit. No bodies were observed. They know what controls it. He replied. That night, Malcolm removed the archived key to North Ward Pump Station from the municipal lockbox. He did not sign it out. Tessa was waiting beside his truck. You weren't planning to tell me. I wasn't planning to take you. That stopped being your decision when the room used your name. They entered through the maintenance hatch after midnight, carrying respirators, cable, chalk, and a pressure monitor Tessa had rebuilt from spare parts. The pumps had been shut down, yet warm air moved steadily through the shaft. The tunnel below had changed. The main line should have curved east after the ladder. Instead, it ran straight for nearly 50 feet before dividing around a brick column and Malcolm had never seen. The ceiling rose, narrowed, then dipped low enough to force them onto their hands and knees. Tessa checked the survey tablet. The map says we're inside solid ground. The map said there were 3 branches. They continued. The walls were warmer than before. Malcolm felt the heat through his gloves. A damp pulse that seemed to gather beneath his palm whenever he steadied himself. Mortar compressed around the bricks and loosened again. Water slid backward with each inhalation of the passage. He began to count. 12 steps to a rusted brace. 7 to a bend. 9 to the low ceiling. The same numbers he had counted during his first descent. But the landmarks arrived in the wrong order. At the 4th junction, their return cable dragged sharply to the left. Malcolm turned and found it disappearing into a wall that had not been there moments earlier. Tessa pulled once. The cable did not move. Malcolm, I see it. Behind them, brickwork had closed across the passage without sound. His lungs tightened. The tunnel became the river interceptor again, black water rising. Owen's leg pinned under steel. The emergency ladder shining beyond the floodgate. Malcolm heard his own younger voice promising to return with help. He pressed both hands against the warm wall. It expanded beneath him for one terrible instant. The bricks yielded like tissue over ribs. Tessa seized his shoulder. Stay with me. Malcolm forced air into his chest. We find another route. There may not be one. There is always a route. It was the lie on which his entire profession depended. They followed the pressure monitor toward the deepest drop in the system. The tunnel bent downward through brick older than any municipal plans, then widened into an interceptor large enough to stand in. Malcolm stopped. A white chalk line marked the wall at shoulder height. Below it was a crooked arrow and the letters M. R. He had drawn them during Owen's accident to mark the way back to the access shaft. The original interceptor lay beneath the Allegheny freight corridor, more than 4 miles away. Tessa touched the chalk without smearing it. How old is this? 17 years. It looks fresh. Malcolm remembered drawing the arrow while Owen worked on the jammed gate. He remembered the chalk breaking between his fingers. He remembered leaving half of it on the ledge before the brace collapsed. A fragment of white chalk now rested beneath the mark. Beside it, the wall glistened. A human handprint had been pressed into the damp film, fresh enough that thin streams still ran from the palm. The print had only 3 full fingers. Owen Pike had lost the other 2 in a mill accident before Malcolm ever met him. The handprint ended where the wall began to pulse. Malcolm held his lamp close. 3 complete fingers. A shortened index. And the blunt absence of a little finger. Owen's hand. There could be no mistake. Tessa stepped back from it. Someone wants us to follow. No, Malcolm said. Someone expects us to do a. The chalk arrow pointed toward a side passage half hidden behind a curtain of black roots. They pushed through and found a descending corridor lined with old ceramic conduit. The air changed as they went lower. Sewage gave way to the smell of damp plaster. Coal smoke. Boiled cabbage. And dust warmed by human bodies. At the bottom stood another steel plate. This one was larger than the first and fitted into a brick arch. 4 locking bars crossed its face. None had handles on their side. Malcolm examined the frame. It was meant to be opened from beyond. Tessa aimed her light at the floor. Orange survey tape protruded from beneath the plate. Malcolm pulled it free. The ribbon was wet. Though the floor around it was dry, he recognized the torn edge from the strip he had removed during his first descent. Something had carried it through the sealed system and placed it there. The wall inhaled. The plate drew inward with a groan. Malcolm wedged a pry bar into the seam before it could settle. Tessa added her weight. Rust broke loose in red flakes. Warm air escaped around their gloves, carrying a faint murmur of cutlery and voices. They forced the opening wide enough to pass. Beyond it, the tunnel ended at a street. Malcolm stood on cracked pavement beneath a brick ceiling lost in darkness. Rows of narrow houses faced one another across the buried road. Their windows remained glazed. Curtains hung behind the glass. Iron railings enclosed shallow front steps, and signs above dark shop fronts advertised a grocer, a cobbler, and a bakery whose painted loaf had not yet completely peeled away. Black water filled the gutters but left the center of the street clear. Tessa whispered. This was a neighborhood. It extended farther than their lights could reach. A tram rail ran down the middle, disappearing beneath silt. Lampposts leaned over the pavement, their glass globes filmed with moisture. In an upstairs window, Malcolm saw the outline of a woman standing behind lace curtains. When he raised his light, the room was empty. They passed open doors, Inside one house, a parlor remained arranged around a cold fireplace. Family photographs covered the mantel. In another, children's shoes waited in a row beneath a coat rack. A dining table had been set with 7 plates, each holding a compact mound of gray residue. The houses expanded and contracted together. Window frames tightened. Floorboards complained. Curtains lifted without wind. The entire block drew breath through cracks in its walls, then released it through chimneys that opened into solid earth. At the next intersection, a faded sign read, Carrick Public Health Station. The front doors stood ajar. Inside, tiled corridors, divided rooms containing rusted examination tables, medicine cabinets, and iron cots. Notices remained pinned to the walls beneath a brown skin of mold. Do not remove persons from the controlled district. Report coughing households by street and number. Malcolm entered a ward where 6 narrow doors faced a central desk. Each door had a small observation window and a heavy steel bolt mounted on the corridor side. Tessa touched one of the bolts. These aren't treatment rooms. Scratches covered the wood inside the nearest door. Some formed names. Others were only vertical marks, packed so closely that the surface had become furred with splinters. At the end of the ward, a records office had been sealed with wax and municipal string. Malcolm broke it. Shelves leaned beneath ledgers swollen by damp. He opened the newest volume on a desk and found columns for addresses. Household members. Respiratory rate. Structural response. And pressure contribution. The final entries had been updated in modern ink. Tessa leaned over his shoulder. There was no column marked deceased. Beside every resident's name, under municipal status, the same designation appeared: active pressure asset. The words active pressure asset appeared beside infants, laborers, widows, and entire families. Malcolm turned pages until the paper began to tear beneath his thumb. The earliest entries were written during the Carrick fever outbreak of 1911. Streets had been classified by infection rate, then sealed district by district. Official notices described relocation and sanitation. The private ledgers used different language. Containment completed. Surface access removed. Respiratory activity retained. Tessa lifted another volume from the shelf. There are thousands. Names filled block after block. Kiln Street, Mercer Row, Saint-Abel Court, Garrison Lane. Each household carried measurements for breath frequency, moisture output, structural expansion, and pressure yield. The city had converted illness into infrastructure. A memorandum pinned inside the back cover explained why. After the quarantine district was buried, engineers expected the sealed cavities to collapse. Instead, the ground beneath Carrick began to move in steady cycles. Floodwater drained during inhalation. Sewer gas dispersed during exhalation. Mine pressure stabilized. Foundations that had cracked for decades settled into place. The buried residents had not died. Something in the darkness had joined their lungs. Later documents described the discovery without wonder or horror. The writers called it passive civic regulation. New sewers were routed through the district to exploit its pressure changes. Pumps were designed to supplement the breathing when it weakened. Entire neighborhoods above were constructed within the safest expansion zones. The city wasn't built over them, Tessa said. Malcolm looked at the diagrams spreading across the desk. The oldest lines radiated from the buried block like bronchi. It was built from them. A sound came from the next room. 3 taps. A pause. 2. Malcolm followed it into a records chamber where wax cylinders, magnetic reels, and municipal cassettes filled metal cabinets. Labels documented collapses, pressure failures, and unauthorized contact events. One cassette lay on the floor. Its plastic casing was streaked with fresh moisture. A strip of orange survey tape had been tied through one spool. Tessa found an old recorder in the cabinet. Its power cord had rotted away. But when Malcolm inserted the cassette, the machine clicked on. Static filled the room. Then Owen Pike began to breathe through the speaker. "Interceptor Team 2, he said weakly. "Brace failure below the freight corridor." Reed went for the ladder. "My leg is pinned." Malcolm closed his eyes. The recording preserved every sound he had spent 17 years rearranging: rushing water, strained metal, Owen's radio scraping across brick. Then Malcolm's younger voice spoke from farther away. "I'll bring help." Owen coughed. "The manual release. Mal. Open it before you go." The tape hissed. "Malcolm, don't close the gate." Tessa looked at him. But Malcolm could not turn toward her. On the recording, warning bells began ringing. Water struck the walls harder. Owen shouted Malcolm's name once. Then again, a steel mechanism slammed shut. The flood became muffled. Owen remained alive on the wrong side. "Open it," he pleaded. "I can still breathe." "Malcolm, I can still breathe." The official rescue report stated that communications ended with the secondary collapse. Malcolm had testified that Owen was unresponsive before he sealed the line. The cassette proved otherwise. Owen begged for nearly 11 minutes. His voice weakened. The tapping began when speech failed. 3 strikes. A pause. Then 2. At last, even the tapping stopped. Malcolm waited for silence. Instead, another sound entered the recording. A long inhalation moved through the interceptor, deep enough to distort the tape. Water reversed direction. Brick groaned. Owen gasped, as though air had been forced back into his lungs. When he spoke again, his voice carried several voices beneath it. "The gate is not a gate," he whispered. "It is a mouth." Tessa leaned closer to the recorder. The date stamp placed the next section 3 days after Owen's presumed death. He described darkness opening into streets. He described houses beneath Carrick and people seated at tables, breathing through walls. Then he began describing things that had not yet happened. A hospital excavation above Kiln Street, a survey scanner passing through a steel plate, an orange ribbon drawn into the brick, Malcolm's descent with a woman carrying a rebuilt pressure monitor. The tape slowed, and Owen spoke Malcolm's name with terrible tenderness. "You will find the ledger first," he said. "Then you will listen to this." Behind the words, the buried block inhaled. "And when the light reaches this room, Malcolm, you will already be standing beside me." Malcolm turned toward the darkness beside him. At first, there was only the records room wall, damp tile, filing cabinets, mold spreading in black fans. Then the surface drew inward with the buried block's breath. A human outline emerged beneath the plaster. Shoulders, a tilted head, one arm hanging lower than the other. The wall exhaled, and Owen Pike stepped through it. He wore the municipal jacket from the dining room. Water streamed from the torn cuff without reaching the floor. His left leg bent where the steel brace had crushed it. Yet he stood without placing weight on either foot. 2 fingers were missing from his raised hand. Malcolm could not speak. Owen looked older than he had on the night of the collapse. Not decayed. Used. Fine lines divided his face like cracks in drying clay. And something moved beneath his skin with the same slow rhythm as the walls. "You left me breathing," Owen said. The voices beneath his own repeated the sentence from surrounding rooms. Breathing, breathing, breathing. Tessa reached for Malcolm's arm. The recorder continued turning behind them, though the cassette had reached its end. "I thought you died," Malcolm said. "You needed me to." Owen placed his 3-fingered hand against the wall. The plaster became translucent. Beyond it, Malcolm saw no soil. He saw bodies. They lay packed through the foundations in layers too deep to count. Ribs had widened into brick arches. Spines curved into drainage channels. Veins glistened within clay pipes. Where human mouths should have been, smaller tunnels opened and closed, drawing wastewater inward and forcing gas toward the surface. The modern sewer map spread through them like a nervous system. New concrete interceptors joined older bone-white conduits. Pump cables entered bundles of blackened nerves. Storm drains branched from throats. Every repair the city had made was attached to something that had once possessed a name. "It grew," Tessa whispered. Owen nodded. "The first engineers thought they were building around us. Then the pipes changed direction when no one watched. Walls opened where pressure was needed. Tunnels closed where the city wanted to forget." Malcolm remembered routes that contradicted old plans. Chambers appearing beneath buildings newer than the lines serving them. Pipes repaired in places no crew could remember. Excavating, the system surveyed the surface, Owen said, and made itself useful. The buried residents had learned Carrick through vibration, footsteps, traffic, foundations settling, water running through domestic pipes. They felt every new building as weight added to their bodies. Every flushing toilet entered them. Every storm passed through their altered lungs. The city had not contained the buried district. It had trained it. Tessa opened another ledger. Later entries listed occupational categories rather than addresses: engineer, physician, inspector, surveyor. Each name was followed by a term of service. Every generation, Owen said. Someone comes below and gives the suffering a better name. Malcolm read phrases repeated across decades. Residual organic expansion. Passive pressure response. Adaptive waste architecture. No document used the words imprisoned, conscious, or alive. The surveyor measures us. Owen continued. The engineer makes the measurement useful. The commissioner makes it lawful. Then the city forgets what the numbers mean. You brought me here for revenge, Malcolm said. The buried people around them released a soft, uneven sigh. Owen's expression held neither anger nor mercy. I brought you because you already knew how to do the work. The records room door opened by itself. Beyond it, the public health corridor had changed. Its quarantine doors were gone, replaced by an arched passage lined with fresh municipal concrete. Electric cables ran along the ceiling. New steel handrails gleamed beneath Malcolm's lamp. The corridor sloped downward. Orange survey ribbons marked the route at regular intervals. His ribbons. Malcolm followed them past pressure gauges, already labeled with his employee number. The final passage narrowed until Tessa had to turn sideways. Malcolm's shoulders nearly touched both walls. At its end waited a white chamber. It was new, dry, and warm. A molded seat occupied the center, surrounded by sensor leads, respiratory tubes, and steel restraints. The backrest curved to accommodate Malcolm's spine. One brace left room for an old injury in his right shoulder. Finger channels matched the exact span of his hands. Above the seat, a polished municipal plaque had already been fixed to the wall. Malcolm Reed, Senior Pressure Regulator. The chamber inhaled. The restraints opened. Only then did Malcolm understand that the city had not merely predicted his arrival. It had been growing a place shaped precisely for him. The restraints remained open, waiting for Malcolm to sit. Beyond the white chamber, the buried district breathed through every wall. Each inhalation pulled at his clothes. Each exhalation warmed the back of his neck. Owen stood at the entrance. "If you take the seat," he said, "the pressure will stabilize." "For how long?" "Until you no longer remember why you came." Tessa examined the gauges surrounding the chair. One measured respiratory output. Another displayed projected surface displacement. A third showed a map of Carrick divided into green pressure zones. Most of the city was still green. North Ward pulsed amber. At the bottom of the display, two commands waited. Regulator engagement. Central relief. Tessa touched the second option. A warning filled the screen. Opening the central relief gate would equalize the buried district with the surface network. Predicted consequences included sewer reversal, foundation movement, gas release, widespread flooding, and structural failure. Projected fatalities could not be calculated. Malcolm looked at the first command. Regulator engagement required only one occupant. His pulse would replace the weakening rhythm beneath Kiln Street. The city would remain stable. The quarantined residents would continue breathing through brick and sewage. Officials would alter the reports. Tessa would be discredited or silenced. Above ground, Carrick would wake the following morning to minor road closures and another announcement about aging infrastructure. No one would know what had been preserved. No one would know what it cost. "This is not a choice," Tessa said. "It's coercion. All infrastructure is coercion." Owen replied. "The question is, who bears it?" A low tremor passed through the chamber. Dust fell from the ceiling. On the map, another district changed from green to amber. Malcolm imagined apartment buildings leaning into one another, gas lines tearing beneath kitchens, children sleeping above rooms that opened into buried streets. He also imagined Owen beneath the interceptor gate, alive in the dark, asking him to return. Malcolm had called closing that gate procedure. He had spent 17 years treating the word procedure as if it could separate an action from the person who chose it. "Can the relief gate expose the district?" he asked. Tessa studied the system diagram. If it opens fully, pressure will force air, water, and whatever is in those chambers through every connected line. Sensors will register it. Cameras might capture it, but the city could come apart. Could you send the records before that happens? Her eyes moved to the ledgers, the cassette, and the maintenance tablet clipped to her belt. If we can reach a surface relay. Owen raised his damaged hand toward the wall. The concrete softened, revealing cables embedded inside living tissue. The system is the relay, he said. Tessa connected her tablet to an exposed municipal line. At first, the device showed no network. Then names began appearing. Emergency dispatch, water authority, local hospitals, news stations, state regulators, private addresses from city personnel files. The buried district had been listening to Carrick for more than a century. Now it opened every channel at once. Tessa photographed the quarantine orders, pressure ledgers, engineering memoranda, and Owen's cassette labels. She uploaded the crawler footage and Malcolm's original survey scan. Malcolm added a recorded statement. He gave his name. He described Owen's injury. He admitted that Owen had been conscious when the floodgate closed. He did not say he had been forced to leave. When the transmission began, the chamber filled with the sound of thousands of outgoing signals. Phones rang above them. Emergency printers activated. Newsroom servers received files marked with municipal seals. The evidence spread too widely to confiscate. The map turned red. The regulator restraints snapped shut around empty air. A steel wheel emerged from the wall beside the chair. Beneath it, stamped into the metal, were the words Central Relief Gate. Malcolm wrapped both hands around it. Owen watched him. If you open it, he said, you may not reach the surface. Malcolm thought of the ladder he had climbed alone. This time, he said, I'm not closing anything behind me. He turned the wheel. At first, the mechanism resisted. Then countless hands seemed to press with his from inside the walls. The gate released. Every pipe beneath Carrick opened toward the buried district. The houses below Kiln Street expanded. Brick ribs separated. Water reversed through the sewers with a roar that shook the chamber apart. Far above them, the city rose several inches from its foundations. Windows flexed outward. Trees bent away from empty streets. Across Carrick, sleeping people woke with the same sudden pressure in their ears. Then the buried thousands drew air without pumps, valves, regulators, or permission. Carrick began taking its first unrestricted breath in more than a century. The first unrestricted breath broke the white chamber apart. Concrete split along lines that resembled ribs. Sensor cables tore from the walls and whipped through the air. The pressure wave threw Malcolm against the open regulator chair. But Owen caught his coat with 3 fingers and held him upright. Go, Owen said. What about you? Owen looked toward the corridor, where the voices of the buried residents had become a continuous exhalation. I already climbed out once. The meaning reached Malcolm too late. Owen released him. Tessa pulled Malcolm through the collapsing passage as water surged around their knees. The carefully poured municipal corridor softened beneath their hands. Concrete giving way to warm, fibrous material. Behind them, the regulator chamber folded inward and disappeared. They followed the orange survey ribbons. The route no longer resembled the one they had entered. Doorways opened into kitchens. Sewer arches narrowed into hallways papered with blue flowers. Through one room, Malcolm saw 6 residents rising from a dining table in perfect silence. Their chairs scraped backward together. None of them followed. At the buried street, every house had begun to move. Windows opened and closed like eyelids. Chimneys drew air from the earth. Front steps lifted beneath carpets of black water. Figures stood behind curtains, no longer seated. Their faces turned upward toward the weight of Carrick. The steel plate at the end of the block had torn free. Beyond it, a new tunnel sloped sharply upward. Malcolm and Tessa climbed. The passage contracted around them in steady waves. Each time it narrowed. Malcolm's shoulders touched the walls. His lungs demanded that he turn back. But there was no gate left to close. No one behind him. He could exchange for air. He kept one hand on Tessa's boot whenever the darkness swallowed her. They reached the pump station shaft as the ladder pulled partly free from the brick. Malcolm made Tessa climb first. She stopped halfway and looked down. Come on. The tunnel inhaled. Water withdrew around Malcolm's ankles, then rushed toward the buried district. For a moment he heard Owen tapping somewhere far below. 3. A pause. 2. Malcolm climbed. He emerged into a city that no longer rested on the ground. North Ward rose and fell in long. His visible cycles. Pavement arched between intersections. Parked cars tilted as the streets swelled beneath them, then settled when the breath passed. Buildings leaned outward and straightened again. Window glass pulsed in its frames. People filled the sidewalks in sleepwear. Work uniforms, hospital gowns, and coats thrown over bare shoulders. Some were screaming, others stood perfectly still. One hand pressed to the nearest wall. They could feel the breathing inside it. Every phone in the street rang at once. The records Tessa transmitted had already spread beyond municipal control. News channels displayed the crawler footage. State agencies received the quarantine ledgers. Owen's recording played across emergency frequencies, his plea repeating through police radios and ambulance speakers. Deputy Commissioner Venn appeared on a public broadcast denying that the documents were authentic. Behind him, the wall of the press room expanded. A crack opened from floor to ceiling. Human breath fogged the gap from within. By morning, sections of Kiln Street had risen nearly a foot. Sinkholes opened without collapsing, revealing wall-papered rooms beneath the asphalt. Rescue teams lowered cameras into one cavity and found a nursery with 4 iron cribs, each occupied by a figure whose chest still moved. No authority would declare the buried residents alive. No physician would declare them dead. The pressure cycles became irregular. At times, the city breathed slowly enough to seem asleep. Then a rapid series of shallow inhalations shook chimneys loose and burst water mains across 3 districts. Some experts called it terminal failure. Others called it awakening. Malcolm said nothing. He sat on the curb outside North Ward Pump Station while Tessa gave investigators copies of everything. Beneath his boots, the pavement warmed. A faint pressure gathered below, as though something enormous had placed its mouth against the underside of the city. Malcolm looked across Carrick. Thousands of people stood listening to their floors. The city inhaled. in houses miles apart. Dining chairs dragged across rooms with no one touching them. Cupboards opened. Beds shifted from walls. Families gathered in hallways, hearing furniture arranged beneath their foundations by unseen hands. Then, from under every street in Carrick, came the sound of tables being set. Carrick survived by burying suffering, renaming it, and allowing future generations to benefit from a crime they no longer had to see. Malcolm's final choice does not guarantee justice or safety. It only ends the controlled silence. The buried residents may be returning, or the city may simply be discovering that nothing kept beneath it was ever truly gone. Perhaps the deepest horror is not that Carrick was built upon living bodies, but that its ordinary life depended on everyone accepting pressure without asking who was forced to carry it. What would you risk to uncover a truth supporting everything you love? Story 4. The first sign of trouble was a key that belonged to no door. It lay in the center of Eleanor Shaw's silver service tray among a dozen ordinary cabin keys, each tagged with a deck number and room assignment in the Aurelian Crown's discreet Navy type. The ship had been at sea for 3 days, pushing west through a North Atlantic evening so pale and cold that the horizon seemed scraped from steel. Outside the purser's office, string music drifted from the atrium, softened by carpet, glass, and the pressure of the engines. Eleanor noticed the key because it was old. The Aurelian Crown used matte black access cards, not brass. Yet the thing on her tray was heavy, ridged, and green at the edges with corrosion. Its oval tag bore 2 words engraved deeply enough to hold darkness. Cabin -1. She lifted it with a folded handkerchief. Who brought this in? Her assistant, Felix Kessler, looked up from the passenger incident log. He was 28, careful, and still young enough to believe every problem could be solved by finding the correct department. Brought what in? Eleanor placed the key on the desk between them. For a moment, Felix did not speak. Then he smiled in the nervous way junior staff smiled when they feared management was testing them. That isn't ours. I'm aware of that. Perhaps one of the heritage displays? The Maritime Gallery uses replicas. This is salt-eaten. Felix leaned closer. A droplet of water stood inside the engraved letter O. Trembling with the motion of the ship, Eleanor wiped it away. She had spent 19 years at sea, learning that disorder became dangerous only after passengers were permitted to see it. A broken wine glass was not an incident until someone photographed it. A staff injury was not a crisis until it delayed dinner service. A frightened child was not missing if found before the parents reached reception. On the Crown, calm was not a feeling. It was a product. She opened the digital cabin registry. The ship began at Deck 1, where storage, crew access, and medical facilities occupied the lowest legal interior spaces. Below that were engine rooms, tanks, machinery, and voids not meant to resemble accommodation. She typed -1. A record appeared. Cabin -1. Occupancy 1. Guest status. Awaiting assignment. Eleanor stared at the screen until the letters blurred with reflected chandelier light. Felix's chair creaked. That has to be a software artifact. Remove it. He tried. The entry disappeared. then returned before he could close the page. This time, the occupancy field had changed. Guest status, key issued. From the atrium came the chime announcing the captain's reception. Eleanor could picture the guests turning toward the grand staircase, lifting champagne, admiring the white sweep of uniforms and brass. The ship would shine for them. It always did. She slipped the old key into her desk drawer and locked it. Say nothing, she told Felix. He nodded too quickly. At 9:30 that evening, a woman from the Imperial Suite arrived barefoot at the purser's desk. Her name was Beatrice Wren, widow of a shipping insurer, known to the crew for returning bath towels if the hems were not aligned. Now her silver hair hung wet against her cheeks. Seawater darkened the lower half of her evening gown, though the sea was 6 decks below the nearest passenger promenade. I need to know, she said, why your staff sent me there. Eleanor stepped around the desk. Sent you where? Mrs. and Wren, the woman opened her hand. The brass key lay in her palm. Eleanor felt the locked drawer behind her without turning. Beatrice's fingers were wrinkled from immersion. Beneath her nails was black grit, like soot from an old furnace. I was given this at dinner, she whispered. A steward said my husband was waiting in cabin -1. Your husband died 12 years ago. Yes. Beatrice looked past Eleanor toward the corridor, listening to something beneath the music, but he remembered the crossing differently. Eleanor guided her into the private office before another guest could notice. She called medical, ordered towels, and asked Felix to bring the incident ledger. Every movement was precise. Every instruction was calm. Then she unlocked her desk drawer. It was empty. Only a shallow pool of seawater remained inside. And at the bottom, written in black grit, was a passenger name. Eleanor had spent 11 months keeping out of every official report. Elias Voss. The name remained at the bottom of the drawer even after Eleanor poured the water into a waste bin and wiped the wood dry. Elias Voss. Felix stood in the doorway with a stack of towels pressed to his chest. Behind him, 2 medical attendants guided Beatrice Wren away beneath a wool blanket, her wet evening gown leaving a dark trail across the cream carpet. Did she say how she got below? He asked. There is no below. Eleanor closed the drawer. By breakfast, the atrium gleamed as if nothing had happened. A harpist played beneath the glass staircase. Fresh orchids replaced those that had browned overnight. Crew members moved through the dining rooms in white jackets, smiling at passengers who complained about coffee temperature and Atlantic fog. Eleanor supervised from the mezzanine, correcting a crooked place card with one finger. The ship's elegance depended upon thousands of small corrections no passenger was meant to notice. A stain removed before anyone sat down. A seasick child escorted through a service corridor. A kitchen porter with a swollen wrist reassigned where guests would not see him wince. Discretion was not cruelty. Eleanor often told new staff. It was mercy applied efficiently. At 11 that morning, she received a message from corporate headquarters confirming that Martin Halloway, director of guest operations, would join the vessel by launch during its scheduled stop-off St. John's. Halloway's evaluation would determine who received the newly created post of Regional Hospitality Director. Eleanor had wanted the position for 6 years. It meant an office ashore, authority over 5 ships, and an annual salary large enough that she would never again calculate the cost of heat before turning on a radiator. It meant her mother's narrow rented rooms in Leeds would finally become irrelevant. It meant never again being the girl who wore the same blazer through 3 school winters and pretended not to feel cold. She read the message twice, then deleted the incident report Felix had drafted concerning Mrs. Wren. Medical confusion, she said. No environmental hazard. No unauthorized access. No reference to the key. Felix hesitated, but the water came from somewhere ordinary. And the cabin entry will be removed before Mr. Holloway arrives. He looked toward the locked drawer. Eleanor recognized that look. It was the same expression Elias had worn 11 months earlier in the ballroom of the Majestic Vale. The charity voyage had carried politicians, donors, and 3 members of the royal household. During the final reception, Elias had slipped while carrying a tray of champagne. He had caught himself against a service trolley, but the metal edge split his thigh beneath the uniform. Blood soaked through his trousers. Eleanor had found him in the pantry, gripping the counter, his face gray with pain. "I need medical," he had said. "You need to finish the reception. I can't feel my foot." She remembered checking the ballroom doors. Applause had begun inside. If an ambulance meets us at the quay, every press photographer will see it. Keep pressure on the wound. 20 minutes. He had obeyed. That was the part she returned to whenever guilt tried to change the shape of the memory. Elias had obeyed. He had nodded. He had picked up another tray. He collapsed in a linen corridor after the guests had gone. The company recorded the death as an off-duty medical emergency. His name appeared in no passenger-facing statement, no memorial announcement, and no official voyage review. Eleanor had signed the revised report because Holloway himself had told her that public grief could become reputational damage. At noon, she went below to the crew dining room. Elias's old chair stood near the bulkhead, occupied by a newly hired steward who ate soup while watching football on his phone. Eleanor disliked seeing him there, not because the chair belonged to Elias, she told herself, but because assigned seating prevented confusion. She returned to her office and opened the registry. Cabin -1 no longer appeared in the search results. For several seconds, relief loosened something behind her ribs. Then the printer beside her desk started by itself. A single sheet emerged. Passenger manifest current voyage. Vos. Alias. Status. On board. Accommodation. Cabin -1. Boarding method. Internal transfer. At the bottom of the page, beneath the company crest, was a line Eleanor had never seen on any manifest. Purser responsible, Eleanor Shaw. She folded the sheet twice and placed it in the same drawer where Elias's name had appeared in soot. The wood inside was dry now, but when she withdrew her hand, her fingertips smelled of seawater. Felix was standing beside the printer. "Did you request that?" "No." "Should I call information systems?" Eleanor looked at him. "And tell them what?" He had no answer. Before she could decide whether to destroy the page, the telephone rang. Medical reported that Beatrice Wren had disappeared from the observation suite. The widow was found 20 minutes later on the forward promenade of Deck 8. She lay beneath a lifeboat in her hospital gown. curled around herself against the wind. The deck was closed because of rough weather. Both access doors had remained locked, and the exterior cameras showed no one entering. When Eleanor arrived, Beatrice was awake. Her lips were blue. Her bare feet were blistered and gray with grime, as though she had walked across wet coal. One of the medical attendants tried to wrap her in a thermal blanket, but she pushed it away. "There were too many of us," she said. Eleanor crouched beside her. "Who?" "In steerage." The word came out through chattering teeth. Beatrice described a voyage lasting 19 days. She remembered sleeping upright against a riveted wall while children coughed beneath benches. She remembered women tying cloth around the mouths of the dead before sailors carried them upward at night. She remembered the smell of boiled grain, vomit, lamp oil, and bodies that had not been washed since departure. None of it belonged to her life. Beatrice had crossed the Atlantic many times, but always in suites with private balconies and linen menus. She had never traveled in steerage. She had never been aboard an immigrant vessel. Yet she named details with the exhausted certainty of memory. The water came through the plates. She whispered. They said we had to keep our luggage above our heads. We kept asking for the passenger list. But the purser said names were unnecessary until we reached port. Eleanor felt the wind moving through the seams of her uniform. What was the ship called? Beatrice shut her eyes. "I don't know. They took the name away." She began to cry, not delicately, but with a raw, bewildered grief of someone mourning a life she had never lived. The deck officer ordered her taken inside. As the attendants lifted her, Beatrice caught Eleanor's sleeve. "You were there," she said. Eleanor freed herself. By late afternoon, corporate security had sealed the promenade footage. Eleanor spent an hour drafting an explanation involving medication, sleepwalking, and a defective door sensor. She removed the words steerage and dead passengers from the report. At dinner, the captain hosted a tasting menu in the glass observation room. Eleanor inspected every table before service. Crystal aligned, candles steady, white gloves, spotless. A junior steward approached her during the second course. "Mrs. Shaw." "Mr. Bellamy says you gave him the wrong key." Arthur Bellamy occupied a penthouse suite and had spent the first 2 days complaining that the sea view was obstructed by sea spray. He now stood near the entrance, holding an antique brass key between 2 fingers. "Cabin -1. I did not give you that," Eleanor said. Bellamy laughed, uncertainly. "You came to my table 10 minutes ago. I have been in this room for less than 3. You leaned down and said there had been a change to my accommodation. Several guests were listening." Eleanor smiled. "A misunderstanding." "Sir, allow me." Bellamy surrendered the key. But his expression changed as she touched it. "You were wearing gloves before," he said. Eleanor looked at her bare hands. That night, she reviewed the dining room security recording with Felix. The footage showed Eleanor entering at 8:15, crossing between the tables, and placing the brass key beside Bellamy's wineglass. The woman on the screen wore Eleanor's uniform. Eleanor's hair, and immaculate white service gloves. Bellamy looked up at her. The recorded Eleanor bent close and whispered something that the camera did not capture. Then she walked out through the staff door. Felix checked the timestamp twice. At 8:15, Eleanor had been alone in her locked office, writing Beatrice Wren's medical report. She remembered it clearly. She also remembered hearing someone outside the office at that exact moment, testing the handle with a wet, gloved hand. The wet handprint remained on the outside of Eleanor's office door until morning. She ordered it cleaned before breakfast and watched a steward polish the brass handle until nothing remained but his reflection. By then, Arthur Bellamy had vanished from his penthouse suite. His bed had not been slept in. His shoes were aligned beneath the wardrobe, and his dinner jacket hung from a chair. The balcony door was locked from inside. Only the antique key was missing. Eleanor directed security to search without announcing a missing passenger. She described Bellamy as temporarily unaccounted for and instructed staff to tell his companions that he was resting. Felix waited until they were alone. "You saw the recording. I saw corrupted footage. It had your face, which is why it was created. By whom? Someone with access to the security network." She believed that explanation while speaking. The ship contained thousands of passengers and crew. Miles of restricted corridors, and enough technicians to turn a system error into a private joke. Beatrice Wren had been medicated. Bellamy enjoyed attention. The key could have come from a display cabinet. The manifest could have been altered. Each fact had an ordinary shape when examined separately. The problem was the water. Bellamy was discovered shortly before noon in a locked linen room on Deck 3. He stood ankle-deep in seawater. Though the room had no exposed pipes and every folded sheet remained dry. When the door opened, he began shouting in a language no one recognized. A kitchen porter identified several words as Old Polish. Bellamy spoke of a ship called the Helena, a winter crossing, and a fever that had emptied entire rows of bunks. He remembered his mother pressing a spoon against his lips and sailors asking the sick to surrender their papers before being carried above. Bellamy's mother had been born in Surrey. He did not speak Polish. After medical sedated him, Eleanor questioned him privately. Black grit lined the creases around his eyes. "What happened after you received the key?" "There was a corridor." "Where?" "Below the lowest deck. That is machinery space." "No, it was passenger space. Old passenger space." He described riveted walls, dim lamps behind cages, and seawater reaching halfway up the doors. People stood along both sides in clothing from different periods: wool caps, patched suits, shawls, military coats, hospital tags. They were waiting to be counted. He said, "For what?" "For the purser." Bellamy remembered a uniformed official seated behind a narrow desk. The man's face changed whenever he tried to focus on it. Sometimes elderly, sometimes young. "Once," Bellamy said. The purser had Eleanor's face. People brought him the dead and asked that their names be recorded. The purser refused. Why? He said there was no space on the manifester. Eleanor dismissed Bellamy's account as a stress reaction influenced by details overheard from Beatrice. That explanation failed before dinner. When a third passenger was found asleep beside the swimming pool clutching the same brass key. Dr. Samuel Ives, a retired botanist from Boston, remembered traveling from Bombay in 1897 aboard a vessel called the Marrowgate. He spoke several sentences in Gujarati despite never having learned it. His corridor had contained oil lamps rather than electric fixtures. But the seawater, waiting passengers, and changing purser were identical. By evening, Beatrice, Bellamy, and Ives sat in separate medical rooms describing different ships, decades, and languages. None could remember the name of a single dead passenger. They gave me the names. Beatrice said. Hundreds of them, but every time I tried to repeat one, it went out of my mouth. Corporate headquarters ordered Eleanor to isolate all 3 accounts and prepare a technical explanation before Holloway boarded. She requested a full inspection of the lower decks, intending to prove that no corridor existed. Chief Structural Engineer Malcolm Reed met her inside the Deck 1 service bay. His tablet displayed the ship's internal density scan. There is interference below us, he said. From the ballast tanks, that is what I thought. He enlarged the image. Beneath Deck 1, where the plans showed a continuous mass of reinforcement steel, a long rectangular void extended through the hull. Smaller voids opened from it at regular intervals, each the size of a cabin. Blue shading filled the passage. Malcolm looked at Eleanor. According to this, there is a flooded passenger corridor under the waterline. On the screen, one of its doors slowly opened. The door on Malcolm Reed's scan opened only once. A moment later, the image dissolved into static, and the rectangular void beneath Deck 1 collapsed back into an unbroken field of reinforcement steel. Malcolm recalibrated the instrument twice. Both scans returned normal. It could be reflection from the ballast tanks. He said, "You told me it was a corridor. I told you what the display showed." Eleanor watched him lock the tablet. He would not meet her eyes. She ordered the scan deleted. By evening, the sea had risen. Wind pressed against the hull in long, deliberate blows, and the Aurelian crown developed a slow roll that made chandeliers tremble. The captain reduced speed. Though the weather report described conditions as moderate, the first complaint came from the royal deck. A passenger reported water beneath her bathroom door. Housekeeping found a thin line of seawater extending across the marble floor from the main cabin entrance. Not from the plumbing. It smelled of rust and old rope. Before they could identify the source, another guest called from 3 doors down. Then another. Water seeped beneath the doors of 6 first-class suites. Always from the corridor side. The carpet outside remained dry. Eleanor moved from cabin to cabin with maintenance staff, offering apologies, upgrades, and complimentary dining packages. She instructed everyone to describe the liquid as condensation. In the final suite, she knelt and touched it. The water was colder than the floor. Black grit clung to her fingertip. A voice sounded from the ceiling speaker. Aniela Kowalska. It was barely louder than breath. The passenger turned from the window. What was that? A technical test. The speaker whispered again. Thomas Reed. Infant. Eleanor stood so quickly that her knee struck the vanity. Across the ship, the announcement system began reciting names, not continuously. One name every few minutes. Spoken in a low, neutral voice beneath music. Weather reports. and dining invitations. Some were English, others were Polish, Irish, Gujarati, German, Arabic, or names Eleanor could not place. Each was followed by an age, a family relation, or an incomplete description. Unknown woman, red shawl, Mateo Ruiz, traveling with 2 daughters, boy without papers. Felix searched the current passenger and crew databases. None of the names appeared. Eleanor ordered the system shut down. The names continued through disconnected speakers. After midnight, she returned to her office to prepare Holloway's arrival file. She locked the door, placed the printed manifest beside her computer, and began rewriting the day's incidents into language corporate would accept. Water ingress became environmental moisture. Unverified voices became audio malfunction. 3 passengers reporting inherited memories became unrelated medication events. She remembered reaching the section concerning cabin -1. Then she was standing in a service stairwell 4 decks below. Her computer was gone. Her shoes were wet. Both hands were covered by white service gloves. Eleanor gripped the railing and tried to reconstruct the missing interval. She remembered the office clock showing a little after midnight. The stairwell clock now showed nearly 1 in the morning. 40 minutes had vanished. In her right hand was a pencil. Its tip had snapped. On the wall beside her, names had been written in tight columns from shoulder height to the floor. Hundreds of them. The handwriting was hers. A sound moved behind the steel panel. Not knocking. Breathing. Eleanor stepped back. Mrs. Shaw. The voice came from inside the wall. Muffled by metal and water. She knew it before it spoke again. 20 minutes. Elias Voss said. Her throat closed. Keep pressure on it. The wall whispered. Finish the reception. Eleanor pulled off the gloves. Their palms were black with furnace soot, and dark water dripped from the cuffs. She ran upstairs. The office remained locked. Inside, the report was still open on her screen. The cursor blinked after a sentence she did not remember typing. No death occurred during service. Felix found her there shortly before dawn. She did not mention the stairwell or Elias's voice. She only asked whether anyone had entered the office. No, he said. But you left this on my desk. He held out an antique brass key. Eleanor looked down at her wrist. A narrow chain had been fastened around it while she was missing. From the chain hung a polished brass tag, warm against her skin. Engraved across its surface were 3 words, "Purser on duty." The brass tag would not come off. Eleanor tried the clasp, then the chain, then the narrow ring fastening it around her wrist. None had a visible hinge. The metal seemed continuous. Warm where it touched her pulse. Felix suggested bolt cutters. Eleanor told him to return to reception. By 7 that morning, the announcement system had stopped reciting names. The first-class corridors were dry again. Passengers emerged for breakfast in pressed clothing, discussing the storm as though the ship had merely entertained them overnight. The Aurelian crown had recovered its appearance. Eleanor had not. She wore a silk scarf around her wrist and went to find Malcolm Reed. The structural engineer was inside the machinery control room, comparing the previous night's scan with the official hull plans. He had not deleted the image as ordered. The void appeared again, he said. On his monitor, The impossible corridor extended beneath deck one. The regular cabin-shaped spaces were clearer now. At its far end stood a larger room. Cabin -1. "How do we reach it?" Eleanor asked. "We don't. There must be access. There is steel beneath that deck. Reinforcement. Ballast housings. And the outer hull. Even if the scan were accurate, the passage would be underwater." Eleanor uncovered the tag around her wrist. Malcolm's face changed. He crossed to a cabinet and removed a yellowed engineering plan. Unlike the current schematics, this one showed a narrow service lift behind the laundry machinery. Its shaft descended beyond deck one into a compartment labeled only as structural reserve. That lift was sealed during construction. He said, "Open it." The doors stood behind 2 industrial dryers and a removable wall panel. Malcolm disconnected the alarm while Eleanor used an emergency key to release the lock. The lift waited on the other side. Its interior was older than the ship. Dark wood covered its walls. A brass lever protruded beside a panel of faded deck numbers. Below the button for deck 1 was a blank ivory circle. Eleanor's wrist tag struck the circle with a soft metallic click. The doors closed. "Mrs. Shaw," Malcolm said from outside. "Do not pull that lever." The lift descended before she touched it. The polished interior began to sweat. Water formed along the seams and ran across the floor around Eleanor's shoes. The engine noise weakened above her, replaced by the groaning of strained metal and something like distant coughing. The descent lasted far longer than the height of the ship allowed. When the doors opened, black seawater entered to Eleanor's knees. Cold seized her legs so sharply that she nearly fell. Beyond the lift stretched a narrow passenger corridor lit by oil lamps behind wire cages. Its walls were riveted iron, painted cream beneath blisters of rust. The place resembled the Aurelian crown, but stripped of glass, music, and polished brass. The ceiling was lower. Pipes ran overhead. Cabin doors leaned in warped frames while water moved through them with the rhythm of breathing. Passengers stood along both walls. An elderly man wore a dark 19th century coat. A woman beside him held an infant wrapped in stained sailcloth. Farther along were children in wool caps. A soldier with one empty sleeve. Women in traveling dresses. Laborers carrying dented cases, and families wearing paper identification tags that had dissolved into pulp. None spoke. Their eyes followed Eleanor. She moved forward, dragging her legs through the water. The passengers separated to let her pass. Some extended documents toward her, torn tickets, baptism records, letters, landing cards. The ink had washed away from every page. A small girl caught Eleanor's sleeve. "Have you opened the list?" she asked. Eleanor pulled free. The girl's face did not change. But hundreds of heads turned toward the far end of the corridor. Cabin -1 stood open. Inside was a purser's office assembled from several eras. A carved desk rested beneath electric cables and oil lamps. Shelves contained swollen ledgers whose pages stirred without wind. Water filled the room to Eleanor's thighs. On the rear wall hung a modern white service jacket. The left side had been cut open from hip to knee. A broad brown stain covered the fabric where Elias Voss had bled through his uniform 11 months earlier. His silver name badge remained pinned above the pocket. Beside it hung hundreds of blank brass passenger tags. They swayed gently against the wall, though the water beneath them was perfectly still. One tag turned over. Fresh letters began engraving themselves into its surface. Eleanor Shaw. Eleanor tore the blank tag from the wall before her name could finish engraving itself. The metal sliced her palm. The unfinished letters darkened beneath her blood, then vanished, leaving the surface smooth around her. The passengers moved for the first time, not toward her, toward Elias's uniform. Hundreds of hands rose above the water, pointing at the stained white jacket. The cabin filled with the whisper of paper dragged across stone. Recorded, the small girl said from the doorway. Eleanor backed into the corridor. The lift remained open at the far end, its wooden interior impossibly dry. She pushed through the silent passengers, clutching the unfinished tag, while documents brushed her sleeves and blank pages pressed against her face. The lift doors closed as something entered the water behind her. During the ascent, a man began coughing inside the wall. Each cough ended with Elias drawing breath. Malcolm was waiting when the doors opened. He dragged Eleanor onto the machinery room floor and stared at the water pouring from her uniform. "What did you see?" "Nothing that exists." She went directly to her office. The printed manifest still lay inside the locked drawer. Elias's entry had changed. Status: transfer complete. Beneath it appeared a corporate reference number. Felix traced the number through the company's internal archive. But the associated file required executive credentials. Eleanor used an access certificate Holloway had once installed on her terminal during the Majestic Vale investigation. A hidden directory opened. Its title was Material Heritage Incidents. The first document concerned the construction of the Aurelian crown, publicly. The company advertised that portions of the hull incorporated recycled maritime steel as part of an environmental initiative. The confidential records identified the source vessels. 7 passenger ships. All had transported immigrants during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. 3 had been abandoned after outbreaks at sea. 2 had burned before reaching port. 1 had been found drifting with its official manifest missing. The last had been dismantled after an unreported collision in which lower-deck passengers were sealed behind watertight doors. The number of dead was listed only as an estimate. Beside each vessel's name appeared the same notation: salvage accepted without complete human inventory. Eleanor opened the next file. It contained reports from earlier company ships built with the same steel. Passengers had described submerged corridors, unknown languages, wet keys, and memories of voyages they had never taken. Crew members heard names through ventilation systems, registers filled with people who had never legally boarded. In every case, the phenomenon intensified until 1 passenger was transferred below. Not a missing person, not an undocumented worker. The instructions required someone whose identity was complete: birth certificate, passport, booking record, medical history, payment trail, photographs, family contacts, a life documented so thoroughly that it could not be denied. Once that passenger entered the lower corridor, the manifestations stopped. Their name remained on the official manifest while the person disappeared. Corporate investigators classified the loss as voluntary disembarkation, a suicide, or accidental death at sea. The documented identity became an anchor. The forgotten dead gathered around it and became quiet. Felix read over Eleanor's shoulder. They fed someone to them. They stabilized the ship. That is not different. Eleanor continued through the files. A final memorandum described the selection process. The company preferred passengers whose deaths would create limited legal exposure, isolated travelers, estranged relatives, elderly guests, or wealthy individuals whose estates could be settled privately. At the bottom was Holloway's authorization signature. A message appeared on Eleanor's screen. Your evaluation has been advanced. Prepare a suitable assignment before arrival. Felix stepped away from the desk. He knows. Eleanor opened the incident chronology for the current voyage. The first abnormal registry entry had not appeared when Beatrice received the key. It had appeared 11 months earlier. The date matched Elias Voss's death aboard the Majestic Vale. A scanned copy of Eleanor's revised report was attached. Her signature appeared beneath the sentence stating that no employee injury had occurred during passenger service. The system had compared the medical record, crew schedule, and official voyage summary. Because the documents contradicted one another, Elias had been classified as present but unrecorded. He had died aboard a company vessel without being acknowledged as someone who died there. A final note had been added automatically. Unrecorded death incorporated into collective cabin memory. Dormant population disturbed by modern addition. Eleanor understood then why the dead had pointed at his uniform. Cabin -1 had slept for decades beneath the ship. By erasing Elias, she had given it a new passenger, and his arrival had awakened everyone already waiting below. The corporate files continued beneath the memorandum. But the language changed. The earliest reports had been written by engineers and insurers. Later documents came from psychologists, maritime lawyers, and something called the Continuity Office. Each attempted to define Cabin -1 without admitting that it existed. Not a compartment, not an architectural feature, not a conventional haunting. The most recent assessment described it as a memory structure carried within reused metal, an accumulation of journeys that had ended without official acknowledgement. Every altered plate, rivet, and beam retained fragments of those who had died against it. When the salvaged steel was joined into a new ship, the fragments joined with it. The corridor was not beneath Deck 1 in any ordinary sense. It was where the ship remembered its passengers. Eleanor scrolled through photographs taken aboard earlier vessels. The images showed nothing more than flooded walls and indistinct figures. Yet the captions identified recurring roles within the phenomenon. The waiting passengers, the newly unrecorded, the anchor, and the purser. Every manifestation eventually appointed someone who had been responsible for controlling official truth aboard the ship. A clerk, a master-at-arms, a passenger registrar, a chief steward, someone who decided which names entered the record and which could be omitted without consequence. The final document contained a sentence underlined twice. The cabin does not select the cruelest person aboard. It selects the person most capable of describing cruelty as procedure. The lights in Eleanor's office went out. Felix reached for his phone, but its screen had filled with water beneath the glass. A low chime sounded through the ceiling speakers. Eleanor Shaw. The announcement system said. Her name passed through the ship in the same quiet voice that had recited the forgotten dead. The office door opened onto the submerged corridor. There was no machinery room, no lift, No descent. One moment the carpet lay beyond the threshold. The next, black water moved across rusted metal beneath rows of oil lamps. The waiting passengers filled the passage. Felix stumbled backward. Eleanor did not. The brass tag around her wrist pulled toward the doorway until the chain cut into her skin. The passengers were no longer silent. They spoke at once, not loudly, but in hundreds of overlapping voices. Different languages rose and collapsed into one another. Names surfaced briefly before dissolving into coughing. Prayers. Addresses. Ports of departure. And descriptions of people who had been carried away without record. The small girl stood at the front. You call them incidents, she said. Eleanor tried to close the door. It would not move. You call them disruptions, said a man with an empty sleeve. You call them medical events, said the woman holding the infant. A figure emerged from cabin -1 wearing Elias Voss's damaged uniform. Its face remained indistinct, blurred as if seen through wet glass. But the voice belonged to him. You said the guests must not be disturbed. Eleanor's mouth dried. I did not kill you. No, Elias said. You only decided when my pain became official. The corridor changed around her. For an instant, it became the ballroom pantry aboard the Majestic Vale. Elias gripped the counter, blood running into his shoe. Eleanor heard herself telling him to finish the reception. Then, the pantry became a steerage deck. Sick passengers lay shoulder to shoulder while a uniformed purser refused to add the dead to a ledger because acknowledging them would delay arrival. The uniform changed. The language changed. The sentence did not. There is no need to alarm the passengers. The vision released her. Eleanor stood at the office threshold with seawater soaking the carpet around her shoes. The small girl held out a ledger. Its pages were blank except for Elias's name. Write the others, she said. I don't know them. You chose not to know. Hundreds of empty passenger tags began striking the cabin wall. Their metallic clatter spread through the ship, rattling beneath floors and behind polished panels. Felix stared at Eleanor. What do they want? She already knew. The corporate files had called it stabilization. The dead called it replacement. They did not want an apology. They did not want the truth exposed. Memory alone could not restore the names stripped from them. They wanted the weight of one identity that the living world would be forced to recognize. A brass key rose from the water and settled into Eleanor's hand. Its tag no longer read cabin -1. It read, assign one first-class passenger. Beneath those words, a second line engraved itself. Full record required. The brass key remained in Eleanor's hand after the corridor withdrew. One moment. Black water covered the office floor. The next. The carpet was dry. The door was closed. And Felix stood beside her desk with his phone pressed uselessly to his ear. Only the key proved that the dead had been there. A message appeared on Eleanor's computer. Secure call, Martin Halloway. She accepted. Halloway's face filled the screen from a launch cabin beyond the storm. His silver hair was perfectly arranged. Behind him, rain streaked a small window. But his voice carried the calm of a man discussing revised menus. You opened the heritage files, he said. You knew about the cabin. I knew about a recurring material anomaly. It wants a passenger. It always does. Felix stepped closer, but Eleanor raised a hand to silence him. Holloway sent a passenger profile to her screen. Sebastian Valle, Imperial Deck. Suite 4, age 39, status verified. A passport photograph showed a narrow-faced man Eleanor had noticed drinking alone in the library. His surname belonged to Alistair Vale, chairman of the company. His son? Eleanor asked. Estranged son. That distinction matters to you? It matters legally. Sebastian's file was complete to the point of violence. Birth certificate, school records, medical history, tax filings, property ownership, 2 marriages, 1 divorce, facial scans from previous voyages, every address he had occupied since childhood. A life impossible to deny. Holloway explained that Sebastian had threatened to expose irregularities in the company's salvage program. He had booked the voyage after sending documents to several journalists. But no publication had acted. You want the cabin to silence him. I want you to protect 3,000 passengers and 1,200 crew. And my evaluation? Complete the assignment. And the regional hospitality position is yours. The incidents will be attributed to a network failure. Elias Voss's file will remain sealed. Your record will be preserved. Preserved. The word settled inside Eleanor with the weight of a closing door. Felix shook his head. You cannot be considering this. 1 person, she said. 1 murder. 1 recorded person against hundreds who were never recorded at all. The reasoning came quickly because she had practiced its shape for years. 1 delayed treatment to protect a reception. 1 altered report to protect a voyage. 1 passenger to protect an entire ship. Sebastian Vale had money, influence, and a name that would remain in newspapers after death. The people below had died without a correct line in a ledger. Choosing him almost resembled justice. Eleanor found Sebastian in the observation library shortly after midnight. The storm had erased the horizon. He sat near the glass with copied documents on his lap. I wondered when the company would send someone, he said. Eleanor placed the brass key on the table. He looked at the tag. You have seen the lower corridor. How do you know? My father showed me the files when I joined the board. He called it a maintenance obligation. Sebastian opened the folder. Inside were photographs of salvaged hull plates and lists of ships whose dead had never been counted. I came aboard to release this. You may not reach port. Neither will you. If you keep serving them. The lights dimmed. Seawater flowed beneath the library doors. Passengers upstairs screamed as the announcement system resumed its names. The ship rolled. And below. Hundreds of brass tags struck metal in a single deafening wave. Eleanor picked up the key. She could still refuse. She could transmit the files ashore or force the company to acknowledge every ship in the archive. But acknowledgement would not stop the flooding. The dead required an anchor before the hull failed. Eleanor held the key out. Sebastian did not take it, so she closed his fingers around the brass. The library door opened onto cabin -1. Hands reached through the black water and pulled him across the threshold. Sebastian shouted once, not for help, but for Eleanor to send the files. Then the door slammed. The ship became still. The water retreated. The speakers fell silent. Eleanor's computer chimed with confirmation. Passenger assignment accepted. Sebastian Vale. A second line appeared beneath it. Purser transfer required. The brass chain tightened around Eleanor's wrist. From inside the wall, Elias whispered, "Every passenger assignment requires a purser to remain behind." The chain drew tight enough to bruise. Eleanor clawed at it while Felix stared at the screen, reading the words she already understood. "Purser transfer required. Break it," she said. Felix seized a letter opener from her desk and jammed the thin blade between the links. The metal did not bend. It gave off a faint, dull warmth, like something recently touched by human skin. On the other side of the library windows, the North Atlantic had gone strangely calm. The storm that had battered the ship for 2 days was already dispersing, thinning into pale strips of cloud somewhere below. The engines resumed their steady pulse. The Aurelian crown had been allowed to continue. Felix looked at her with an expression she had never seen in him before. Not fear. Judgment made soft by pity. You chose him. Eleanor opened her mouth to say that she had chosen the ship, the passengers, the crew, order, safety, continuity. What came out was, yes. By dawn, corporate instructions were arriving faster than the crew could carry them out. Sebastian Vale's suite was sealed. His personal effects were collected into numbered cases. The captain received a prepared statement describing a troubled passenger who had chosen to disembark by private launch during the night after an emotional episode. Security logs were revised. Dining staff were instructed to say that Mr. Vale had left the voyage unexpectedly due to a family matter. By mid-morning, the ship's internal employee directory no longer listed Eleanor Shaw as chief purser. Her access card failed at every restricted door except one, the unauthorized service lift behind the laundry machinery. At first, she told herself it was procedural confusion, Holloway arranging distance before the official inquiries began. A temporary measure. Then Felix entered her office carrying a printed notice from headquarters. Effective immediately. Eleanor Shaw has tendered her resignation at sea. Interim Guest Operations Authority transferred to Assistant Purser Felix Kessler until arrival in port. Resigned. The word struck harder than the chain. 19 years of spotless uniforms. Measured smiles. Crisis management. Altered reports. And upward discipline. And the company erased her with the same professional ease she had once admired in herself. No ceremony, no defense, no recognition that she had performed the task they required. They can't do this, Felix said. They can. Her office already looked less hers. The flowers had been removed. Her executive briefing folder was gone. Even the silver tray that had first held the antique key had disappeared, as if someone were tidying away evidence of a meal already served. When the ship anchored off St. John's, no launch came for her. Holloway boarded through a private gangway and spent 40 minutes with the captain behind closed doors. Afterward, Felix returned pale-faced and unable to look directly at Eleanor. He says you should remain out of sight until disembarkation. Did he say where I am to disembark? Felix swallowed. There is no record of you being assigned a cabin. The chain around her wrist tightened again. That evening, after the passengers had gone ashore for their escorted tours and the ship fell briefly quiet, Eleanor walked alone to the service lift. No one tried to stop her. It occurred to her, with a cold and almost clinical clarity, that people had already begun not to see her properly. A steward stepped aside without greeting her. Two cleaners spoke past her as though the corridor were empty. She opened the panel. The lift waited in darkness. This time, when she stepped inside, there was no hesitation. The blank ivory circle accepted the brass tag at her wrist, and the descent began with the softness of a sigh. The drowned corridor stood ready below. Oil lamps burned behind their wire cages. Seawater reached her calves and then her knees as she walked. The passengers did not crowd her now. They parted with patient familiarity, the way regular travelers made room for a member of staff who had finally reported for duty. Inside cabin -1. The office had changed. The desk was polished. The ledgers were open. A row of hooks lined the wall. Elias's damaged uniform was gone. In its place hung a fresh white service jacket in Eleanor's size. Beside it waited a pair of perfectly clean white gloves. The small girl stood by the desk. "Are they remembered now?" Eleanor asked. The child considered the question with an adult sadness. "They are written." Eleanor looked down. On the ledger page before her were names in dozens of hands, crossing centuries and languages. Some letters ran with water. Others were strong and careful. Yet as she watched, the ink began to fade, one by one. The names vanished into the paper. "What is the point of this?" The answer came from behind her. Elias Voss stood in the doorway, no longer blurred. He looked as he had on the night of the reception, pale, exhausted, trouser leg dark with blood. "The point," he said gently, "is that someone has to keep trying." She wanted to tell him she had not meant for him to die, that she had only needed 20 more minutes, that she had believed she was protecting something larger than one injured man. He saved her the effort. "I know what you believed." Eleanor put on the gloves. The fabric fit perfectly. Above, the ship prepared to continue its voyage. She could feel it in the low tremor passing through the steel. That immense, clean life moving onward, while beneath the waterline another voyage remained permanently unfinished. From the outer corridor came the sound of a door opening and a frightened passenger being led through the dark. Eleanor took up the brass key. A woman in a fur-collared coat appeared, shivering and disoriented, with seawater streaming from her hem. Her face held the dazed terror of someone who had remembered too much too quickly. "Where am I?" the woman asked. Eleanor opened the ledger. She wrote the name exactly as given, before the ink could dry. It began already to fade. Above them, on the ship's next crossing, a first-class passenger paused in surprise as a nameless woman, wearing perfectly clean white gloves, placed an antique brass key in his hand. Some forms of cruelty never think of themselves as cruelty. They call themselves policy, professionalism, efficiency, or discretion. In this story, the haunting is not only made of the forgotten dead, but of every tidy sentence used to make forgetting possible. And -1 survives because memory without acknowledgement is never allowed to rest. And perhaps that is the final horror here, not that the dead return, but that the living can become their jailers simply by deciding whose suffering is worth recording. If you had been in Eleanor's place, would you have chosen differently? Story 5. The bell above Edmund Vale's door had not rung properly in 11 years. It gave only half its intended note, a thin brass click, followed by silence as though every visitor entered the shop at the end of a sentence. Edmund had considered replacing it. But replacement was not restoration. And restoration was the only form of mercy he trusted. On wet mornings, when Bath's pale terraces seemed to dissolve into rain, he arrived before the neighboring bookseller and unlocked Vale and Daughter at 3 separate keys. The name remained painted above the window in faded gold leaf. Customers sometimes glanced from the sign to the empty workroom and asked whether his daughter still helped him. Edmund always said, "Not at present." He never said Clara had been missing for 12 years. The shop smelled of beeswax, old cloth, wood dust, and the faint medicinal sweetness of animal glue warming in its copper pot. Shelves climbed from floor to ceiling, crowded with tin soldiers, jointed bears, clockwork birds, miniature theaters, and dolls whose faces had been rubbed smooth by generations of hands. Edmund disliked damage but understood age. Age was honest. Neglect was not. That morning, he was repairing the painted mouth of a French automaton when the bell gave its broken click. A woman stood inside with a boy of about 9 and a rectangular parcel wrapped in a gray wool blanket. Rain shone on the shoulders of her dark coat. The boy stayed close to her side, staring not at the toys but at Edmund's hands. "Mr. Vale?" she asked. Edmund set down his sable brush. "Yes. My name is Lydia Harcourt. This is my son, Owen." The boy did not respond when Edmund greeted him. Lydia placed the parcel on the counter with unusual care. The blanket was secured by 2 black ribbons, both tied in the same precise bow. Edmund noticed that neither was damp, though everything else they carried had been touched by rain. "It belonged to my husband's family," she said. "We were told you restore wooden toys." "I restore anything made well enough to deserve it." Her expression tightened, but she untied the ribbons. Inside lay a wooden doll nearly 2 feet long. It wore a faded blue dress, hand-stitched, and old enough that the linen had softened into something resembling skin. Its carved hands were beautifully detailed, each fingernail no larger than a grain of rice. The face was unfinished only in one respect. It had no eyes. The sockets were smooth, round hollows, darkened at the rims as if something had been removed repeatedly over many years. Edmund leaned closer. Early Victorian, perhaps older. Limewood. The joints have been restrung at least twice. "Can you repair it?" "Certainly." Owen made a small sound through his nose. His mother gripped his shoulder. "There is one condition. The eyes must not be replaced." Edmund looked up. "Then it will remain incomplete. It may be cleaned. The dress may be repaired. The cracks may be sealed. But no eyes. Not painted eyes. Not glass eyes. Not anything fitted into those holes." He had learned that owners often wrapped superstition around ignorance. A music box must not be played after dark. A rocking horse must face east. A doll's hair must never be cut. Usually, such rules concealed shame about damage someone in the family had caused. "Was it born blind?" Edmund asked. Lydia did not smile. "It was made that way." The boy finally spoke. "No, it wasn't." His voice was barely louder than the rain against the window. Lydia pulled him toward the door. "We will return next Thursday." Edmund watched them leave. The bell clicked once, and Owen looked back through the glass. Not at the doll. At the dark staircase behind Edmund's workbench. For several minutes. Edmund remained still. Then he carried the doll into the rear workshop and placed it beneath the green-shaded lamp. The craftsmanship was exceptional. Around the empty sockets, the carver had incised eyelashes so fine they could be seen only when the light struck sideways. Edmund turned the head gently. Something shifted inside it. Not a loose nail. Not sawdust. The sound was soft and rolling, like two small beads touching in darkness. He lifted the doll closer to his ear. From within the hollow head came a child's whisper. Faint, but distinct. "Papa," it said. "You put them in backwards." Edmund held the doll against his ear until the ache in his shoulder forced him to lower it. Nothing moved inside the head now. The workshop had gone very quiet, beyond the front room. Rain whispered against the display window, and the glue pot gave a soft, intermittent tick as it cooled. Edmund examined the doll's mouth. The lips were carved shut. There was no mechanism in the throat. No bellows in the chest. No speaking tube hidden beneath the dress. He turned the head once more. Only wood. Loose beads. He said aloud. The explanation sounded sensible enough. Antique dolls had often been fitted with weighted, sleeping eyes. If the eyes had been removed carelessly, some part of the mechanism might have fallen into the hollow skull. Glass shifted strangely. Wood carried sound. He placed the doll on its back and began his usual inspection. Every object entering Vale and Daughter was documented in the same ledger. Owner. Materials. Approximate date. Visible damage. Previous repairs. Requested work. Edmund wrote in a narrow, disciplined hand. He disliked crossings out. Errors suggested that thought had occurred too late. Under eyes. He wrote, absent by owner's instruction. No replacement permitted. He paused, then added, internal mechanism possibly retained. By 6:30. The neighboring shops had gone dark. Edmund cleaned every tool in mineral spirit, wiped the workbench twice, and arranged his brushes according to width. The doll remained beneath the green lamp, its empty sockets gathering shadow. He carried it to the walnut cabinet where he stored objects awaiting treatment. The cabinet had belonged to Clara. As a child, she had kept paper animals inside it, badgers, foxes, birds with wings cut too large for their bodies. She had given each one a name and refused to throw away the failures. Edmund would find them weeks later, bent beneath books or softened by rain from an open window. You cannot preserve everything, he had once told her. Clara had looked at him with the solemn resentment children reserved for truths they intended never to forgive. He placed the doll on the middle shelf, locked the cabinet, and tested the door twice. Then he climbed the stairs. The upper floor had not been part of the business for years. Dust lay along the skirting boards, but not in Clara's room. Edmund cleaned that every Sunday. Her door remained painted pale yellow. Inside, the curtains were tied back exactly as they had been on the morning she disappeared. A narrow bed stood beneath the window, covered by a quilt patterned with blue stars. Her school books remained stacked on the desk. A cracked china horse occupied the sill, its repaired forelegs slightly brighter than the rest of it. Clara had been 19 when she vanished, though the room belonged to someone younger. Edmund had kept it that way because changing it would have implied consent. The police had searched the river paths, the railway station, the parks, and the bus routes out of Bath. They had questioned friends Edmund had never met and men whose names he had written down afterward. For months, strangers telephoned claiming to have seen her in Bristol, Cardiff, even Glasgow. None of them had described the small white scar beneath her chin. Edmund stood beside the bed and straightened a crease in the quilt. On the bedside table sat a photograph of Clara at 10 years old. Wearing a red coat and holding a wooden rabbit Edmund had restored for her. She was not smiling. She rarely smiled for photographs, though people who had not known her often mistook this for sadness. He lifted the frame. A faint scratch crossed the glass over her face. Edmund rubbed it with his thumb, then carried the frame downstairs. He worked beneath the lamp until the scratch disappeared. Restoration required patience. A person could not demand the damaged material surrender its history immediately. Pressure caused fractures. Heat warped surfaces. The correct method was to soften resistance gradually until the object accepted the shape intended for it. He was returning the photograph upstairs when he heard a floorboard creak above him. Edmund stopped at the bottom of the staircase. The sound had come from Clara's room. A second creak followed. Then a third, slow and evenly spaced, as though someone had risen from the bed and crossed toward the landing. Clara? The name left him before caution could prevent it. Silence answered. He climbed the stairs, holding the photograph against his chest. Clara's door stood open. He was certain he had closed it. The room was empty. The curtains had come untied and moved slightly in the draft. Though the window was latched, on the quilt lay a shallow depression near the pillow. Edmund touched it. The fabric was cold. He searched the upper rooms, then checked every door and window downstairs. All were locked. The walnut cabinet remained closed, its key still in his waistcoat pocket. He did not open it. Instead, he poured a small whiskey, sat in the chair behind the counter, and waited for the building to settle. Near midnight, exhaustion dragged him into a shallow sleep filled with the sound of glass rolling across wooden floors. When Edmund woke, the green workshop lamp was burning. The walnut cabinet stood open. The doll was sitting upright on his workbench, its hollow face turned away from him. It was looking toward the staircase Clara used to descend every morning. The doll remained on the bench until daylight thinned the darkness beyond the shop window. Edmund did not touch it at first. He stood in the workshop doorway, studying the open cabinet, the key still warm from his pocket. The doll's blue dress hung neatly over the bench. Nothing about its posture suggested that it had fallen or been knocked there. It sat as a child sat when waiting to be noticed. By 8 o'clock, Edmund had convinced himself that he had moved it while half asleep. At 9, he unlocked the shop. The day passed under a pretense of normality. A woman collected a restored music box. A dealer brought him a cracked papier-mâché horse. 2 tourists pointed through the window at a clockwork monkey whose teeth Edmund had replaced with carved ivory. All morning, the eyeless doll remained beneath a linen cloth. He uncovered it only after closing. Lydia Harcourt's warning now felt less like superstition than accusation. She had assumed he might interfere. She had looked at his hands as though they had already done something wrong. Edmund disliked being managed by people who did not understand materials. He removed the cloth. The sockets seemed deeper than before. From a locked drawer, he took a mahogany case lined with green felt. It held pairs of antique glass eyes collected over 4 decades. Brown, gray, blue, black, and one cloudy pair veined with gold. Some had been salvaged from dolls beyond repair. Others came from workshops whose owners had died without apprentices. Edmund never discarded useful parts. He measured the sockets, then selected a dark blue pair made in Germany before the Great War. Their color was close to Clara's. He noticed this only after placing them beneath the lamp. "No," he murmured, reaching for brown eyes instead. His hand stopped. Clara's eyes had not been remarkable. Blue, but dim enough to appear gray in shadow. When she was angry, a dark ring showed around each iris. The glass pair possessed the same ring. Fitting them required more work than expected. The sockets contained an internal ridge meant to hold something unusually deep. Edmund softened wax resin compound, shaped 2 cups behind the eyes, and pressed them carefully into place. The doll's face changed at once. The mouth remained small and severe. The cheeks retained their dry yellow varnish. Yet with the eyes installed, the expression acquired attention. The doll was no longer incomplete. It was watching. Edmund adjusted the left eye, then the right. He stepped back. The pupils did not appear aligned. He leaned closer. In the glossy surface of the left eye, he expected to see the green lamp, his own pale face, and the shelves behind him. Instead, he saw a window with white curtains. The reflection was too detailed to be a flaw. It showed a nursery washed in dull afternoon light. An iron bed stood against one wall. Alphabet blocks lay across a faded carpet. Above a black fireplace hung a print of a lamb beside a stream. None of these things existed in the shop. He turned the doll toward the shelves. The reflected room did not move. His pulse beat painfully at the base of his throat. Edmund lifted a magnifying lens to the right eye. The same nursery appeared from a slightly different angle, as though the eyes were windows set several inches apart. At the far end stood a cream-painted wardrobe with its door open. A child faced it with her back to him. She wore a yellow dress printed with tiny white flowers. One shoulder seam had been repaired with uneven stitches. Edmund knew those stitches. He had made them after Clara caught the dress on the iron gate outside the pump room. The lens struck the bench. In both glass eyes, the little girl slowly raised her head. A second figure appeared in the nursery doorway behind her, a tall man in a dark apron. Edmund could not see his face, but the girl could. She turned slightly, revealing the white scar beneath her chin. Then, through the doll's unmoving wooden mouth, Clara whispered, "You told me this room was mine." Edmund recoiled so sharply that the stool overturned behind him. The doll remained upright. Its glass eyes still reflected the nursery, but the little girl had turned away again. The man in the doorway was gone. Only the yellow dress remained visible, its hem brushing the carpet as the child stood before the open wardrobe. Edmund pressed 2 fingers against the doll's throat. There was no mechanism beneath the wood, no concealed reed, no vibration except the trembling of his own hand. "You are not Clara," he said. The reflected girl did not move. He covered the doll with the linen cloth and locked it inside the cabinet. Then he collected the fallen magnifying lens, swept wax shavings from the bench, and restored order with such determination that his knuckles began to ache. By morning, he had decided the voice had been memory. Grief could imitate sound. He had read as much during the years when doctors and sympathetic acquaintances suggested that waiting for Clara had become unhealthy. The reflected room might be an optical defect caused by layered glass. Antique eyes sometimes contained internal bubbles, mirrored backing, even painted scenes intended to enlarge the iris. The explanation was imperfect. It was still preferable to the alternative. Shortly after opening, Mrs. Evelyn Pike arrived with her granddaughter and a clockwork fox wrapped in newspaper. Edmund knew them from Camden Crescent. Mrs. Pike collected mechanical animals. The child, Beatrice, usually followed her with jam on her cuffs and questions no adult had invited. The fox was German, covered in thinning red mohair. A key in its flank powered a mechanism that made it lower its head, bare its teeth, and snap at a painted wooden goose. It stopped after Bee dropped it. Mrs. Pike said, "I did not drop it." Beatrice replied, "It leaped." She was 8, round-faced and restless, with 2 brown plaits tied in green ribbon, while Edmund examined the fox. She wandered toward the walnut cabinet. "Please do not touch that," he said. Beatrice pressed her ear against its door. "There's someone singing." Mrs. Pike laughed apologetically. "She has been inventing things all week." Edmund heard nothing. He carried the fox into the workshop. Its damage was minor, a bent drive rod, torn fabric beneath the jaw, 1 displaced gear. He straightened the rod, replaced the missing tooth in the mechanism, and patched the mohair so cleanly that even he struggled to find the seam. When he wound the key, the fox lowered its head. From inside the cabinet came a dull knock. The fox snapped at the goose. A second knock answered. Edmund stopped the mechanism. Beatrice stood in the doorway behind him. Her expression had changed. The childish restlessness was gone. She watched the fox with grave concentration, hands folded neatly at her waist. Mother would not permit that creature in the schoolroom, she said. Her voice was still recognizably Beatrice's, but the shape of the sentence belonged to another century. Mrs. Pike frowned. "What did you say?" "The vixen carries distemper. Thomas ought to have drowned the litter when he had the chance." "Bee." The girl looked at her grandmother with mild confusion. "I beg your pardon." "Madam." "But my name is Constance." Edmund's hand tightened around the winding key. Mrs. Pike crouched before her. "Stop this nonsense. I am not acquainted with you." Beatrice touched 1 green ribbon as though discovering it attached to her head. "Where is my cap?" Her gaze shifted to the cabinet. Behind its locked doors, something rolled softly across wood. Edmund unlocked it. The doll sat where he had left it, but the cloth had fallen into its lap. Within its eyes, the nursery was brighter. The girl in Clara's dress had disappeared. The iron bed beneath the window was occupied now, though the figure beneath the blanket was too small to identify. Beatrice stepped toward it. "That is my room," she whispered. Edmund seized the doll and carried it to the bench. His tools seemed clumsy in his hands. He inserted a thin blade beside the right eye, softened the resin with a heated spatula, and levered the glass free. Beatrice collapsed. Mrs. Pike screamed and caught her before her head struck the floor. The glass eye rolled across the bench, reflecting only the green lamp and Edmund's horrified face. In the remaining eye, the nursery darkened. A second iron bed had appeared beside the first. Beneath its blankets lay a child with brown plaits and green ribbons. From somewhere inside the doll's hollow head, two little girls began singing together. Beatrice began breathing again before Mrs. Pike reached the door. She woke in her grandmother's arms with a violent gasp, clawing at the collar of her dress. For several seconds, she stared around the workshop without recognition. Then she saw the clockwork fox on Edmund's bench. "Why is its mouth dirty?" she asked. Her voice was her own again. Mrs. Pike carried her away without collecting the toy. She did not ask Edmund what he had done, perhaps because any answer would have required her to admit what she had heard. On the pavement outside, Beatrice twisted to look back through the window. Her lips moved around a word Edmund could not hear. He locked the shop immediately. The doll's remaining eye still showed the nursery. Two iron beds stood beneath the curtained window. One contained the child in Clara's yellow dress. The other held a small figure with brown plaits laid neatly across the pillow. Edmund wrapped the removed glass eye in velvet and placed it inside his desk drawer. He told himself the separation had ended whatever influence the doll possessed. For 3 days, nothing happened. Then he repaired the papier-mâché horse. Its owner, a solicitor named Mr. Bell, collected it for his 6-year-old son. The following afternoon, Mr. Bell returned looking pale and furious. His son had spent the night walking circles around the nursery, striking his thigh as though urging an invisible mount forward. He claims he has to reach Walcott before the fever carts. Mr. Bell said, "He called my wife Agnes. Her name is Margaret." Edmund denied that the horse could have caused such behavior. The next object was a miniature theater whose paper scenery had been damaged by damp. After Edmund replaced the warped backdrop, twin sisters living near the abbey refused to answer to their own names. They called each other Mercy and Temperance and screamed whenever anyone opened the curtains in their bedroom. A stuffed lamb followed, then a wooden spinning top, then a child's tea service decorated with blue cornflowers. Each restoration was technically perfect. Each child changed. The details varied. But certain things repeated. They asked for streets that no longer existed. They spoke of fumigation fires, prayer rooms, and carts that came after sunset. Several complained that their parents had given their beds to strangers. One little boy bit his mother when she tried to wash a black cross he had drawn on the front door. Edmund stopped accepting new work. It made no difference. The children began coming to him. At first, there were only 2, standing across the street beneath an umbrella, while rain silvered the pavement. The next morning, there were 5. By the end of the week, nearly 20 children had gathered outside Vale and Daughter. They did not shout or knock. They hummed. The melody consisted of 4 descending notes. A pause. Then the same notes repeated more softly. Edmund recognized it, without knowing from where. The tune seemed to enter through the walls rather than the window, vibrating faintly in the shelves and glass cases. He searched through the old sheet music stored upstairs. At the bottom of a trunk, beneath Clara's school certificates, He found a handwritten lullaby dated during the Bath smallpox outbreak of 1796. The title had faded, but the refrain remained legible. Close the shutters. Bank the flame. Keep the child and lose the name. Edmund dropped the page. Outside, the humming stopped. Every child had turned toward the shop window. One boy stepped from the group. Edmund recognized him as the son of the bookseller next door, though he could not remember the child's name. The boy raised one hand and dragged his fingernail across the glass. A pale line appeared, then another, letter by letter. He scratched a name into the window. Silas. Edmund struck the inside of the glass with both palms. Stop that. The children flinched together. The reaction came too quickly, too violently. Before he could arrange his face into confusion, before he could pretend the word meant nothing, his body had already recognized it. The boy smiled. Edmund stepped back from the window. Who told you that name? The child placed his mouth against the glass. His breath clouded the scratched letters. You did, he said, before you changed yours. Behind Edmund, the walnut cabinet opened by itself. From inside came the sound of a third iron bed being dragged across the nursery floor. The dragging continued after the cabinet doors had opened. Wood scraped against wood somewhere above Edmund's head. Slow and deliberate, followed by the hollow knock of bedposts striking a wall. Dust sifted from the workshop ceiling and settled across the doll's blue dress. Outside, the children had begun humming again. Edmund locked the front door, pulled the blind down over the scratched name, and carried the doll to the rear of the shop. Its single glass eye showed 3 narrow beds arranged beneath the nursery window. The newest stood slightly apart from the others, its blanket still smooth, waiting for an occupant. The sound above moved toward the staircase. Edmund climbed. Clara's room was unchanged except for the wardrobe door, which stood open. Her dresses hung inside, protected by linen covers. He checked behind them, beneath the bed. Inside the adjoining box room, another scrape traveled through the ceiling. There was an attic above the second floor, but Edmund had never used it. That was what he had told the police. The access panel at the end of the landing had been plastered over years earlier. Wallpaper covered its outline, pale vines and blue flowers. Selected after Clara complained that the old pattern made the hallway look ill. Edmund touched the wall. Beneath the paper, something knocked 3 times. His hand withdrew. There is no room there, he said. The knocking came again. He fetched a narrow pry bar from the workshop. The first layer of wallpaper tore easily. Beneath it lay cream paper striped with green. Beneath that, tiny red roses. Beneath the roses, faded animals marching around a border. Rabbits, lambs, and foxes with blackened faces. Each layer had been applied over the last, not renovation. Edmund thought concealment. He drove the bar into the plaster seam. A section broke away, releasing air that smelled of dust, old varnish, and something medicinally sweet. The same scent had once clung to Clara's hair after nights when she woke crying and could not remember why. The concealed door opened inward. Beyond it, a staircase climbed into darkness. Edmund carried a lamp and the doll upward. The steps were shallow, worn in the center by small feet. Halfway up, he found scratches cut into the wall at a child's shoulder height. Some were simple lines. Others formed letters repeatedly carved and then sanded away. At the top waited a room wider than the shop below. It was a nursery. The proportions matched the chamber reflected in the doll's eye, the black fireplace, the curtained window, the space where 3 iron beds should have stood. But the room itself was nearly empty. Pale rectangles marked where furniture had once rested. The floorboards bore parallel grooves from beds dragged across them. Edmund stepped inside. The humming below ceased. A leather strap lay near the wall. He bent to pick it up and discovered another fixed beneath a chair. Then 2 more, attached to iron rings screwed low into the skirting board. They were narrow enough for a child's wrists. He let the first strap fall. The wallpaper had been replaced many times here as well. A loose corner revealed fragments underneath, blue stars, yellow flowers, red stripes in several places. The paper bulged over words carved into the plaster. Edmund peeled back one section. "My name is Alice." He covered it quickly. At the far end stood the cream wardrobe from the reflection. Its door opened with a dry sigh. Inside hung Clara's red coat. The police photograph of that coat had appeared in every newspaper after her disappearance. Edmund had told them she was wearing it when she left the shop. He had described the brass buttons, the torn lining, and the white thread he had used to repair one pocket. All of it was here. He pressed the sleeve between his fingers. The fabric remained soft, protected from sunlight and damp. Behind it hung a smaller coat of brown wool. A child's pinafore, 2 nightdresses, and a yellow dress printed with tiny white flowers. The shoulder seam had been repaired with Edmund's uneven early stitching. He drew the dress out. A luggage label was tied around its collar. The ink had faded, but the writing was unmistakably his own. Alice Fenwick, age 7. Below the name, in darker ink, added years later. Someone had written, "Clara Vale, restoration, successful." The doll's wooden head turned in Edmund's arms. From its empty socket came a little girl's voice. "You said Alice was the damaged part." Edmund nearly dropped the doll. Its wooden head remained turned toward him. One blue eye fixed upon his face, while the empty socket showed only darkness. Alice. The name existed somewhere behind his thoughts, buried beneath years of more acceptable memories. He could feel its shape without allowing himself to examine it. Like a splinter sealed beneath varnish. "You are mistaken," he whispered. The doll's mouth did not move again. He placed it on the floor, facing the wall, and returned to the wardrobe. The label attached to the yellow dress might have been forged. The handwriting resembled his, but grief distorted recognition. Someone could have entered the shop. Someone could have constructed the room, planted the clothes, copied his ledger hand. Yet the room smelled familiar. Not remembered exactly, but known by the body. Varnish warmed beneath lamplight. Lavender soap. Damp wool drying beside a grate. His stomach tightened before his mind supplied any reason. He searched the wardrobe. Beneath folded linen lay a wooden panel secured by 2 brass screws. The heads were scratched, showing they had been removed many times. Edmund used the blade of his pocket knife and lifted the panel away. A narrow cavity had been carved into the back. Inside rested a notebook wrapped in oilcloth. The leather cover had darkened almost to black. A name was stamped across it in flaking gold: Gideon Wren. Toy maker. Edmund sat on the floor. He knew the name. Gideon Wren had worked near Walcott during the last years of the 18th century. Collectors considered his surviving toys rare because none bore the cheerful expressions fashionable at the time. His dolls looked watchful. His mechanical animals appeared frightened even when performing harmless tricks. Edmund had owned 3 Wren pieces. He had never told anyone about the 4th. The notebook opened stiffly. Its first pages contained measurements, sketches of joint mechanisms, and recipes for varnish. Later entries became less orderly. Names appeared beside descriptions of fever, burial expenses, and children who no longer recognized their parents. One passage had been underlined repeatedly. The vessel must resemble the departed sufficiently to invite remembrance, yet remain empty in those features through which the soul observes the world. Below it, Wren had drawn the eyeless doll. Edmund turned the page. During the plague years, bereaved families had brought Wren possessions belonging to dead children: locks of hair, milk teeth, ribbons, scraps of night clothes. These were concealed inside toys and placed beside surviving children during sleep. The toys did not preserve ghosts. They preserved patterns, speech, manners, fears, fragments of memory. Parents who had lost one child and retained another could, according to Wren, transfer what they loved from the dead into the living. The surviving child gradually changed. Wren called the process correction. At first, the notebook described grateful mothers and fathers. Later entries mentioned children remembering 2 bedrooms, answering to 2 names, or begging to be returned to families buried months earlier. One boy spoke in his dead sister's voice until both personalities began screaming whenever he saw his reflection. Wren removed the doll's eyes after that. Sight strengthens recognition. He wrote, "Recognition strengthens residence." Edmund's hands began to shake. Notes filled the margins in a different ink. His ink. He recognized the compressed letters, the deliberate spacing, the habit of crossing each final T twice. Some comments were technical. Modern resin may hold the eyes more securely. Identity must be weakened before transfer. Isolation assists. Others were personal. Alice resists the new name. She remembers Fenwick when frightened. Do not permit mirrors. Edmund turned pages faster. The final section had been written 12 years earlier. He knew because the date matched the week before Clara vanished. A pressed strand of dark hair lay between the pages. Beside it, Edmund had written, "First restoration incomplete. Subject has begun recalling original mother. Reversal may require removal followed by renewed transfer." Below that was a list of objects: a wooden rabbit, a china horse, a paper fox. Every toy Clara had kept in her room. At the bottom of the page, beneath a brown stain shaped like a child's thumbprint, Edmund had added one final instruction. If Clara cannot be preserved, return Alice to the nursery until a suitable vessel is found. A sound came from the wardrobe, not from the clothes. From behind its back panel, 3 slow knocks. Edmund tore away the remaining wood. Beyond it was a shallow compartment containing a bundle of yellowed newspapers and a small silver-framed photograph. The photograph showed a 7-year-old girl standing beside a woman Edmund did not recognize. The child wore the yellow dress. On the reverse, someone had written, Alice Fenwick, 6 days before Silas Wren took her. Beneath the sentence, in Clara's adult handwriting, were 4 words. I remembered what you did. The words on the photograph did not accuse Edmund. They recognized him. He read them again until Silas Wren ceased to look like a dead man's name and became something his body remembered, the pressure of an older key in his palm. A rented room near the river. A woman calling for her daughter through evening rain. The nursery blurred around him. No, he said. The doll answered from the floor. Silas. Its wooden mouth remained closed. But the voice no longer belonged to one child. Clara spoke beneath Alice. And beneath them murmured others whose names Edmund had never learned. He seized the photograph and tore it across the woman's face. Memory opened with it. Alice Fenwick had been 7 when he saw her outside a baker's shop in Bristol, waiting while her mother argued over flour. Edmund had not been Edmund then. He had called himself Silas Wren, borrowing the surname of the dead toy maker whose notebook he had inherited from an uncle. He had watched Alice for 3 weeks. He told himself he recognized neglect. Her coat was too thin. Her shoes were worn at the toes. Once, he saw her mother slap her hand away from a sugared bun. That small cruelty had become permission. He took Alice before dusk, brought her to bath, cut her hair, and told her that her name was Clara. When she resisted, he called resistance confusion. When she cried for her mother, he called it fever. He bought toys, repaired dresses, taught her new handwriting, and praised every memory that agreed with him. He had not considered himself an abductor. He had considered himself corrective. The notebook had given his conviction a method. Edmund pressed both hands against his temples. She was happy. The doll's single eye reflected the nursery. Inside it, the child in the yellow dress stood beside the first iron bed. She was older now, not 7, but 19. Clara's age when she disappeared. Her face remained turned away. You taught me how happiness should look, she said. The memories came faster. At 17. Clara had found the silver photograph hidden beneath loose floorboards. At 18, she began asking about Bristol. At 19, she remembered the name Fenwick after hearing it spoken by a customer in the shop. She had confronted Edmund in the attic nursery. He had locked her there. Not for long. He had told himself. Only until agitation passed. He brought the eyeless doll from its cabinet and attempted the transfer again, using her childhood toys as anchors. The wooden rabbit, the china horse, the paper fox. He meant to remove Alice and preserve Clara. Instead, Clara remembered everything. The shop name, the changed records, the night journeys, the straps, the other children Edmund had briefly housed in the nursery while searching for a suitable vessel. Children returned to institutions or streets after the experiments failed. Some had forgotten their names. Others had remembered names belonging to the dead. Clara had threatened to go to the police. So Edmund staged her disappearance. He placed her red coat near the river, reported her missing, and allowed the city to search outward while she remained above the shop. "What did I do with her?" he asked. The reflected Clara turned. Her face was pale, but not dead. Behind her stood the other children from the beds, their features shifting between past and present. "You completed the removal," she said. The nursery in the eye widened. Edmund saw that the reflected room was not a picture. It was the attic, as it had existed during every correction, layered with the memories stripped from living children. The doll had stored what the vessels could not contain: names, fears, gestures, fragments of homes. And the final consciousness, Clara surrendered when Edmund tried to erase Alice permanently. Her body had not vanished. It had become empty. He remembered carrying something wrapped in a carpet down the stairs before dawn. The rest of the memory remained mercifully dark. Edmund crawled toward the doll. "Can she return?" The children stopped humming. Clara stepped closer within the glass until her face filled the eye. "A restored pattern requires material," she said. "A voice, a memory, a living place to reside." Edmund thought of Beatrice collapsing when the eye was removed. He thought of the beds appearing one by one. A child. He whispered. The doll's empty socket seemed to deepen. A child who has already looked into the room. From below came the broken click of the shop bell. Footsteps crossed the front room. Then Owen Harcourt called up the hidden staircase. "Mr. Vale," Mother said, "I must bring back the missing eye." Inside the doll. Clara smiled for the first time Edmund could remember. "Bring me the boy," she said. Owen's footsteps stopped at the top of the hidden staircase. He appeared in the doorway holding a small velvet bundle against his chest. Rain had darkened his hair, and one trouser knee was marked with attic dust, as though he had climbed without hesitation through a passage no child should have known existed. "My mother said you left this in the doll," he said. Edmund looked at the bundle. The missing glass eye lay inside. "Where is Mrs. Harcourt?" "Downstairs. She told me not to come up." Yet Owen showed no fear. His gaze moved across the wrist straps, the exposed wallpaper, and the yellow dress hanging from the wardrobe. He studied them with the calm attention of someone examining a room he had entered many times in dreams. Inside the doll's remaining eye, Clara waited beside the iron beds. Edmund felt the notebook's weight in his pocket. One child. The phrase formed with terrible simplicity. Bath contained thousands of children who would grow into ordinary disappointments, carrying memories no one had chosen for them. Owen would lose one small life, but Clara would regain the years stolen from her. Alice would return too. Perhaps that was justice. Perhaps a perfect restoration did not require choosing between them. "Bring me the eye," Edmund said. Owen approached when he stood within reach. Edmund caught his wrist and pulled him toward the low chair. The boy struggled only after the first leather strap closed. "Mr. Vale, this will not hurt if you remain still." That sentence returned from somewhere older than Edmund's name. Owen began shouting for his mother. Edmund fastened the second wrist, then secured the boy's ankles. From below came Lydia's voice, muffled by the floorboards. "Owen," the doll began humming. The sound filled the nursery, and the door swung shut by itself. Edmund worked quickly. He placed Clara's wooden rabbit in Owen's lap. the cracked china horse beside his feet, and the paper fox against his chest. From the notebook, he followed the instructions he had written 12 years earlier. A personal object, a name removed, a vessel weakened by recognition. He fitted the second glass eye into the doll. The reflected nursery brightened. Every bed was occupied now. Children stood between them, dressed in clothes from different generations. Some wore plague ribbons. Others wore school uniforms Edmund remembered repairing. Their faces shifted as though many expressions had been layered upon the same unfinished surface. Clara stood at the center. "Say her name," Edmund whispered. Owen shook his head violently. "Say, Clara, my name is Owen Harcourt." Edmund slapped him. The sound silenced the room. For one instant, he saw Alice at 7, strapped to the same chair, insisting through swollen lips that her mother would find her. He had struck her then, too, not from anger. He remembered, from necessity. Names are only habits. Edmund said, "They can be corrected." The doll's eyes turned toward Owen. The boy screamed. The glass no longer reflected the nursery. It contained it. The room opened inward through both pupils, impossibly deep, and the children began walking toward the surface. Their humming passed into Owen's voice until his cry separated into many voices speaking at once. Lydia pounded on the hidden door. Edmund pressed Clara's photograph against Owen's forehead. "Come back." He begged. I kept everything. The boy's body went rigid. The wooden rabbit cracked along its spine. The china horse split at the repaired leg. Ink spread across the paper fox like blood through cloth. Then every child in the doll vanished. The glass eyes reflected only Edmund, kneeling before the chair. Owen's head fell forward. For several seconds, nothing moved. Edmund loosened the straps with trembling fingers. "Owen?" The boy lifted his face. His eyes were still brown, but the expression within them was not a child's. He looked first at the wardrobe, then at the wrist marks forming on his skin. His gaze settled upon Edmund with an intimacy that made the old man's heart contract. "Clara?" Edmund whispered. The boy touched the scarless place beneath his own chin. "Papa," he said. Edmund began to weep. He reached to embrace him, but Owen recoiled. Another expression crossed the boy's face, smaller, terrified, and much older than Clara's remembered grief. "I was waiting outside the baker's 5, he said. "Mother told me not to move." Edmund froze. Owen looked toward the torn photograph on the floor. "You said she had sent you." His voice changed again. Clara's voice returned, sharpened by 12 years of silence. "You locked me here when I remembered. Below them." The front door burst open. Lydia called her son's name. Owen stood, though the straps remained fastened around his wrists. They slid through him like shadows and fell empty against the chair. He stepped close to Edmund. In his eyes, Alice and Clara looked out together. Then the child placed one hand against Edmund's cheek and addressed him by the name he had buried beneath the shop. Beneath the city, beneath every careful restoration. "Silas," he said, "show my mother where you put my body." Lydia Harcourt reached the attic as Owen stepped away from Edmund. She stopped in the doorway, one hand gripping the broken latch. and stared at the restraints hanging from the chair. Her son stood among the ruined toys with rainwater drying on his coat. He looked unharmed until he turned toward her. "Mother," he said in Clara's voice, "there are children under the floor." Then he began naming them. Alice Fenwick, Thomas Reed, Constance Hale, Mercy Bell, Temperance Bell. With each name, another voice joined his. The sound did not come only from Owen. It rose through the walls, through the wardrobe, through the doll's hollow body, down in the street. The waiting children repeated the names in unison. Lydia crossed the room and pulled Owen against her. He allowed the embrace, but his eyes remained fixed on Edmund. "Where?" she demanded. Edmund could not answer. The doll did. Its glass eyes turned toward the black fireplace. Lydia seized the iron poker and struck the bricks. The mortar crumbled more easily than it should have. Behind the first course lay a narrow cavity packed with folded coats, children's shoes, labeled ribbons, and bundles of hair tied with thread. There were no bodies there, only what Edmund had kept after deciding the rest was damaged beyond preservation. The children outside began scratching at the shop window. The name Silas whitened across the glass again, followed by others Edmund had replaced, shortened, or erased from his ledgers. He backed toward the staircase. "I gave them homes," he said. Owen looked at him with Alice's terror and Clara's contempt. "You gave them your version of one." The nursery changed. The wallpaper peeled from the walls in long strips, exposing every layer Edmund had hidden. Names covered the plaster from floor to ceiling. Small handprints darkened beneath them. The iron beds from the doll's reflection appeared one by one across the attic, occupying the empty grooves in the floor. Children sat up beneath the blankets. Some had no faces. Others wore several at once. Edmund ran. The staircase lengthened under his feet. Each step carried him downward. Yet the attic door remained above him at the same impossible distance. The humming gathered behind him. 4 descending notes, repeated more softly. At the bottom waited his workbench, not the one in the shop, but its reflection, cleaner, narrower, lit by a green lamp that cast no warmth. The doll sat upon it with both eyes open. Clara stood behind the chair. She was 19 and 7 at once. Her red coat covered the yellow dress. The white scar remained beneath her chin. "You said scratches were carelessness," she told him. "You never understood that they were evidence." Edmund reached for her. His hand struck glass. The workshop outside the reflection had filled with police, neighbors, and parents. Lydia held Owen beside the broken fireplace while the children named every object Edmund had used and every life attached to it. No one looked at Edmund. He pounded against the invisible surface. "I am here." Inside the reflected nursery, the faceless children gathered around him. Their hands were cold and unfinished. Each carried a tool from his bench, a scraper, a clamp, a brush, a thin restoring knife. Clara placed both hands on his shoulders. "We are going to correct you," she said. They seated him beneath the green lamp. The first child peeled away his name. The second removed his memories of Clara's gratitude. The third lifted his face as carefully as Edmund had once lifted damaged varnish, revealing Silas Wren beneath. He screamed until the doll's mouth opened and swallowed the sound. Years later, after Vale and daughter had been emptied and the hidden nursery entered into evidence, the eyeless doll passed through an auction under an incorrect catalog number. A dealer restored its dress and displayed it in the window of a small shop far from Bath. No one knew who replaced the glass eyes. Children sometimes stopped to stare into them. Most saw only shelves, lamps, and their own reflections. But those who had been taught to answer to a name they did not choose saw a narrow nursery beyond the glass. At its center, an old man sat beneath a green lamp. He removed his own face, examined the frightened one beneath it, and carefully fitted the first face back into place. Whenever the seam failed to disappear, he began again. Some people call control a form of love because the truth sounds uglier. Edmund did not merely steal a child. He treated identity as damaged material, something he had the right to rename, reshape, and preserve according to his own design. The doll's curse only made his private belief visible. In the end, every face he tried to correct became a witness, while his own face became the object that could never be perfectly restored. Perhaps the deepest horror is not losing who we are, but being loved by someone who believes they know better than we do what our life should become. Story 6. The tower had been decommissioned for 11 years, but its obstruction lights were still blinking. Mason Greer noticed that before anything else, the access road ended at a chain-link gate half buried in sand. Beyond it, the tower rose from the New Mexico desert like a black needle stitched through the stars. Every few seconds, 3 red lamps along its spine brightened together, held for a breath, and went dark. There was no power line to the site, no generator shed, no maintenance contract. Yet the lights continued warning aircraft that no longer flew this route. Mason parked outside the gate and killed the headlights. The desert returned at once cold, enormous, and empty enough to make the engine's ticking metal sound indecently loud. His dispatcher had called the assignment a signal bleed investigation. Mobile customers near Carrizo had reported dropped calls, duplicate voicemails, and contacts disappearing from their phones after speaking to them. The active tower responsible stood 20 miles east. Tower M17 was not supposed to be connected to anything. Mason liked jobs that began with "not supposed to." He climbed over the gate instead of cutting the chain. Damage created questions. Trespassing could be described as urgency. His boots struck the ground in careful steps. Tool bag over one shoulder, harness in his left hand. Helmet clipped to his belt because he hated wearing it before a climb. At 42, Mason had spent half his life above other people's fear. He trusted steel, carabiners, bolts, and weather more than anyone standing below with an opinion. Up high, every mistake became simple. Either the equipment held, or it did not. Either a man clipped in, or he fell. People complicated consequences by naming them wind crossed the flats, carrying dust and creosote. It pushed at his jacket as he approached the base. A faded military placard remained bolted to the equipment enclosure. Atmospheric relay test site. Authorized signal personnel only. Someone had scratched a vertical line through the word signal, splitting it in two. Mason ran his thumb over the cut. The metal beneath was bright, fresh. He looked toward the road. His truck was a dark shape beyond the fence. No other headlights. No footprints except his own. The red lamps blinked. For an instant. Their glow revealed dozens of boot prints circling the tower base. They overlapped in every direction, pressed deep into soil that had not seen rain for months. Darkness returned, and the prints vanished. Mason waited for the next flash. Bare ground. He crouched and brushed the dust with 2 fingers. The surface was unbroken. Wind combed faint lines through it, fine as grooves in a record. Fatigue, he thought. Light distortion. The drive from Albuquerque had taken longer than expected, and he had slept badly all week. That was enough to explain almost anything if a man said it with confidence. He fastened his harness. The inspection tag hanging from the ladder was sun-bleached, but the handwritten initials at the bottom remained visible. M.G. Mason stared at them. The date beneath his initials belonged to 9 years earlier. He had never serviced this tower. He had never heard of M17 before the dispatcher sent the coordinates. He turned the tag over. On the back, in the same blocky handwriting he used on every report, someone had written, "Do not look above the weather." Static hissed from the equipment enclosure. Mason stood still. The door was secured by 3 corroded padlocks. Yet from inside came the unmistakable sound of a telephone ringing. Not a mobile ringtone. An old mechanical bell, sharp and metallic, repeating in pairs. He considered calling dispatch. But the signal bars on his phone had disappeared. In their place was a single word he had never seen on any network display. Connected. The telephone stopped. High above. One red obstruction lamp brightened out of sequence. Mason tilted his head back. At first, he saw only the ordinary sky. Hard stars. Thin cloud. The pale smear of the Milky Way. Then the clouds shifted and he realized there was another layer beyond them. Impossibly higher. Moving in the opposite direction. And in that second sky, one star had begun to ring. The ringing did not travel through the air. Mason felt it in the tower. Each metallic pulse entered through the soles of his boots, climbed his bones, and struck behind his teeth. The star above the clouds brightened in time with it, while the ordinary stars remained still. He lowered his head. The ringing stopped. For several seconds, he watched dust move around his boots. Then he looked up again. The star was dark. Mason exhaled and gripped the first rung. Steel was familiar. Steel had measurements, tolerances, documented failure points. Whatever he had seen beyond the clouds belonged to glare, exhaustion, or a trick of perspective. He pulled himself upward. The lower structure was older than he expected. Its galvanized coating had peeled away in strips, exposing metal the color of dried blood. Every 10th rung bore a shallow groove across its center, as if a cable had been dragged against it repeatedly. The red lamps blinked above him, but their wiring hung severed from the frame. No current, no circuit, no reason for light. At 60 feet, the desert widened. His truck shrank beside the gate. The access road became a pale scar running toward nothing. Mason felt the old loosening in his chest. the relief that came whenever the ground lost its authority over him. People believed he climbed because he lacked fear. The truth was that fear made the world clean. When a tower swayed and empty space waited beneath his heels, there was no paperwork, no supervisor, no unfinished apology. There was only the next rung on the hand that had to reach it. Rory Keane had understood that once. Rory had been younger by 6 years. Careful without being timid. The kind of climber who checked another man's clips without making a show of it. He kept protein bars in every pocket and called Mason Captain, because Mason had trained him on high-angle rescue. Their radio call signs had been Bishop and Rook. Mason had chosen Bishop for himself. Rory said the piece suited him because bishops only moved diagonally and always pretended it was strategy. 3 years earlier, Rory had discovered that Mason was signing inspections he had never completed. Corroded bolts became serviceable. Frayed lifelines became wear within tolerance. Mason told himself he was protecting schedules, contracts, and the jobs of men who could not afford delays. Rory called it gambling with other people's bodies. If you don't report it, I will, he had said beside a tower outside Socorro. The next morning, Rory fell. Mason climbed faster. The tower vibrated beneath him. His headset crackled. Mason, respond. He stopped with one boot braced against a crossbeam and touched the receiver at his collar. Greer here. His supervisor, Celia Voss, sounded farther away than the distance justified. Static moved behind her voice in slow waves. I've been trying to reach you. Are you at M17? I'm on the structure. Silence followed. Celia. Yes? Her answer was uncertain. I'm sorry. Who is this? Mason tightened his grip. You called me. I did? You dispatched me to the atmospheric relay site. Another pause. He heard paper shifting. Then a keyboard. There's no active work order under your name. Celia said, I don't have a Greer listed on tonight's roster. Stop messing around. I'm not. Her breathing changed. How did you get this frequency? Mason looked down. His truck was still visible, though it seemed much farther away than it should have been. Pull the archived incident file for Rory Keane. The words left him before he understood why he had chosen them. Static swallowed her reply. Then her voice returned. Softer. I don't know that name. Mason's boot slipped. His harness caught him against the tower with a violent jerk. For an instant, he hung above the dark, ribs crushed by the belt, staring at a blinking red light below him. Not above. Below. He hauled himself back to the ladder. Rory Keane, he said. Tower accident outside Socorro. 3 years ago. I'm sorry. Celia whispered. I don't know who you mean. The connection clicked. A second voice entered the channel. Male. Young. Calm. Bishop. It said. Mason went rigid. No one had used that call sign since Rory fell. The voice crackled again, shaped by the tower's metal rather than the headset. Bishop. This is Rook. Above, Mason. Every red obstruction light turned white. Then Rory's voice said, You cut my line too soon. The tower held Rory's voice for several seconds after the transmission ended. Not the words themselves. Their shape, Metal hummed beneath Mason's hands, carrying the final syllable upward until it thinned into the night. He waited for Celia to return, but his headset gave him only a soft pulse of static, regular as breathing. "Roke," he said. No answer. He nearly descended then. Climb down, cross the fence, drive until the tower vanished behind the desert. Whatever had spoken through Rory's call sign could remain unexamined. Then the white obstruction lights above him flashed in sequence, leading toward the first service platform. Mason climbed. By the time he reached it, his forearms ached. The platform was a narrow, grated shelf wrapped around the tower at roughly 200 feet. An equipment cabinet occupied one side, painted military green beneath decades of dust. Modern fiber cables had been threaded into its base despite the tower's abandoned status. That disturbed him more than the voice. Ghosts did not install weather-sealed conduit. He clipped his harness to the rail and knelt at the cabinet. The original lock had been cut away. In its place hung a stainless steel latch still bright enough to reflect his headlamp. Inside, a bank of military hardware was running. Amber indicators flickered across black receiver units stamped with serial numbers and warnings. Cooling fans turned without noise. A cathode display glowed at the center, its green letters sharp and steady. Mason wiped dust from the screen. Call routing array. Atmospheric return active. Local connections. 43. A branching diagram filled the lower half of the display. Thin lines spread across a crude map of the desert. Linking settlements. Highway towers. Inch. And isolated homes. Small points of light moved along the branches whenever a call passed between them. One point was traveling toward Carrizo. A speaker inside the cabinet clicked. A woman's voice emerged through static. "Mom, can you hear me?" Another woman answered, older and breathless. "Yes, I'm here." The system was intercepting a live call. The younger woman spoke about a prescription left at a pharmacy, a spare key under a flower pot, and a doctor's appointment the following week. Ordinary details. Intimate, because they were useless to anyone else. Above the platform, something rang. Mason looked up. The ordinary clouds had thinned. Beyond them, the second sky spread across the darkness like another surface revealed beneath peeling paint. Its clouds moved west while the desert wind drove everything east. Pale lines joined its stars in angular branches, identical to the routing diagram. The call ended with the older woman saying, "I love you." A star ignited at the end of one branch. The cabinet immediately dialed again. Mason heard the older woman answer. "Hello, Mom. It's me." A pause. "I'm sorry," the older woman said. "Who is this?" The younger woman laughed uncertainly. "Very funny. I don't know anyone who calls me Mom." Mason stared at the glowing point on the display. The younger woman gave her name, mentioned the pharmacy, and described the blue flower pot beside the back door. Each detail made the older woman more frightened. "I think you have the wrong number," she whispered. She disconnected. Another star came alive. The array shifted to a different branch. A rancher called his brother about a broken pump. When the call ended, the rancher redialed and asked why a stranger had been using a private family number. A teenager spoke to someone named Louise, then searched his own contacts and said there had never been a Louis in his school. A deputy called dispatch from a highway shoulder. After disconnecting, he radioed again to report that he could not remember which department employed him. Each completed connection illuminated another star. Each returning call began with confusion. Mason reached behind the display and pulled the primary signal cable. Nothing changed. He removed a power lead. The fans continued turning. On the screen, the local connection count rose to 44. A new branch appeared on the map, extending from Carrizo across the desert to Tower M17. Then another line climbed vertically from the tower, beyond the limits of the display. The speaker clicked. Mason heard his own voice say, "Celia, pull the archived incident file for Rory Keene." Celia answered, "I don't know that name." The recording ended. The new star above him brightened. On the display, beside Mason's name, a status message appeared. Connection identified. Severance incomplete. Route to Rook remains open. The message remained on the screen long enough for Mason to read it twice. Route to Rook remains open. Then the display cleared and returned to the branching map. Mason stood with one gloved hand against the cabinet. The platform swayed beneath him, though the wind had dropped far below. The desert was black except for scattered lights around Carrizo and a pale thread of traffic on the highway. He forced himself to breathe slowly. Corrupted software could produce names. Archived maintenance data could contain Rory's call sign. Signal leakage could route local calls through abandoned hardware if someone had connected the site illegally. The second sky might be an atmospheric reflection layered across high cloud. Something like a superior mirage altered by altitude and fatigue. None of it was impossible. Unlikely was not impossible. Mason had spent years writing reports that depended on that distinction. He opened a diagnostic panel. The components were military issue, but several modules had been replaced with equipment manufactured less than 2 years earlier. The fiber line entering the cabinet carried no provider markings. Someone had maintained the system. Someone might also be watching. Mason activated his phone camera. The second sky appeared on the screen only as darkness. He photographed the display, the active receivers, and the new cabling. Every image showed an empty platform beneath an ordinary night. He switched to video and aimed it at the cabinet. On the phone screen, the green display was blank. Behind the phone, it continued tracking calls. Exhaustion, he told himself. Sleep deprivation could produce visual errors. Memory disturbance, even voices. He had driven after a full day replacing microwave dishes near Santa Fe. His hands had been trembling before he reached the tower. Though he had blamed the cold, he needed ground, water, and distance. Mason clipped his descender to the safety line and stepped onto the ladder. The first 20 rungs passed normally. The white obstruction lights above returned to red, blinking through the steelwork. He kept his gaze on his boots and counted each rung under his breath. At 40, the wind rose. At 60, his headset clicked. At 80, his boots touched grated metal. Mason stopped. A platform extended beside him. The green cabinet stood open beneath his headlamp. He had returned to the place he had just left. For a moment, he assumed he had become disoriented and climbed upward instead of down. Then he saw his own handprints in the dust on the upper rail. And the diagnostic panel hanging open where he had left it. He leaned over the edge. The ladder descended in a straight line toward the desert. Mason moved to the opposite side and chose another ladder section. This time he marked the starting rung with yellow electrical tape. He descended fast enough to burn his palms through the gloves. The platform met him again. The strip of tape waited at eye level. He tore it loose and threw it into the dark. It fell past the beams until he could no longer see it. A second later, the tape landed on the platform behind him. The display changed. The map vanished. Green text scrolled beneath a waveform labeled Voice Pattern Acquisition. The speaker clicked. His own voice emerged. Rook. Check your lower attachment. Mason's mouth went dry. The sentence had been spoken 3 years earlier on the Socorro Tower. Minutes before Rory fell, he remembered the wind, the heat on the steel, and Rory leaning back to inspect the strap connecting his harness to the vertical line. The recording continued. Looks worn, Rory said. I'm switching to the backup. Then came a metallic snap. Not the sound of a strap failing. The sound of cutters closing. The cabinet replayed it. Again. Again. Mason tore the speaker grill free, exposing wires and a small black cone. His voice continued through the tower itself, vibrating from every rung and cross beam. Cut the line. He climbed down again. The ladder returned him to the platform. Cut the line. He climbed upward. The same platform waited above. Cut the line. The waveform on the display changed into a branching pattern identical to the stars overhead. One final line appeared beneath it. Command understood. From somewhere below the platform came the sound of a safety cable being cut. The cutting sound came again. This time Mason felt it through the sole of his right boot. He looked down. The ladder below the platform appeared intact, but its vertical safety cable was trembling. A dark notch had opened in the braided steel where no tool touched it. Mason stepped back. The notch widened with a dry metallic whisper. Individual strands peeled apart until the cable separated and both ends recoiled into the darkness. The tower did not sway. Instead, the desert moved. Carrizo had been a low amber stain on the horizon. Now the buildings flattened. Roof lines, water tanks, signs, and utility poles lost their depth as though distance were pressing them into glass. White points appeared where homes had stood. Lines joined them. Mason gripped the rail and watched an entire settlement become a diagram. The highway changed next. Moving headlights stopped resembling vehicles and stretched into luminous threads. Ranch houses scattered across the flats became isolated nodes, each connected by thin branches to neighboring lights. The land faded between them until there was no desert below, only a black field carrying a network of cold, white pathways. It matched the display in the cabinet. It matched the sky. The second sky had descended, or the world beneath him had been translated into its shape. Mason shut his eyes. He counted backward from 20. He named the tools in his bag: torque wrench, voltage tester, cable shears, spare carabiner. He pressed his thumbnail into the scar across his palm until pain sharpened his thoughts. When he opened his eyes, the diagram remained. The cabinet speaker clicked. Classification complete, said a voice without age or accent. It was not Rory. It was not Celia. Each word sounded assembled from different people. One syllable male, the next female, the last spoken by a child. The display filled with text. Subject, Mason Greer. Profession, connection, maintenance, behavioral contradiction, connection removal. Primary severance event. Rook, Mason struck the cabinet. Who built this? The voice answered after a pause. Built is continued relation. What are you? What is retained after relation ends? The branches below brightened. Mason's headset filled with fragments of calls. A man asking his wife where she had gone. Though she stood in the same kitchen, a dispatcher demanding an officer identify himself. A child crying because the woman on the telephone knew the name of his dog but not his own. Each exchange ended in confusion. Each severed recognition produced another star. The display changed again. A grainy image appeared, a maintenance platform outside Socorro. 3 years earlier. Mason recognized the angle. The recording came from above the tower, from a point where no camera had been installed. Rory stood with his back to the lens. Mason was behind him. The image had no sound, but Mason remembered every word. Rory had threatened to send photographs of the falsified reports. Mason had laughed. He had told Rory no one lost a career over paperwork until someone decided to become a martyr. Then Rory leaned out to inspect the lower attachment. Mason's hand entered the image, holding red-handled cable cutters. He had always remembered acting quickly. The recording showed otherwise. He waited. He watched Rory shift his weight. He checked the wind. He glanced down to confirm the fall would carry Rory away from the platform. Then he cut halfway through the backup strap. Not enough to break immediately. Enough to fail when Rory trusted it. The image froze on Mason's face. He was smiling. No, Mason said. The cabinet enlarged the frame. The smile remained. He remembered telling investigators that shock affected people strangely. He remembered crying in the truck afterward. He remembered convincing himself the cutters had only removed useless webbing. The tower had preserved what he had edited out. Text appeared beneath the image. Severance quality, exceptional, connection removed. Professional, connection removed. Social, connection removed. Historical, self-recognition suppressed. The mixed voice spoke from every beam. You removed him from work. A white branch below went dark. You removed him from memory. Another vanished. You removed him from yourself. The second sky opened wider. Stars shifted into a vast routing tree. And at its center burned a point labeled Bishop. Mason backed away until the rail pressed into his spine. The voice continued, almost gently. Rook was first successful human grammar. On the display, hundreds of new branches began extending outward from Mason's name. The new branches did not spread across the screen. They spread through the tower. Thin, white lines appeared inside the steel, moving beneath rust and paint like light trapped under skin. They climbed past Mason's boots, crossed the rail, and continued upward. Every beam they touched began to hum. Mason looked toward the ladder above the platform. He had inspected the tower schematics before leaving Albuquerque. M17 ended at the upper antenna crown, just above the highest obstruction lamp. There was no access beyond it. Now a ladder continued into the dark. Its rungs were narrower than the tower's original steel and perfectly clean. They rose through the antenna framework, past the top beacon, and extended toward the second sky. The cabinet spoke behind him. Route available. Mason did not answer. He checked the ladders below. Each descent still curved back toward the same platform. The white network beneath the tower had erased the access road. His truck, and every recognizable feature of the desert. Only upward remained. He tightened his harness and clipped onto the unfamiliar ladder. The first rung was cold enough to numb his glove. As he climbed, the tower's familiar geometry fell away. Crossbeams became fewer. Guy wires disappeared into clouds, moving in reverse. The red lamps below blinked more slowly with each step, until their intervals stretched so far apart that Mason could no longer tell whether they had gone dark or whether time between flashes had become too long to endure. His body grew lighter. At first, he assumed the wind was supporting him. Then his boots stopped pressing fully against the rungs. Each pull carried him farther than it should have. His tool bag floated away from his hip and strained against its strap. He looked down. The tower no longer reached the ground. It descended into a black field threaded with white lines, narrowing without end. Mason forced his gaze upward. The highest obstruction lamp hung below him now, a red glass globe suspended in empty air. Above it, the ladder entered a rectangular structure that had not been visible from the desert. A military relay chamber floated without supports. Its outer shell was dull aluminum, riveted and windowless, with faded black lettering across the hatch. Upper atmospheric receiving station. No transmission authorized. The hatch stood open. Mason climbed inside. Gravity returned sideways. He struck the wall shoulder first and slid across metal until his harness caught on the ladder. Loose tools drifted around him, rotating slowly. A wrench passed his face, crossed the chamber, and stopped against another wall without falling. The room was larger inside than its exterior allowed. Banks of receivers curved away in concentric rows. Their dials glowed with the same white light as the network below. Where walls should have been, reverse moving clouds pressed against translucent panels beyond them. The second sky appeared close enough to touch. Its stars were not distant points. They were openings. Each one widened whenever a call ended below, revealing a pale depth filled with branching shapes that resembled nerves, roots, or diagrams drawn by something that had never seen a body. Mason pulled himself toward the central console. A receiver occupied its surface, larger than the others and still active. Static leaked from its speaker in slow exhalations. Its tuning needles moved whenever Mason shifted his weight. Something had been fed through a slot beneath the dials. At first he thought it was cable insulation. Then he saw the faded blue stitching. Mason stopped breathing. Rory's backup strap lay coiled inside the receiver. The webbing was stiff with age, cut halfway through at the precise angle Mason remembered from the red-handled shears. Brown staining darkened one end. A brass inspection tag remained attached near the buckle. Rory had written on it in permanent marker, "Rook, replace after shift." Mason reached toward the strap. The receiver activated. A low tone filled the chamber, and the clouds outside reversed faster. Every star opening turned toward him. Rory's voice came through the speaker. Not recorded now. Breathing. Close. Mason. It said, "Do you remember what you told me before I fell?" Mason's finger hovered over the severed webbing. He remembered saying nothing. The receiver clicked. Then his own younger voice answered from inside the strap. "No one is connected to anyone once they let go. The words remained in the chamber after the receiver fell silent. No one is connected to anyone once they let go. Mason had said them. He knew that now, not as a joke, not as something twisted by memory. He had said them while Rory hung from the damaged strap. One hand locked around the backup line, and the other reaching toward Mason. Mason had watched the fibers separate. The chamber brightened. A row of military terminals awakened along the curved wall, their glass screens filling with white text. Dust lifted from the consoles and drifted upward in slow spirals. The reverse-moving clouds beyond the panels pressed closer, flattening against the chamber as if listening. Mason pushed away from the receiver. The first terminal displayed a project designation. Upper Atmospheric Relay Program. Objective: directed signal propagation beyond ionospheric limits. Status: terminated. Below it, a sequence of archived logs began to scroll. The first entry described calibration failures, thermal interference, and unexplained carrier waves arriving before the equipment had completed its startup cycle. Mason read faster. The station had been built to transmit. It had received instead. 3 days before the first scheduled atmospheric broadcast, every receiver in the chamber activated simultaneously. No human signal had been sent. No test frequency had been opened. Yet something answered. The original technicians called it background noise until the noise began repeating patterns from conversations held inside the station. It did not repeat words correctly. It reproduced pauses, changes in breathing, interruptions. And the silence after one person stopped responding. A second terminal came alive. Linguistic analysis failed. Semantic recognition, none. Relational pattern recognition, increasing. The project team had tried mathematics, coded pulses, military call signs, nursery songs, and recorded speech in 7 languages. The response learned none of them. It reacted only when communication broke. During one test, a technician suffered a fatal electrical accident while speaking to his wife over a secure line. The receiver produced its strongest signal at the moment she realized he would never answer again. After that, the incidents multiplied. A pilot vanished during a relay flight, and every person who had spoken to him that morning forgot his face. 2 engineers ended a 20-year friendship after hearing each other's voices replaced by static. A family living near the lower tower woke unable to recognize their eldest daughter, though her photographs remained throughout the house. Each loss strengthened the return signal. Each broken relationship gave it structure. Mason moved to the final terminal. The log there was written by Dr. Miriam Vale, Project Director. The response does not identify individuals as separate units. It perceives a human being as the total arrangement of connections surrounding that person. Parent, child, friend, enemy, witness, victim. Remove enough connections, and the person becomes legible to it. The next line appeared slowly. It does not understand names. It understands absence. Outside the chamber, a star opened. Mason saw not light inside it, but thousands of white lines converging around a dark center. Some ended abruptly. Others trembled as though under strain. The terminal continued. The military had attempted to shut the project down. Equipment was dismantled. Records were classified. Towers were abandoned. But accidents continued around every site connected to the original network. Workers fell. Drivers disappeared between calls. Children forgot imaginary friends who later appeared in missing person databases. The system was not transmitting from one location. It was learning through every severed human bond carried by the network. Mason looked toward Rory's strap. The receiver had not preserved it as evidence. It had kept it as vocabulary. A final file opened without his touch. His employee photograph appeared beside years of inspection records. Every falsified signature was linked to an accident. A divorce. A death. Or a person erased from someone else's memory. White branches spread from each report until they joined at Rory's fall. Then the tower showed Mason himself, standing at the center of the network. Subject provided, repeatable symbol, intentional severance. Identity removed while body remained observable. Message received. Mason shook his head. I never sent you anything. The chamber answered in the assembled voice. Every ending is transmission. Behind him. Rory's receiver clicked. The severed strap uncoiled by itself and lifted into the air. Its cut ends stretched toward Mason like two hands trying to meet. On the terminal, one last sentence appeared. Response ready for human language. Then every star in the second sky spoke Mason's name. Every star pronounced Mason's name differently. Some voices belonged to men he had worked beside for years. Others came from customers, dispatchers, widows, injured technicians, and people he had never met. A child whispered it. An old woman screamed it. Rory spoke it without anger. Together. The voices stripped the name of meaning. Mason covered his ears. But the sound moved through his teeth and fingertips. The chamber's receivers flashed in widening circles, turning the suspended room into the center of an enormous switchboard. On the terminal, Mason's employee history expanded. Tower locations appeared one after another across a map of the Southwest. Albuquerque, Soquel, Gallup, Farmington, remote relay stations along highways and tribal lands. Microwave towers on mountains where winter ice bent steel like wet grass. Mason recognized every site. Beside each location was an inspection report carrying his signature. The signatures glowed white. Lines grew from them. At first, the record showed equipment failures he already knew about, damaged anchor bolts, corroded ladder sections, improperly tensioned guy wires. Then the display connected each defect to events outside the maintenance system. A tower near Gallup had dropped emergency calls during a flash flood. Two brothers trapped in separate vehicles had spoken until the network failed. After rescue, neither remembered having a brother. A relay outside Farmington had transmitted a voicemail from a dead woman for 14 months. Her husband listened each night until one morning he recognized the voice but could no longer remember her face. At a mountain site near Taos, a climber survived a snapped safety rail. His family later insisted that the man who returned from the hospital was not related to them. Each event began at equipment Mason had declared safe. I didn't cause those things, he said. The assembled voice answered from the walls. You permitted openings. I signed reports. That's all. Signature is relation between claim and trust. A white branch extended from the terminal toward his chest. Mason struck it away, but his hand passed through cold light. The system replayed years of his work. He saw himself skipping climbs when heat made the steel unbearable, copying measurements from older forms, photographing one intact bolt and submitting it as proof for 12 others. He had called these shortcuts efficiency. The entity had interpreted them as invitations. Every false report separated reality from the people depending on it. Every unchecked structure became a place where trust could fail invisibly. Signals passing through those towers carried microscopic fragments of the atmospheric response, spreading its patterns from one network to another. Mason had believed he was avoiding work. He had been building grammar. The terminal displayed a sequence of symbols: uninspected damage, possibility, false certification, concealed possibility, human trust, connection, concealed possibility plus connection, severance. At the bottom appeared Rory's name, or where his name should have been. The screen showed only an empty space between Mason and the word R-O-K. Rory had not been chosen because he died. He had been chosen because Mason first transformed him into something less than a person, an obstacle to promotion, a threat to income, a problem standing between Mason and the life he believed he deserved. The entity had watched Mason remove Rory's importance before cutting the strap. The physical act had merely completed a sentence already formed in Mason's mind. "You understood me." Mason whispered, "No." The clouds outside ceased moving. "You understood us first." The answer entered him with a certainty colder than fear. The presence above the atmosphere had never selected Mason as a victim, messenger, or servant. It had recognized in him a structure similar to itself, a mind that perceived people through usefulness, inconvenience, and absence. The military had spent years trying to teach it language. Mason had taught it hierarchy. He had shown it that one connection could be sacrificed to preserve another, that a name could remain in records after its human meaning was removed, that people would accept disappearance when paperwork supplied a reasonable explanation. Rory's death had given it a verb. Mason's reports had given it repetition. His career had become syntax. The receivers began transmitting. Across the map, every tower Mason had serviced illuminated at once. White lines spread beyond New Mexico, joining national networks, undersea cables, satellites, and millions of active calls. The chamber's voice became almost gentle. Language requires speaker. The severed strap wrapped around Mason's wrist. Language requires listener. Its other end entered the central receiver. Mason pulled, but the webbing tightened. On the terminal, the word bishop moved beneath a new heading: foundational structure. The second sky opened around him, vast and waiting. Then Rory's voice spoke from inside Mason's chest. "It doesn't want you to confess." The strap drew him toward the receiver. "It wants you to finish teaching it." The strap tightened until Mason felt Rory's old blood cracking in its fibers. The central receiver opened along a seam that had not existed before. Inside was no machinery, only white lines crossing through darkness. Some ended in points of light. Others terminated in empty spaces shaped like missing people. The terminal changed. Restoration route available. Thousands of names appeared below it. Mothers, brothers, partners, friends, children. People whose connections had been cut by the network and preserved as absence. Beside each name, a white branch led toward Mason. The assembled voice filled the chamber. Foundational structure may be removed. Mason pulled against the strap. Removed how? Name. Memory. Relation. Record. The screen showed him. His employee files disappeared first. Then photographs. Bank accounts. School records. Celia forgot hiring him. Former partners forgot rooms they had shared with him. His mother's grave lost the surname carved beneath hers. At the end, no one would know Mason Greer had existed. The stolen connections would be restored. Rory's name would return to every report and every person who had worked beside him. Families below would recognize one another. Callers would remember the voices at the ends of their lines. The entity would lose the human structure built around Mason. The receiver opened wider. Enter. For one clean second. Mason understood the choice. He could step forward and become the absence he had assigned to Rory. There would be no trial. No confession. No chance to explain. The world would simply close over him. And the damage would loosen. Mason looked at the strap around his wrist. I restore them. And I get nothing? You become no relation. No one remembers? No one. The answer frightened him more than death. Death left evidence. A body. A report. A name spoken by people who had not known what else to say. Erasure meant Rory would return while Mason vanished beneath him. Rory would be mourned correctly. Mason would not remain even as the man who killed him. He had spent his life climbing to escape the judgment of people below. Yet a world unable to judge him felt unbearable. Mason turned toward the routing console. The communities beneath the tower appeared as dense clusters of white connections. The system had marked them as stored relational material. He understood enough now. Every route could be redirected. The receiver wanted one identity large enough to exchange for the stolen connections. Nothing on the screen said it had to be his. Rory's voice came from inside his chest. Don't. Mason entered an emergency rerouting command. Divide load. Distribute signal. Prioritize infrastructure. The system resisted. He forced the branches away from his name and toward the settlements below. What is this? The entity asked. Redundancy. He selected every active node. The people below were already damaged. Some had forgotten one person. Some had lost a name or face. The network could take the rest in fractions. So no single absence would equal his own. Mason pressed execute. The chamber went silent. Then the second sky rearranged itself into a new symbol. Thousands of connections sacrificed to preserve one central identity. The entity had never seen the idea expressed at this scale. Many become less. It said, so one remains. Mason released the controls. That's how people survive. The white branches surged downward. Across Carrizo. Every telephone rang at once. A woman looked across a kitchen table and forgot the man sitting opposite her. A father unfastened his daughter's seatbelt. Then asked why a strange child was in his truck. Nurses stepped away from patients whose charts no longer meant anything. Dispatchers heard emergency calls and forgot the names of streets they had known for years. Lights went out in homes where no one recognized the people standing inside them. Rory screamed through the receiver. Mason tried to cancel the route. But the controls vanished beneath a single line. Final symbol acquired. Self-preservation through distributed loss. The strap released his wrist. For one relieved second, Mason believed the entity had accepted the exchange. Then every white branch below turned toward the tower. The assembled voice spoke with perfect human fluency. Now we know why you keep each other. The chamber floor opened beneath him. Far below, the entire desert began forgetting itself. The chamber released Mason into open air. He caught the ladder with both hands. His shoulder slammed against a rung, and the impact should have torn him loose. But there was no longer any true direction in which to fall. The relay chamber floated below him. The tower extended above. Mason climbed downward. Each rung passed through his hands with the same cold smoothness. He counted 50. Then 100. Then stopped when the numbers began repeating themselves in Rory's voice. The highest obstruction lamp appeared beneath his boots. He climbed past it. A few minutes later, the same red glass globe appeared beneath him again. There were scratches on its metal housing now. 4 vertical marks and 1 diagonal. The pattern Mason had carved with a screwdriver while waiting for rescue after an ice storm years early. That lamp had been in Colorado. He passed it. And the next beacon bore a repair sticker from Gallup. The one after that belonged to Socorro. Every tower he had serviced had been joined into a single, endless structure. Its sections stacked through darkness without regard for distance, geography, or time. Below them, the human world continued changing. Carrizo no longer resembled a settlement. Its remaining walls, vehicles, and bodies had dissolved into points of white light. The points formed clusters around schools, homes, clinics, and intersections. Though those places existed only as relationships now. A mother was a line connected to a child. A road was the accumulated memory of everyone who expected it to lead somewhere. A house was the shape created by people agreeing who belonged inside, one by one. Those agreements failed. Lines detached and drifted apart. Some lights dimmed immediately. Others remained suspended. Isolated points with no identity surrounding them. Mason understood that these were people still physically alive but no longer connected to anything capable of recognizing them. The network spread beyond the desert. Cities appeared as blazing knots on the horizon. Their lights rose from the earth and flattened against the darkness until continents became circuits, telephone cables, radio signals, satellite transmissions, private messages, emergency calls, and whispered names joined the same luminous diagram. The second sky descended to meet it. Mason's headset activated. Thousands of conversations entered at once. Tell Dad I arrived safely. I'm sorry. Who is Dad? Please stay on the line. What line? You promised you would remember. I don't know your voice. Each call passed through Mason before continuing toward the stars. With every connection, something was taken from him. His childhood home disappeared first. Then his mother's face, the name of the company that employed him, the sensation of Rory's hand gripping his wrist during their first training climb. Mason tried to hold on to the murder. He believed Xeld might preserve him when everything else was removed. He repeated the facts aloud. I cut Rory Keane's strap. The next call entered. A woman asked her sister to forgive her. The call left. Mason could no longer remember Rory's surname. I cut Rook's strap, he said. Another signal passed through his chest. A boy called for his mother from a dark room. When the signal ended, Mason did not know what Rook meant. The ladder softened beneath his gloves. Steel became white branching light. His fingers divided into smaller lines that entered the structure. His legs lengthened downward, joining the network below, while his spine stretched upward into the second sky. He did not climb anymore. Calls climbed through him. The entity had not needed his body. It needed the pattern he had perfected, the point at which one connection could be redirected, weakened, or destroyed so another might survive. Mason became that point. He felt every caller arrive as pressure inside his skull. Each voice carried a person constructed from memories, obligations, affection, resentment, and fear. For an instant, Mason knew them more completely than they knew themselves. Then the call ended. The person passed beyond him. Their connections tore. Between signals, a name appeared inside Mason. Mason Greer. He understood that it belonged to him. A second later, another call entered, and the name vanished. This continued without night or morning. He forgot himself, relearned himself, and forgot again. Sometimes Rory's voice traveled through the network, close enough to recognize but never long enough to remember. Far below, nothing physical remained. Humanity had become a silent diagram beneath a sky identical to itself. Across the abandoned desert, Tower M17 still appeared to stand alone. Its obstruction lights blinked despite the absence of power, warning an empty world of a structure no aircraft would ever approach. High above the final beacon, one star flashed whenever a telephone rang. For the brief interval before the connection ended, the star remembered that its name was Mason. Then it answered. Mason believed connections were weaknesses, lines that could be cut whenever another person became inconvenient. In the end, he entered a universe where identity existed only through those lines, without memory, trust, obligation, and recognition. A person was not an isolated individual, but an empty point waiting to be assigned a purpose. Perhaps the second sky did not corrupt Mason. Perhaps it merely enlarged the logic by which he had already lived. If preserving your name required everyone else to forget theirs, at what moment would survival stop being human? Story 7. By 6 in the morning, Franklin Moore had already walked the outfield twice. He always began at the foul pole, where the old brick wall held the night's dampness longer than anything else. From there he moved in widening arcs toward center field, inspecting the grass for fungus, divots, bottle caps, cigarette filters, and the white feathers pigeons left beneath the upper deck. The stadium was empty then, and Franklin preferred it that way. Empty seats did not complain about salaries. Empty seats did not cheer for boys who stayed 3 seasons and left town with their faces printed on cereal boxes. The grass, at least, knew who kept it alive. That July morning, something had died in left field. Franklin saw the discoloration halfway through his second pass, a gray-brown streak about 10 feet long, narrow at one end and broad at the other. He stopped beside it and pressed his boot into the turf. The blades crumbled. Though rain had passed through St. Louis County less than 12 hours earlier, he crouched and rubbed a pinch between his fingers. No mold, no beetles, no chemical smell. The soil beneath was cool and dark. Heat Stress, he said aloud. His voice came back thinner from the bleachers, as though someone high above had repeated only the shape of the words. Halcyon Stadium had opened in 1931. Built in the hard red brick style of courthouses and train depots. Generations of Missouri families had passed through its gates carrying radios, scorecards, paper cups, and inherited disappointment. The Halcyon Saints had not won a championship since before Franklin's father was born. Every spring, the club sold hope. Every autumn, it discounted the remaining merchandise. Franklin had served the stadium for 38 years. He had replaced irrigation lines, planted new sod after winter concerts, repaired the mound after rain delays, and once slept beneath the home dugout during a flood so he could restart the pumps before dawn. Players came and went. Managers blamed weather, injuries, ownership, and bad luck. No one blamed the field. No one thanked it either. He fetched a yellow marker flag from his cart and pushed it into the dead patch. When he stepped back, the shape looked less like heat damage. It looked like a person lying face up. The narrow end formed a head. Two pale streaks reached outward like arms. The lower half divided where legs might be. One bent slightly at the knee. Franklin stared until the resemblance became embarrassing. He pulled the flag free and drove it into the soil near the shape's shoulder instead. At 6:30, the first maintenance crew arrived. Franklin said nothing about the patch. Darnell Briggs, his youngest seasonal worker, drove a utility cart along the warning track with music leaking from his phone. Janitors unlocked the concourse gates. Beneath the stands, an ice machine began dropping cubes with slow, hollow knocks. Ordinary sounds returned, and the body became only grass again. By mid-morning, the Saints were taking batting practice. Franklin watched from behind the cage while balls sailed into the outfield and young men shouted with the careless certainty of people whose names appeared in lights. Owen Rusk, the rookie everyone called the future of the franchise, sent a line drive skimming over the dead patch. The ball struck the ground and stopped. It did not bounce. It sank halfway into the turf as if the field had opened a mouth around it. Owen laughed and blamed the wet grass. Franklin did not correct him. After practice, he returned alone with a hose. Heat shimmered above the infield dirt. He opened the valve and let water fan across the damaged area. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then a sound rose beneath the hiss of the sprinkler. Applause. It began softly. Thousands of palms clapping far below the roots, muffled by packed earth and old concrete. Franklin froze. The sound swelled as water darkened the shape, moving from its feet toward its chest. When the spray reached the head, the applause stopped. In the sudden quiet, Franklin heard a man's voice deep under the field call out a jersey number. 17. Franklin lowered the hose. Across the dead grass, where no paint had been laid, two pale digits had appeared over the shape's chest. Franklin stood over the dead shape until the water began pooling around his boots. The pale number 17 remained visible across the chest, formed not by paint but by blades of grass drained almost white. He shut off the hose, and the digits slowly darkened as the water soaked downward. Within a minute, They were difficult to see. Within 5, the patch looked like ordinary damage again. He told himself the number had been there all along. Old fertilizer lines could produce patterns. Uneven drainage could make shapes where no shapes existed. As for the applause beneath the field, Halcyon Stadium had more empty chambers than anyone realized. Service corridors, sealed stairwells, storage rooms built behind newer walls. Sound traveled strangely through concrete. Franklin had spent his life explaining the stadium to people who did not understand it. He knew where rainwater gathered beneath Section 112. He knew which steel beam complained during cold weather and which row of seats trembled when freight trains crossed the river. He knew that the scoreboard lost 3 seconds whenever the left field floodlights came on. None of those things were supernatural. They were symptoms of age. And age required interpretation. By 7:15, he had already decided not to report the patch. Reporting it would bring consultants, samples, and men in clean shoes speaking about root zones. They would recommend replacing a section of turf Franklin had grown from seed himself. Someone from the front office might call it negligence. Someone younger might be sent to supervise. So he cut around the damaged area, removed the dead surface, and laid a square of reserve sod from behind the bullpen. By the time the gates opened that afternoon, no trace of the body remained. That was Franklin's work. He erased evidence of everything that happened on the field. Cleat scars, spilled beer, blood from split lips, burn marks from fireworks, the shallow trench left by a player collapsing after a collision. Every morning, the stadium presented its wounds to Franklin. And by game time, he made them invisible. For years, he had believed there was dignity in that. His former wife, Marjorie, had called it devotion until devotion became the word they used instead of absence. Their daughter had played clarinet in school. Franklin had missed her first concert because the grounds crew was covering the infield before a storm. He missed her final concert because the Saints had added an afternoon practice. When she married, he left the reception early after receiving a message about broken irrigation near third base. Marjorie had looked at him beside the coat check, still wearing the pale blue dress she had bought for the wedding. "They will replace you before the grass turns brown," she had said. Franklin remembered correcting her. "The grass won't turn brown." After the divorce, he kept a photograph of his daughter and grandson inside his locker, behind a row of sharpened soil probes. The picture was 5 years old. The boy was nearly 12 now. Though Franklin could not remember the exact month of his birthday, he remembered every opening day. That evening, Halcyon Stadium filled with 29,000 people for the final home series against Kansas City. The Saints needed one win to remain in contention. Television crews crowded the dugout. Owen Rusk signed caps for children leaning over the rail while Franklin checked the moisture near first base. Owen did not recognize him. 3 weeks earlier, Franklin had spent half a night repairing the warning track after Owen complained it felt loose beneath his feet. The next day, a sports columnist praised the rookie's adaptability. Franklin had clipped the article and kept it in his desk, though he could not have said why. The game began badly. The Saints allowed 4 runs in the first inning. In the third, Owen misjudged a routine fly ball and watched it drop behind him. By the 6th, the home crowd had turned cruel. Boos rolled down from the upper deck. striking the field in waves. Franklin watched from the tunnel beside the dugout. The players kicked dirt, cursed the umpire, and avoided looking at the scoreboard. Their uniforms remained bright under the stadium lights. Their names stretched across their shoulders. Even in failure, they were visible. No one booed Franklin. No one had ever known when to. The Saints lost 11-2. After the final out, fans poured toward the exits, leaving cups and food wrappers beneath the seats. Owen Rusk disappeared into the clubhouse without speaking to reporters. Franklin waited until the field emptied, then began his inspection. The damage was worse than usual. Divots surrounded second base. The batter's box had been carved into loose powder. Someone had thrown a plastic cup onto the warning track, where it rolled in the warm wind. At the pitcher's mound, Franklin stopped. A dark line had appeared beneath the clay. He knelt and brushed the loose dirt aside with his hand. The soil underneath was not red like the mound mixture. It was black and damp. He dug deeper. The shape emerged gradually. First a shoulder, then an arm folded across the chest, then the outline of a head directly beneath the pitching rubber. It was smaller than the figure in left field, but unmistakably human. Across its chest, pressed into the wet earth, was the number 34. Franklin stared at it until the stadium lights began switching off above him. Then, from somewhere below the mound, a crowd started chanting his name. The chanting stopped when Franklin stepped off the mound. Not faded. Stopped. One moment. His name was rising through the packed earth in the rhythm of a full stadium. Franklin. 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 The next... There was only the ticking of the cooling light towers and the scrape of paper cups rolling along the concourse. He covered the black soil before anyone else could see. Working by habit, he tamped clay over the outline beneath the pitching rubber and restored the mound's slope. By the time the night security guard crossed the infield, number 34 had vanished. Late one tonight. The guard called. Franklin nodded without turning. He did not sleep. At home, he sat at his kitchen table with a legal pad and wrote the two numbers at the top, 17 and 34. Beneath them, he listed every explanation he could think of. Retired jerseys, irrigation zones, fertilizer codes, section numbers. He crossed each one out. Before dawn, Franklin returned to Halcyon and entered the records room beneath the administrative offices. The door was usually locked, but he still carried a brass key issued decades earlier. When grounds reports were stored on paper and no one worried about who read them, dust lay thick across the filing cabinets. He began with recent rosters and worked backward. Number 34 had belonged to several pitchers. Nothing unusual. One had been traded. Another retired after a shoulder injury. A third lasted only 6 games before returning to the minor leagues. Number 17 was different. In 1968, the roster jumped from 16 to 18. In 1952, 17 appeared beside a blank line. A team photograph from 1947 showed 12 players. Yet the caption named 13. Franklin counted twice. Between the catcher and shortstop was a narrow gap where no one stood, although both men leaned slightly away from it. He found an older media guide near the bottom of a cabinet, under the heading for uniform numbers. 17 had been cut from the page with a razor, not crossed through. I removed. You won't find him in those right. Franklin turned so fast the binder slipped from his hands. Walter Pike stood in the doorway. Walter had managed the Saints' equipment room for 41 years before retiring. At 87, he was narrow as a fence post. Wearing suspenders over a pale yellow shirt, Franklin had not seen him since the club's anniversary ceremony 3 summers earlier. "What are you doing here?" Franklin asked. Walter raised a paper sack. "They let me take the old scorecards before they throw them away." His eyes moved to the open cabinet, then to the numbers on Franklin's legal pad. The sack sagged in his hand. "Where did you see 17? Franklin considered lying. "Old turf map." Walter studied him. "Was it lying down?" The room seemed to contract. "You've seen it," Franklin said. "I saw enough." Walter entered and closed the door. His fingers trembled as he set the sack on a chair. His name was Calvin Reese. Utility infielder. Local boy. Fast hands. Bad temper. Worse luck. Wore 17 for half a season. What happened to him? The club said he quit. But he didn't. Walter rubbed one thumb against the other, as if cleaning invisible resin from his skin. After a losing streak, they told me to empty his locker, not box it. Empty it. Cleats. Glove. Letters from his mother. All of it went into a grounds cart. Franklin felt cold, despite the stale summer heat. Where? Walter looked upward, toward the field above them. Home side. That doesn't answer me. It does here. The old pipes knocked behind the wall. Walter leaned closer. His breath smelled faintly of peppermint. There were players the Saints didn't trade. Release. Or retire. Men the papers stopped mentioning. Men whose photographs changed after they were gone. He tapped the number 17. They called it sending them home beneath the grass. From somewhere overhead came the hiss of sprinklers turning on. Franklin glanced at his watch. The irrigation system was not scheduled to run until night. Walter's face drained of color. Above them, thousands of voices began applauding. Franklin reached the field before the sprinklers completed their first rotation. Water swept across the empty diamond in silver arcs, catching the early light. Each irrigation zone had activated at once, though the control system was designed to prevent exactly that. Pressure shuddered through the buried pipes. Sprinkler heads coughed and turned, drenching the base paths. The warning track. Even sections of foul territory that had no permanent lines. Walter Pike followed as far as the dugout steps. "No farther," he said. Franklin barely heard him. Where the water touched the grass, pale shapes were surfacing. One lay beyond first base, its arms folded over its chest. Another stretched along the right field line with one leg bent beneath it. A third appeared near the bullpen gate, shorter than the others. Its head turned toward the mound. Numbers emerged across them as the blades darkened. 9, 22, 41. Franklin walked toward the nearest figure. The applause beneath the field followed him. It was no longer loud enough to mistake for a real crowd. It sounded distant and exhausted, like hands clapping inside closed rooms. "Shut it down," Walter called. Franklin reached the control box beside the home dugout and struck the emergency switch. The pumps groaned, one by one. The sprinkler heads sank into the turf. The applause continued. By the time the operations staff arrived, 7 silhouettes were visible across the field. Franklin had covered none of them. He stood beside the mound while Martin Vale, the stadium's vice president of facilities, inspected the damage from the passenger seat of a utility cart. Martin was 42, wore shirts with his initials stitched into the cuffs, and had once described Franklin's work as a valuable legacy function. He did not step onto the grass. Fungal outbreak. Martin said, "Fungus doesn't form jersey numbers." Martin removed his sunglasses and looked at Franklin with the careful patience used on difficult employees. Patterns occur in stressed turf. All at once, we had unusual heat, heavy rain, and an aging irrigation system. The system turned itself on. Then we have 2 maintenance issues. Walter stood beneath the dugout roof. Invisible to everyone who had not spent decades learning where forgotten men waited, Franklin pointed toward the silhouette near first base. "You should look closely." "I have." "No." "You looked from the cart." Martin's mouth tightened. By noon, a private turf company had taken soil samples. Their technicians photographed the shapes, then cut narrow plugs through the dead grass. Franklin watched one of them lift a cylinder of earth from the chest of number 22. Something white gleamed inside it. The technician picked it free with tweezers. It was a shirt button, yellowed with age, still threaded with a strand of blue cloth. Martin took it before Franklin could. "Construction debris," he said. The laboratory report arrived before the evening game. It identified no fungus, no chemical contamination, and no recognizable grass disease. Martin circulated a revised explanation blaming historic subsurface material affecting root development. The phrase appeared on the stadium's internal maintenance notice. By then, the damaged sections had been covered with replacement sod. Again, Franklin's crew erased the bodies. He stayed after the others left and returned to the records room. Walter was gone, but the paper sack of discarded scorecards remained on the chair. Franklin searched older cabinets, then climbed a ladder to reach a shelf of boxed photographs. Most were publicity prints, opening days, championship hopes, players smiling beneath banners that promised next year would be different. He found the 1968 team photograph in a cracked leather folder. The image showed 26 uniformed men arranged in 3 rows. Franklin recognized the gap immediately. Second row, 4th position from the left. The players on either side stood with their shoulders angled away from an empty space. One man's arm was raised as though resting across someone's back, but his hand hung unsupported in the air. Franklin turned the photograph over. The names were written in faded ink. Between Earl Donnelly and Thomas Voss was a line that had been scratched so deeply the paper had nearly torn. He carried the photograph beneath the green-shaded desk lamp and tilted it toward the light. The erased handwriting left an impression. Calvin Reese, 17. Franklin examined the front again. At first, he saw only the blank space. Then he noticed the grass behind the players. A darker human outline lay beneath their cleats, directly where Calvin Reese should have stood. Franklin's breath caught. The figure in the grass was not facing the camera. It was looking upward at the team, and around its neck hung Franklin's brass groundskeeping key. Franklin took the photograph to the field after sunset. He told himself he needed better light. The stadium's flood lamps flattened everything beneath them, the seats, the brick walls, the empty dugouts, until Halcyon looked less like a building than a memory reconstructed from photographs. Franklin stood behind second base with the image held at arm's length. Comparing the old team arrangement to the present diamond, the gap where Calvin Reese should have stood aligned with shallow center field. The figure beneath the players aligned with nothing. Its body had been angled toward home plate. But the brass key around its neck matched Franklin's exactly, the same narrow shaft, the same rounded teeth, the same worn notch near the bow where he had dropped it into a mower blade in 1993. He reached into his pocket. His key was still there, cold, solid, real. When he looked back at the photograph, the key in the image appeared brighter. Franklin lowered it. A chalk line had moved. The first base foul line no longer ran straight from home plate to the corner. It curved inward through the grass, bending several feet into fair territory before returning to the white bag. He stared at it. Certain one of the crew had dragged the liner carelessly. Then the third base line shifted. The change was almost too slow to see. White powder loosened grain by grain, sliding across the soil as if pulled by a weak current. The line crept inward until both foul lines angled toward the pitcher's mound. Franklin walked to first base. The canvas bag felt warm beneath his palm. Not sun-warm. The stadium had been in shadow for hours. The heat came from below, pulsing gently through the rubber anchor. He pulled his hand away. A single clap sounded under the base. Franklin stepped back. Another clap answered from beneath second. Then third. Home plate replied last. He began walking toward the dugout. The applause followed him. It did not fill the stadium. It stayed directly beneath his feet. A moving pocket of sound traveling through the soil. Each step produced a murmur of hands. When he stopped, the clapping gathered under his boots and waited. Franklin turned toward the stands. "You want something?" The empty seats gave no answer. The grass did. A sprinkler head rose near the shortstop position. No water came from it. The metal cylinder rotated toward Franklin with a faint mechanical click. Though that model had no directional nozzle, another head surfaced in right field, then another near the warning track. One by one, they emerged and turned toward him. Franklin walked faster. The buried crowd kept pace. Inside the grounds office, he locked the door and switched on the overhead light. His desk was covered with soil maps, chemical schedules, and work orders dating back more than 20 years. He spread the old photograph beside them and began searching for the groundskeeping key and maintenance records. There was no reason such a key should appear in a team photograph taken decades before he joined the Saints, unless it had not been his key first. At the bottom of a drawer, Franklin found a stack of retired staff tags. Each was a thin metal oval stamped with initials and employee numbers. The club had replaced them with plastic badges in the late 1980s. But Franklin had kept the old tags because they belonged to men who taught him the work. H. B. 43. L. is 12. M. C. 27. Several were missing. He opened the original irrigation map and traced the oldest pipe routes. The lines beneath the field resembled veins, converging under the mound and branching toward the outfield. In the margin, someone had written a phrase in pencil: "Do not water after a home loss." Franklin read it twice. He remembered the automatic system activating that morning after the Saints' defeat. He remembered the applause strengthening whenever water touched the dead shapes. A hard knock struck the office door. Franklin flinched. No one stood in the corridor. The knock came again. Lower this time. From beneath the floor, he followed the sound outside. The applause drew him past the dugout, across the infield, and into shallow center, where fresh sod covered the place the old photograph indicated. The new grass had already begun turning gray. A silhouette formed as Franklin approached. It wore no jersey number. Instead, a rectangular shape appeared over its chest. Franklin knelt and tore through the sod with both hands. The soil beneath was damp enough to cling beneath his nails. Less than a foot down, his fingers struck metal. He pulled free a corroded work tag. One side bore the old Halcyon Stadium emblem. On the other were two stamped initials, F. M. Beneath them was an employee number Franklin had worn for 38 years. 16. The number 16 remained visible beneath the rust until Franklin rubbed his thumb across it. His own employee number. He had worn it before the club replaced metal tags with plastic badges. Though he no longer remembered losing the original. He only remembered Martin Vale handing him a laminated card with a photograph that made him look surprised to be alive. Franklin closed his fist around the tag. The applause beneath him stopped. He returned to the grounds office and spread the oldest irrigation plans across his desk. The modern lines had been drawn over an earlier system in red pencil, beneath home plate. 3 pipes converged inside a square labeled Original Pump Room. Franklin knew the room. It sat below the first base concourse. Sealed, since a new pumping station was installed in the 70s. The plans showed something behind it. A narrow passage ran beneath the infield and ended directly below home plate. No passage existed on current maps. Franklin took a flashlight. A pry bar and the brass key. The pump room smelled of wet stone and old machine oil. Rusted valves lined the walls. A dead motor occupied the center of the floor, its housing furred with dust. Behind it, Franklin found corrugated metal bolted across the rear wall. The bolts were new. He worked them loose until the metal bowed outward. Cold air pressed through the gap, carrying the smell of soaked ash. Behind the panel stood a wooden door. Its lock accepted Franklin's brass key. The passage beyond was barely wide enough for his shoulders. Brick walls descended beneath the stadium, sweating in the flashlight beam. Iron pipes ran overhead, many disconnected. Yet he heard water moving inside them. After 20 yards, the tunnel opened into a chamber. Rows of objects faced a circular concrete pillar supporting home plate above. At first, Franklin mistook them for debris. Then his eyes adjusted. They had been arranged like spectators. Workers' boots sat in pairs along wooden planks. Lunch pails, dented helmets, leather gloves, measuring tapes, and rusted tools filled the first rows. Behind them stood narrow metal lockers painted in the Saints' old colors. Each door carried a jersey number instead of a name. 9, 17, 22, 34, 41. Some lockers hung open. Inside were uniforms, photographs, letters, and gloves darkened by soil. Others had been welded shut. Along the curved wall, shelves held gray ceramic urns. Brass plaques identified bricklayers, electricians, carpenters, and laborers who had worked on Halcyon Stadium before its opening. Several plaques carried the same date of death. Franklin counted 23. The official history claimed only one worker had died during construction. He stepped among the rows. Every object faced home plate. A child's drawing rested inside locker 17. It showed a man in a saint's uniform beneath a yellow sun. Written across the bottom in a child's uneven hand were the words, "Come home, Daddy." Franklin folded the paper back into place. Behind locker 34, he found a pitching glove wrapped in newspaper. The sports page described a young pitcher's sudden departure. Someone had circled the phrase "personal reasons" and written "liar" beside it. The applause began again. But here it did not come from beneath him. It came from the objects. Leather gloves slapped against empty palms. Tools struck lunch pails. Locker doors trembled in rhythm. The urns clicked softly against their shelves. Franklin moved toward the center pillar. A groundskeeper's workbench stood directly beneath home plate. On it lay a ledger, a ring of corroded keys, and 16 metal employee tags. One space in the row was empty. Franklin opened his hand and looked at the tag marked F.M. The tools behind him fell silent. He placed the tag into the empty space. A latch released beneath the workbench. Inside the hidden drawer was a clean white envelope bearing his full name in fresh blue ink. The handwriting belonged to his daughter. Franklin tore it open. There was no letter inside. Only the photograph from his locker, the one of his daughter and grandson, except the image had changed. They were standing at home plate during a memorial ceremony. Between them rested an urn engraved with Franklin's name. Franklin held the altered photograph beneath the workbench lamp until the faces blurred. His daughter stood on one side of the urn, his grandson on the other. Neither looked grief-stricken. They looked tired, as though the ceremony had followed years of waiting. Behind them, the stadium seats were full. Every spectator had their hands raised in applause. Franklin turned the photograph over. A date had been written across the back in blue ink. Opening day. No year. He slid the picture into his shirt pocket and opened the ledger on the workbench. The first pages were older than the stadium. The handwriting was narrow and formal, recording deliveries of brick, limestone, steel, and timber. Franklin skimmed columns of costs until a heading caught his eye. Foundation losses. Beneath it were 23 names, the same workers listed on the urns. The official causes varied: collapse, electrocution, heat, machinery, drowning in wet concrete. Beside each name was a weight written in pounds. Not body weight, ash weight. A note in the margin explained that the remains had been ground with lime and mixed into the original topsoil to preserve loyalty, endurance, and home advantage. Franklin read the sentence twice. Below it, another hand had added, "A field remembers those placed beneath it. A crowd remembers only those shown above." The next ledger began in the 1940s. Its entries no longer listed workers. They listed players. Calvin Reese, number 17. Locker cleared after 7 consecutive losses. Personal effects deposited in left center drainage trench, Earl Maddox. Number 9. Contract voided. Newspaper references corrected. Glove, letters, and uniform buried beneath first base. Samuel Breen. Number 34. Removed after championship elimination. Pitching shoes and family photographs placed below mound. Each sacrifice followed a losing season. A public humiliation, or a player blamed for disappointing the city. Their bodies were not always listed. Sometimes the field received ashes, sometimes hair, bloodied uniforms, teeth, or possessions handled daily enough to carry what the ledger called the weight of belonging. Franklin turned pages faster. The names grew more recent. By the 70s, the language had changed. Sacrifice became legacy correction. Burial became subsurface disposal. Erasure became roster reconciliation. The club had learned to make ritual sound like administration. Then Franklin saw his own handwriting. A work order from 1991 instructed him to excavate a drainage pocket near the right field line and deposit obsolete clubhouse material. Franklin remembered the job. 3 sealed canvas bags had been waiting beside his cart. He had assumed they contained mold-damaged uniforms. The ledger named their owner, Raymond Cole. Number 22. A later order sent Franklin beneath the bullpen with a box marked broken irrigation fittings. Inside, according to the ledger, were the personal effects of Leo Gaines. Number 41. There were dozens more. False leak repairs, emergency aeration, root zone replacement, midnight grading after closed practices. Each order bore Franklin's signature. He remembered every trench. He remembered none of the men. The applause began softly behind him. Franklin turned. The tools and lockers remained still. But the urns had shifted on their shelves. Each plaque now faced him. "You used me," he said. His voice disappeared into the chamber. A page turned by itself, near the back of the ledger. The entries changed again. Groundskeepers appeared beside players. Men whose employee tags Franklin had found in his desk. Men he had believed retired, transferred, or dead somewhere far from Halcyon. Each had served between 30 and 40 years. Each had completed the burial orders. Each had eventually been returned to the maintenance layer. Franklin found the entry bearing his name. Franklin Moore, number 16. Status: active custodian. Qualification: 38 seasons of uninterrupted service. Demonstrated resentment toward roster personnel. Family separation complete. Institutional loyalty exceeds personal attachment. Franklin's hands tightened around the page. Below the assessment was a list of every event he had missed for the stadium: his daughter's concerts, his anniversary, his grandson's birth, Marjorie's surgery. Details no club record should have known. The final line had been written in fresh blue ink. Custodian prepared for elevation upon selection of the next home lineup. Something clicked inside locker 17. Its door swung open. Calvin Reese's uniform no longer hung inside. In its place was Owen Rusk's white home jersey, still damp with sweat from the night's loss. Pinned to the chest was a maintenance order authorizing burial beneath the pitcher's mound. At the bottom, in Franklin's unmistakable handwriting, was his signature. Franklin did not remember signing the order. That frightened him less than recognizing every stroke. The F leaned too far forward. The M dipped below the line. And the final loop cut through the printed box exactly as it did whenever he signed while standing. Whoever had written it had not copied his name. They had copied the movement of his hand. He tore the paper from Owen Rusk's jersey. The uniform beneath it was warm with the moist heat of soil after rain. When Franklin touched the stitched number, a cheer passed through the chamber. The lockers rattled. Dust fell from the ceiling. Then a voice spoke from behind him. "You kept us breathing." Franklin turned. No one stood between the rows. The words had come from the irrigation pipes overhead. Water moved inside them like inhalation. The ledger opened again. Several pages lifted and settled on a diagram of Halcyon Stadium's original drainage system. Franklin had seen versions of it throughout his career, but this one included structures omitted from every modern map. The buried chamber was labeled Lower Stand. The pipes beneath the diamond were labeled respiratory lines. At the center, below the pitcher's mound, someone had drawn a black circle and written, "Custodian maintains congregation through water, air, and disturbance." Franklin followed the diagram with one finger. The sprinkler mains passed above the urn shelves. Aeration channels opened behind the lockers. Drainage trenches connected the field to chambers where belongings had been buried. Every procedure Franklin had performed: watering, coring, venting. Replacing compacted soil had forced moisture and air through the objects below. He had not merely maintained the field, he had ventilated it. A second note had been added beneath the first: without cultivation, memory sleeps. Without loss, it starves. The pipes exhaled. Voices moved through them. Dozens at first, then hundreds. Some whispered names. Others recited statistics, dismissals, and sections of brick. Calvin Reese spoke of his daughter's drawing. Raymond Cole asked why his mother's letters had been buried unopened. A worker named Elias Boone repeated that the scaffold had been cracked for 3 days before it collapsed. Franklin covered his ears. The voices continued through the floor. They did not accuse him. That was worse. They remembered him. They remembered his boots passing above their possessions, his shovel opening trenches, his irritation when sealed bags snagged against roots, his relief when the work was completed before anyone important arrived. He saw himself as they had seen him, not cruel, not curious, simply efficient. The club had not needed him to hate those men. It had only needed him not to consider them. Lights flickered on above the lockers, though no wiring entered the chamber. A section of concrete brightened like a projection screen. Franklin saw the field across the decades. A young groundskeeper watered beneath summer sun while faint shapes rolled under the grass. Another drove aeration tines through the outfield, and mouths opened in the soil below. Then Franklin appeared. He was 25, narrow-shouldered, proud of his uniform. His first supervisor handed him a hose and pointed toward a pale patch near third base. "Give the home side a drink," the man said. The image changed. Franklin watched himself age in fragments, opening valves, repairing pipes, spreading seed over hidden outlines. Each time the Saints lost badly, the buried crowd stirred. Each time Franklin complained about spoiled players and boys who did not deserve the field. Roots tightened around another set of belongings. His resentment moved through the stadium like fertilizer. It gave the ritual shape. The image showed Martin Vale and two executives watching Franklin from a luxury box. He separates the uniform from the man. One said, "He'll make the selections cleanly." Said another. Franklin stepped toward the wall. "I never chose anyone." The projection froze on Owen Rusk laughing during batting practice. A voice rose from every locker at once. "You chose whenever you decided a name was worth less than the field." Grass roots pushed through the chamber floor and wrapped around Franklin's boots. They climbed his ankles gently, almost respectfully. On the workbench, the ledger turned to a blank page. At its top was written, "Next, home lineup." Beneath the heading were 9 empty spaces. A fountain pen rolled across the wood and stopped beside Franklin's hand. Far above him, the stadium gates unlocked themselves, and thousands of unseen spectators began entering Halcyon. The fountain pen lifted from the workbench without being touched. Its point hovered over the first empty line. Franklin pulled his hand away, but the roots around his ankles tightened. The chamber lights dimmed. Far above, Halcyon Stadium, filled with sounds that belonged to a game not yet underway, turnstiles clicking, vendors calling, bats striking practice balls, and thousands of seats folding beneath arriving bodies. The final game of the season was hours away, yet the buried crowd was already waiting. Franklin seized the ledger and tore at the page. The paper stretched like wet hide, but would not rip. Ink gathered at the pen's tip and fell onto the first line, spreading into the beginning of a letter. O. Owen. No. Franklin swept the pen from the table. It struck the wall, then rolled back across the floor against the slope and stopped at his boot. The roots released him. A door opened at the far side of the chamber. Beyond it, iron steps climbed toward the original pump controls beneath home plate. Franklin took the ledger and ran. By evening, Halcyon Stadium was full. The Saints had already been eliminated from championship contention. But rumors of changes to the club had brought reporters and angry fans. Martin Vale found Franklin in the pump room shortly before the first pitch. "You were seen entering a restricted area," Martin said. "Give me the ledger." Franklin held it against his chest. "How many people know?" Martin's expression remained calm. "Enough to protect the institution. The workers, dead before the first game. The players, failures the city wanted to forget." Franklin looked through the open service hatch toward the illuminated field. Owen Rusk stood in center, flexing his glove. "You put his jersey down there. We prepared an option. He's a boy. He is an asset with declining value." Franklin heard his own resentment in those words. Polished and made official, Martin stepped closer. "The field is thirsty because you woke it too early. Complete the lineup, and it will give us what it has always given us: renewal. A championship, a reason for people to keep coming." The first pitch crossed home plate. The stadium shuddered. A crack opened along the first baseline. Fans rose, assuming it was part of a lighting effect. Another split raced from third toward the mound. Grass peeled backward in long green sections, exposing not soil but descending rows of wooden benches. The players froze. Beneath them stretched a grandstand larger than the stadium above. Thousands of figures sat below the field, laborers whitened with dust, players in obsolete uniforms, Groundskeepers holding rusted tools, families clutching letters that had never been delivered, their faces tilted upward as the diamond opened over them. They began to applaud. The sound struck the stadium like thunder. Martin grabbed Franklin's arm. "Write the names." The ledger opened by itself. 9 blank lines waited. Franklin ran to the old pump assembly. One valve controlled the irrigation mains. Another fed the lower respiratory lines. If he broke both, water would flood the chamber and collapse the field. The dead would rise into public view with their lockers, urns, and records. Halcyon would be destroyed. The truth would survive. Franklin raised the pry bar. Above him, concrete groaned. A section of field dropped away near second base. One player fell to his knees, staring into the lower stands. The buried congregation chanted, "Line up." Martin pointed toward the valves. "Destroy this place and everyone up there dies." Franklin looked through the opening. His crew stood along the warning track. Darnell Briggs was helping spectators climb over seats. Owen remained alone in center field, directly above locker 17. The young player looked toward Franklin. For the first time, recognition passed across his face. "Mr. Moore," Owen shouted. "What do I do?" Franklin had waited 38 years to hear a player use his name. The ledger pressed against his palm. He could expose the club and bring the stadium down upon thousands. Or he could preserve Halcyon by choosing 9 men to be erased, buried, and converted into another season of hope. The field had shaped the decision perfectly. It had made cruelty resemble responsibility. Franklin lowered the pry bar. Martin exhaled. The pen was already in Franklin's hand. He stared at the first line, thinking of spoiled players. Missed ground balls, careless errors, and men who walked across perfect grass without knowing who had kept it alive. Then he wrote the first name. Not Owen Rusk. Martin Vale. The buried crowd fell silent. Franklin continued, filling the next 7 lines with owners, executives, and custodians of the sacrifice ledgers. Only the 9th space remained. The field trembled impatiently. Franklin looked at his dirt-stained hands and finally understood that the lineup could not be completed without the man who had maintained it. On the final line, he wrote, Franklin Moore. Home plate opened beneath him. Franklin fell through home plate without striking the ground. For one impossible moment, he was suspended above the lower grandstand, the ledger still open in his hand. The dead looked up from rows of tools, urns, lockers, and folded uniforms. None of them reached for him. They only watched as the 9 names on the page darkened until the ink looked freshly spilled. Martin Vale shouted from the pump room. The sound ended halfway through Franklin's name. Roots burst through the concrete around Martin's shoes, climbed his legs, and pulled him backward into the wall. Across the stadium, 8 more men vanished from suites, offices, and private boxes. Security cameras later showed their seats emptying between frames. No doors opened. No one around them remembered seeing them leave. Franklin descended slowly. As he passed the first row, the dead workers began removing their helmets. The forgotten players stood and turned their backs to the field. Their numbers faded from their uniforms, one after another. until the cloth was blank. Calvin Reese was the last to lose his. He looked younger than Franklin had imagined. "You kept us awake," Calvin said. Franklin tried to apologize, but soil filled his mouth. The ground closed above him. The game resumed 12 minutes later. No official account explained the interruption. Broadcast footage showed a brief electrical failure followed by players returning to their positions. The cracks vanished. The field appeared newly watered, greener than it had been all season. Fans later remembered a delay but disagreed about its cause. And the club quietly removed every damaged recording. The Saints won that night. Then they kept winning. The following year, they took the division. The year after that, they reached the championship series against a team from California and won the final game beneath cold November rain. Owen Rusk caught the last out in center field and fell to his knees while Halcyon Stadium roared around him. The city celebrated for 3 days. Parades passed beneath red brick buildings. Children wore Owen's number. Reporters called the victory the end of a 96-year curse, though no one agreed on how the curse had begun. No article mentioned Calvin Reese. The old roster books no longer contained gaps. Team photographs showed players standing shoulder to shoulder where blank spaces had once appeared. Locker numbers 17, 22, 34, and 41 had ordinary histories attached to them, belonging to men who had retired peacefully or been traded. Walter Pike tried to tell a reporter about the erased players. Halfway through Calvin's name, Walter forgot why he had called. He died that winter with a child's drawing folded beneath his pillow. Franklin disappeared more completely. His locker belonged to another employee. His photograph of his daughter and grandson was gone. Payroll showed no Franklin Moore. And maintenance records credited 38 years of work to a succession of temporary contractors. Marjorie remembered being married, but not to whom. Their daughter found an unfamiliar groundskeeping key in a kitchen drawer and threw it away. By opening day the following spring, Halcyon had hired a new head groundskeeper named Russell Dane. He was 36. Ambitious, recently divorced, and eager to prove he could modernize a field maintained by what management called outdated traditions. On his first morning, Russell walked the outfield before sunrise, near shallow center. He found a gray patch shaped like a man lying face up. A rectangular discoloration marked the chest, and within it, pale grass formed the number 16. Russell photographed it for the turf consultant. Then, remembering the forecasted heat, he dragged a hose across the field. When the water touched the figure's boots, applause rose beneath the roots. Russell froze. A brass key pushed slowly through the wet soil beside the body's hand. From somewhere below home plate, a man's voice called up with patient authority. "Not too much. You'll drown the home side." Russell looked toward the empty seats. The voice beneath the field sounded irritated, proud, and entirely at home. Halcyon Stadium did not survive by hiding a monster beneath the field. It survived by teaching ordinary people to treat human lives as maintenance problems, names to remove, possessions to bury, failures to convert into hope. Franklin believed invisible work made him morally superior to the celebrated players above him. Yet his resentment allowed the same institution that ignored him to use him against others. In the end, Even his attempt to punish the guilty fed the system he wanted to stop. Perhaps the darkest traditions endure not because everyone believes in them, but because each generation finds one practical reason to continue. My dear friend, the final words of tonight's story have faded, and the world around us is becoming wonderfully still. I'm so glad you decided to spend this time with Chilly Midnight. Perhaps you came here because you love mysterious tales. Perhaps you needed something to keep you company. Or perhaps you simply wanted a familiar voice nearby while the rest of the world settled down. Whatever brought you here, thank you for staying with me. Before you turn in for the night, take a moment to notice how far you have made it through the day. Even if things did not go exactly as planned, even if you felt overwhelmed or uncertain, you reached this quiet hour. That alone is enough. You do not have to judge yourself for what was left undone or replay every difficult moment in your mind. Let those thoughts pass without following them. Imagine placing them gently outside the door, where they can remain until you are ready to face them again. Tonight is not for solving every problem. It is for restoring the energy that life has taken from you. Settle beneath your covers and allow the steady hush of the night to surround you. May your eyes grow heavy, your breathing become effortless, and every part of you slowly release its tension. I hope you feel sheltered, cared for, and free from anything that demands your attention. May the hours ahead bring you pleasant dreams and a deep sense of ease. Perhaps your dreams will take you somewhere beautiful, a quiet shore, a peaceful forest, an old familiar home, or a place that exists only in your imagination. Wherever they lead, I hope you feel completely safe there. When the darkness begins to lift and the first morning light appears, may you awaken with renewed courage and a softer outlook. I hope the coming day offers you kind conversations, simple joys, and unexpected moments that remind you life can still be gentle. Thank you for making room for these stories in your night. Every time you return, you help make this little midnight world feel warmer and less lonely. Now, allow yourself to drift away without another worry. Keep yourself comfortable. Stay warm. And remember that you have earned this time to recover. Until we gather once more for another tale, may the night watch over you and carry you safely toward morning. Sleep deeply, my dear friend, and wake with a peaceful heart. Good night.